Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mohammed VI University. We thank you for coming this morning all the way from your country to Morocco and to have you here at the AAU 16 General Conference. Please, we are still in the process of getting everyone cleared from the gate, and they will be here in no time, and we will start. We thank you for your patience and then for your wonderful time. You all look beautiful. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous accueillons à la 16e conférence générale de l'AUA. Bienvenue à Rabat, à l'Université Mohammed VI. Nous sommes heureux de vous avoir parmi nous. Nous vous prions d'avoir un peu de patience car nous sommes en train de continuer les processus d'inscription pour tout le monde, ce qui va prendre juste un tout petit peu de temps. Mais on vous assure que la conférence va commencer d'ici quelques minutes. Donc, merci beaucoup pour votre patience. Vous êtes tous beaux et belles. Merci de vous avoir ici. Bonne journée à vous.
Hello, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. I want to welcome you all. Kindly exercise some patience. We're about to start. I wish to inform you that the Minister of States are on their way, so kindly grab a seat and be prepared for the session. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would want to inform us all to please get seated. We're about to start the event. So kindly, wherever you are, do all to get seated so we can start the event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would want to remind us to please get seated. We're about to start the event. Let's be seated and try and occupy the front seat so we can have a more decorum room. Appreciate it.
Good morning. We will get started. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed Vice Chancellors, scholars, partners, we are glad to host you today for the 16th Quadrennial General Conference of the African Association of Universities. To get started, I'll call on the stage Mr. Professor Bakri Osman Said, the President of the Association. If you could please join us on stage, Professor. I also call on stage the President of University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, UMCSP, Mr. Hisham Al-Habti. the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, Prof. Oyewole. And the President of the University, Mohammed V, Professor El Ghashi. Please join us. Before proceeding, we will go through the anthems, first of the Kingdom of Morocco, and then the African Union, and then the Association of African Universities. So please stand up to the anthems. I will go. Would you please play the anthem of the Kingdom of Morocco? We're all standing for it. الله يخليكم النشيد الوطني ديال المملكة المغربية في لا ريجي. Please bear with us a few seconds while it comes. Next, the anthem of the African Union, please.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
And finally, the anthem of the Association of African Universities, please.
the hub of excellence, shaping of leaders, educational thoughts. AAU, spring of talents, web of washing, amazing, basic promoting innovation, according community, equity, and standards, transforming of leaders, education. We aspire, reflections, and mass function, we research, we show, unity and truth, we facilitate, teaching and learning, and all disciplines is part of transforming Africa's education. AAU, the pillar of higher learning, spearheading Africa's development. AAU, one of friendship, one of fellowship, pushing partnership for higher education. Africa's intellectuals advancement and focus to achieve the freedom. We aspire, reflect, using mass function. We research, we show, unity and truth, we facilitate, teaching and learning, and all disciplines is part of transforming Africa's education.
Please be seated. What an inspiring, nice anthem of the AU. Now, good morning, bonjour, salamu alaikum. I am Rashid Serraj from the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, and I'll be Master of Ceremonies for this morning. Let us get started by first reminding ourselves why we're here. Very quickly, this association was first burned here in Rabat, 1967. So we are very happy to host it back. So this is somehow a homecoming. So we would like to welcome the AU back home. Now, of course, we've heard that participation is including more than 450, almost 500 participants from almost all the countries of Africa. So we're glad to gather here to discuss all the themes of importance, as you can see on the program. But without further ado, I would like to invite our president, Mr. Hisham Al-Habti, to say a few words on the opening.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair, good morning. Excellencies, distinguished presidents and vice chancellors, dear colleagues and partners, welcome to AM6P Campus Rabat. We are pleased to host you for this important edition of the IAU General Conference, one of the main spaces where African universities can reflect collectively and strategically on the role we are being asked to play. That role has never been more demanding. Today, African universities are expected to do more than educate. We are expected to produce knowledge that informs policy, data that shapes decisions, innovation that feeds industry, and graduates who can thrive in shifting and uncertain economies. The expectations are legitimate. The gap between them and our current capacity is real, and their responsibility to respond lies with us. But rising to that responsibility begins with facing the facts, and the facts increasingly point to a tension we cannot ignore. On the one hand, we are seeing growing recognition of the role of universities in addressing Africa's challenges. On the other hand, we are witnessing a slowdown, if not a reversal in the financial support required to build the data, systems, and talent needed to deliver on that promise. The 2025 SDGs Progress Report reveals that while international funding for data systems rose steadily between 2015 and 2022, it is now entering a period of contraction. The current downward trend in global development assistance is expected to affect data systems directly, exposing the structural fragility of a model still reliant on a small group of funders. This raises an uncomfortable but necessary question. What is the role of African universities in ensuring that this collapse does not become systemic? At UM6P, we believe that the answer lies in rethinking how universities operate, how they produce knowledge, how they engage with policy, and how they position themselves within national and continental development priorities. Our approach centers on bridging research, education, and entrepreneurship within a single ecosystem designed to serve Morocco and Africa's most pressing needs. We operate living labs, test beds, and large-scale infrastructures in areas like renewable energy, AI, health, and sustainable agriculture. From the Green Energy Park to Tubqal, Africa's most powerful supercomputer, the mission is to address African challenges with African solutions, creating a sustainable cycle of knowledge, innovation, and economic growth. In this dynamic, we are not alone. Across the continent, many universities are pursuing ambitious and context-driven models. Beyond that, what we need is to create the conditions for alignment between institutions, between sectors, and between countries. That means shared frameworks, predictable investments, and commitment to knowledge sovereignty where Africa data, talent, and ideas are owned, developed, and retained. This conference offers an opportunity to start or to speed up that shift through clear choices. How research is organized, how partnerships are structured, and how knowledge is regarded as a public good that requires public responsibility. Achieving this requires trust, collaboration, and a shared commitment. I want to thank the Association of African Universities for the trust they have placed in us as hosts. I also appreciate our colleague from University Mohammed V, the Ministry of Higher Education, and our regional and international partners who support the work of African universities and continue to invest in African-led, African-rooted innovation. What we discuss here, and more importantly, what we choose to implement, will shape not just how universities operate, but what kind of continent they help build. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a productive conference.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those inspiring words. Merci. Now I call Professor Mohammed El-Ghashi, the President of University Mohammed V. Words.
Mr. Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, ladies and gentlemen, rectors, university president, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It's with immense honor that I speak today of the occasion of the General Assembly of the Association of African Universities. First, I warmly thank the organizer, UM6P and UM5, and our minister, to representatives of member institutions and our international guests of their presence, commitment, and trust of strength of our collaboration. I would particularly like to pay tribute to the pioneers of this great organization, founded in 1967 in Rabat, with the active support of Mohammed V University, and reaffirm today our commitment to its founding ambition to unite African universities around the values of solidarity, academic cooperation, scientific sovereignty, and indigenous development. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands on the threshold of a historic transformation. By 2050, our continent will be home nearly 2.5 billion people, the majority of whom will be young. This demographic reality is both a challenge and an opportunity. In this context, African universities are called to rise as central actors in this transformation. They must play a driving role in generating knowledge tailored to our context, in training the skills needed for tomorrow's economy, and in creating a development model rooted in innovation, sustainability, and social justice. Universities can no longer limit themselves to transmitting knowledge. They must become living laboratories of transformation, sites of interdisciplinarity, critical thinking, and solutions. They must be able to build bridges between science and society, between fundamental research and economic, social, and environmental challenges of our countries and our continents. Ladies and gentlemen, to fulfill this mission, we, African University, face major challenges. The massification of higher education with exponential growth in student numbers, requiring rapid adaptation of infrastructure, staff, and pedagogical approaches. Research funding that remain far below international standards despite our researchers and laboratories' immense potential. Brain drain, which we must reverse by creating attractive, dynamic, connected learning and working environments. The essential digital transformation, calling for new investment in digital infrastructure, teacher training, and integrating of artificial intelligence, data analysis, and cybersecurity into curricula, and also alignment between training and labor market needs, requiring continual cultural reform in consultation with public and private sector. And at the end, preparing future generation and engaging both citizens and international academics. In facing these challenges, in this through cooperation among our universities, exchange of expertise, pooling of resources, and South-to-South scientific solidarity, that we can build a lasting collective response. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present briefly some correct contributions from Mohammed V University in Rabat to this continental dynamic. Founded in 1957 as the first modern university of independent Morocco, Mohammed V University has always intertwined its destiny with that of the African continent. From the founding of the EAU in 1967, it played a leading role in structuring African higher education. Today, it hosts more than 2,500 African students from over 49 countries across disciplines: medicine, engineering, law, economics, humanities, social sciences, technology, innovation, and more. Our internationalization policy is based on several pillars: cooperation, programs with partner African universities in research, joint degrees, continuing education, and faculty exchanges; support for joint research projects on priority themes for Africa; support for African doctoral candidates through multidisciplinary doctoral schools, and regular hosting of African conferences and symposia. Ladies and gentlemen, Mohammed V University also actively engaged in pedagogical transformation by digitizing content, introducing transversal models, and encouraging students to entrepreneurship and to strengthen soft skills experience we are eager to share with our African partners. Ladies and gentlemen, we firmly believe that Africa wealth lies not only in its natural resources, but primarily in its youth, its language, and also its cultural and intellectual diversity. It's up to us, academic leaders, to foster a new African humanism rooted in knowledge. To achieve this, we must build a strong, integrated African university architecture. This requires mutual recognition of degrees, interoperability of our training systems, expansion of African exchange programs like an African Erasmus, and above all, creation of African centers of excellence in sustainable agriculture, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, public health, and natural resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, in this fight of a shared future, the Association of African Universities remain an essential strategic instrument. It must be strengthened with greater resources, opened to the world while defending Africa's scientific sovereignty. The EU can be the core of an African higher education and research space, uniting our efforts, promoting our success, ensuring quality and equity in access to knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa we envision will not be built without its universities. We must be more than ever builders of hope, creators of opportunities, architectures of sustainable societies. This demands vision, courage, and above all, collective actions. It is my hope that its General Assembly marks a turning point, a moment of convergence and founding act of a new African university era. Thank you for your attention, your commitment, and the confidence you place in our shared future. The AU at the service of Africa, prosperous future. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Professor. Thank you very much. Now, let me call on Professor Olusola Oyewole, the General Secretary of the African Association of Universities.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, distinguished Vice Chancellors, Rectors, and Presidents of African higher education institutions, esteemed partners who are present, colleagues and guests from across Africa and the global academic community, ladies and gentlemen. With deep gratitude and great honor, I welcome you all to this 16th General Conference of the Association of African Universities, AAU, graciously hosted in this historic and vibrant city of Rabat, Morocco. As had earlier been mentioned, this gathering marks a moment of immense significance for us as AAU, because this is the city where AAU was founded in 1967. On behalf of the Association of African Universities, I want to express our profound appreciation to His Excellency, His Majesty, King Mohammed VI, the Emir al-Mumuni, the Commander of the Faithful, for his generous support and warm hospitality extended to us. His continued leadership in promoting education, science, and innovation reaffirms Morocco's strategic role in shaping the intellectual and developmental future of Africa. We are very grateful to the King. We are honored to host participants from all 5 regions of Africa this morning and in the next few days, alongside distinguished delegates from Asia, including China, Europe, the Americas, and beyond. Your presence here today is a powerful affirmation of our shared beliefs that higher education is not only the foundation of national progress, but the driving force of Africa's sustainable transformation in an interconnected world. This year's theme, Shaping the Future of Higher Education for Innovation and Sustainable Development in Africa, is both timely and visionary. It challenges us to reimagine our institutions as agile, future-oriented ecosystems that prepare our youth for global leadership while responding to the immediate needs of our various societies. It invites us to reflect on the transformative power of education in an era defined by demographic shifts, technological disruptions, climate change, and evolving development priorities. Africa, as we know, is a continent of contrast, rich in talent, rich in culture, and of great opportunities. Yet, Africa, we are confronted by persistent challenges. Africa, we are the home to the youngest population, with more than 60% under the age of 25, and expected to represent a quarter of the global population in 2050. Africa's future, therefore, rests squarely on the strength and vision of its higher education system, represented by all of us present here today. Encouragingly, we have made measurable progress. Across the continent, new universities have been established, enrollment rates have expanded, and Africa's institutions are making contributions in areas such as vaccine development, renewable energy, advanced technologies, and climate-smart agriculture. These milestones signal that transformation is not just possible, it is underway in Africa. Yet, we must confront the realities that hinder our potentials. These include our being underfunded in many institutions, our outdated infrastructures. I don't think that we can say that about this university. And then our misaligned curricula, and even our uneven research capacity. Today, too many of our graduates face unemployment or underemployment because they are not prepared for the demands of the fast-evolving labor market. Furthermore, external shocks from the pandemic to climate-induced crises has exposed the vulnerabilities confronting us as a continent. So the pressing question is this: how do we build a higher education system in Africa that are not merely reactive but visionary? Systems that are innovative, inclusive, and transformative. How can we do that? I believe that 4 strategic shifts are very essential. And I hope that I'm speaking to university leaders this morning. Number 1, let us embrace innovation as a central principle. Innovation must define our teachings, research, institutional operations, and partnership. From artificial intelligence and digital learning platforms to green campuses and entrepreneurship hubs, we must infuse innovation into the core of our academic life. Number two, let us promote interdisciplinary work in all we do in our various institutions. Africa's grand challenges, including climate change, health crisis, food insecurity, cannot be solved within disciplinary silos that many of us are known for so many years. Our institution must therefore foster integrated approaches to learning, research, and problem solving. Number three, let us invest in our people. The future depends on the development of ethical, entrepreneurial, and globally competitive graduates. We must prioritize capacity building of our students, our faculties, and our institutional leaders who can navigate the uncertainties of our very time. Fourthly, we need to deepen collaboration and equity in partnership. No institution should exist in isolation in Africa. We must scale regional integration, South-South cooperation, and equitable North-South partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa's Charter for Transformative Research Collaboration, which I believe the partners involved are listening to me today, is a bold and timely framework that calls for mutual respect, shared leaderships, and fairness in global academic partnership, a vision we must all support. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Association of African Universities, which I head, we remain steadfast in our commitment to this transformation. Since our inception in 1967 at Rabat, Morocco here, indeed, I learned as of then there are just 45 universities in Africa. And when AU was established, 34 universities gathered in Rabat here. And some of those early universities are here listening to me. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gone a long way. We today can say that we are the voice of higher education in Africa, because AU has been the collective voice of African higher education, championing quality assurance, institutional harmonization, and academic collaboration across the continent. Through initiatives such as the AQUA, Harmonization, Quality Assurance, and Accreditation of African Higher Education, we are laying the foundation for excellence and competitiveness on a global scale. We are very grateful for the continued support of the African Union Commission. I know I've seen them, they are present in this meeting. We thank you for coming. The European Union has been highly supportive. We really appreciate the support of the European Union. We are proud of our collaboration with China Association of Higher Education, which is being represented at this meeting by about 40-man delegate from China. We appreciate you all. Present in this meeting today is the World Bank, UNESCO, OBRE, DAD, ENQUA, and many others whose collaboration with AU remain instrumental in our shared missions. Dear colleagues and friends, the future of African higher education will not shape itself. It is our collective responsibility as leaders, thinkers, policy architects, and institutional leaders, it's our responsibility to shape it. The stakes are really high. Let us commit ourselves here and now to forge stronger university-industry linkages that will drive innovation and employment. Let us, all of us together, decide to prioritize digital transformation in order to expand access and equity in our education system. Let us tackle gender disparities and ensure that no African child is excluded due to geography, gender, or economic status. Let us strengthen Africa's voice in shaping global education and research policy. This conference today, starting today, is not merely a meeting. Let us make it a movement. A movement to reposition African higher education at the heart of innovation, resilience, and inclusive prosperity for the current and future generation. As we engage in dialogue, build networks, and explore new opportunities through this particular conference, let us do it with a sense of urgency, unity, and hope. By the time we'll be leaving Rabat in some few days' time, let us be fully mobilized for action. On behalf of the Association of African Universities, I once again extend our warmest welcome to everybody. May this deliberation of this 16th General Conference ignite bold ideas, foster enduring partnership, and sow the seed of lasting transformation across Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa is in our hands. Let us shape it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Iwole. He has been the hard-working force behind the association and for bringing the association back here. Actually, for the story, we met him 2 years ago in this campus with our president, and then he came to us and said, this is in Rabat homecoming, so we should come here. And so I want to thank him again and give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor. Now, finally, I'd like to hand the floor to the wise man of the AU, الأخ الدكتور بكري عثمان السيد بدأت كلمات. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Excellencies, His Excellency, the Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, distinguished members of the Association of African Universities, stakeholders in Africa, African higher education, esteemed partners from the global higher education community, ladies and gentlemen. It is with deep honor and heartfelt joy that I warmly welcome you to the 16th Quadrennial General Conference of the Association of African Universities, a significant gathering of visionaries, decision makers, scholars, and partners dedicated to advancing higher education across our beloved continent. Let me begin by expressing our profound appreciation to His Majesty Amir al-Mu'mineen Al-Malik Muhammad Al-Sadis Hafidhullah for graciously granting us the approval to hold this landmark conference in the Kingdom of Morocco, a nation that holds a proud place in Africa's educational and historical legacy. We are honored to be hosted in this vibrant land where the AAU was first conceived and where our shared vision for African higher education continues to find fertile ground. This conference stands as a strategic platform for reflection, collaboration, and bold action. It offers a timely opportunity for us to critically assess the current state of higher education in Africa, to share transformative ideas, and to co-create innovative strategies that will redefine our institutions' role in shaping the future of the continent. While we take pride in the notable strides our institutions have made, we are equally aware of the enduring challenges that limit our collective progress, ranging from misaligned curricula and inadequate research infrastructure to fragile academic networks, underfunding, and limited integration into the global knowledge economy. These challenges call for nothing short of visionary leadership, inclusive dialogue, and decisive action. The theme of this year's conference, Shaping the Future of Higher Education for Innovation and Sustainable Development in Africa, is both timely and catalytic. It invites us to reimagine and re-engineer our education systems to be more innovative, inclusive, and aligned with Africa's development aspirations in a rapidly changing global environment. In pursuit of this vision, our deliberations will be guided by 9 interrelated sub-themes that reflect the complexity of the challenges we face and the magnitude of the opportunities we must embrace. Policy and advocacy for transforming higher education, artificial intelligence and technology-driven teaching and learning, curriculum re-engineering and the development of smooth credit transfer systems, collaborative research and capacity building, climate change, green energy, and the blue economy, entrepreneurship, skills and competencies for the future, financing and infrastructure development in higher education, indigenous knowledge and environmental sustainability through culture, the contribution of higher education to the Sustainable Development Goals. These themes are not isolated areas of focus. Rather, they represent critical dimensions of an integrated, resilient, and globally competitive African higher education ecosystem. I'm confident that this conference will serve as a springboard for shaping bold reforms, stimulating innovation, and building stronger institutional frameworks across the continent. Let this gathering be more than a conversation. Let it mark the beginning of new partnerships and commitments that turn shared insights into lasting impact. I take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to our members, partners, and stakeholders whose steadfast support continues to drive the AAU's mission. Your presence here today is a powerful testament to the collective resolve to transform African higher education for future generations. Special thanks to Muhammad Fifth Polytechnic University, Muhammad Sixth Polytechnic University, for generously hosting this year's General Conference and for its continued leadership in promoting knowledge, research, and innovation. We also thank Muhammad Fifth University for its invaluable support in hosting the AAU Governing Board meeting and associated engagements with excellence and hospitality. And we are grateful for the Ministry of Higher Education and the Minister for welcoming us here and for supporting the activities of the AAU in Morocco. As we embark on the sessions ahead, I encourage all participants to engage actively with boldness, open minds, and a deep sense of shared purpose. Let us take full advantage of this moment to forge a renewed vision and actionable agenda for higher education in Africa, one that reflects our continental aspirations and propels us towards the Africa we want. Once again, I welcome you warmly. May this 16th General Conference be intellectually enriching, strategically aligned, and profoundly impactful. Thank you for listening.
Shukran jazilan, Dr. Sayed. Thank you very much for those wise words. Now, I think we will play a short video and you before having the Honorable Minister to open officially the conference. So please, if you can get the video in the regie.
The 1960s was not only a watershed, but also a vital historical landmark in Africa's struggle and search for modern identity. It was a period that most colonial territories achieved or were about to achieve political independence, and also the beginning of the so-called development decade, when African countries immediately found themselves drawn into the vortex of international conferences of varying motivation, rationality, and utility, ostensibly designed not only to analyze but also to prescribe solutions to their problems. Education naturally received high priority, not only as a means by which centuries of ignorance was to be wiped out, but also the means to train and develop the skills and high-level manpower to replace the erstwhile colonial official, as well as staff the new and expanded political, administrative, social, and economic institutions. In December 1960, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa organized a conference in Khartoum, Sudan, in which, among other things, inter-African cooperation in the development of higher education was discussed. The ministers of education in newly independent African countries again met under the auspices of the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa in May 1961 to discuss the importance of education to economic development. During the meeting, a committee of 6 African states was asked to prepare a synthesis of educational goals, targets, and qualitative attainment during the next 25 years, decided by the African states. This became known as the 20-year Addis Ababa Plan. This meeting was followed in September 1962 by a meeting of a more specialized conference on the development of higher education in Africa, organized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, in Tananarive, Madagascar. Heads of African institutions of higher studies taking part decided to follow this by a private meeting outside the main framework of the conference, which they did, and decided to meet at Khartoum in Sudan to consider the practical means of developing inter-university cooperation in Africa and the measures necessary for setting up an organization which would give effect to the cooperation. The first meeting of heads of African universities, held at the University of Khartoum on 16 to 19 September 1963, decided that the creation of an Association of African Universities was desirable. An interim committee was appointed and charged with 1. Drafting of a constitution for the proposed association, and 2. Convening a conference to bring the association into being under the constitution. The preparations involved 3 meetings of the interim committee. 1 meeting at Haile Selassie I University in Ethiopia on 23 to 25 July 1964, and 2 meetings at the University of Khartoum on 3rd to 4th April 1965 and on 22nd to 23rd February 1967. In addition to the informal discussion, which included frequent meetings between the chairman of the interim committee, Dr. Mohamed El Fassi, the executive vice chairman, Dr. E.N. Dafala, and other members of the committee, namely Dr. Davison Nicole, vice chairman, Dr. R.F. Bafor, Sir Bernard Dibanson, Dr. C. Frank, Dr. S.A. Hussain, Dr. Kasawood Mariam, Dr. M. Mercy Ahmed, Dr. E. Njoku, and Dr. R. Weaves. Great help was rendered by Mr. D. Aiken, Executive Secretary of the International Association of Universities. Unforeseen circumstances twice delayed the holding of the founding conference, which was first arranged on invitation by the Nigerian universities at Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria from 20 to 22 January 1966. Disruption of communications with Nigeria prevented almost all participants from reaching Zaria, and the conference was postponed. This setback was followed by a series of informal consultations and enquiries which paved the way for finally accepting an invitation by the universities of the United Arab Republic, now Egypt, to hold the conference in Alexandria, in Egypt, on 12 to 14 September 1967. But due to the aftermath of the Arab-Israeli War, the timing proved not suitable. Finally, the committee accepted an invitation by His Excellency Dr. M. El Fazi to hold a conference at Mohammed V University at Rabat, Morocco on 9 to 13 November 1967, and by the excellent facilities extended by His Excellency King Hassan II of Morocco. The founding conference was held in Rabat, and the Association of African Universities was formally inaugurated on November 12, 1967. It was attended by representatives of 34 universities out of 46 institutions of higher learning in Africa that qualified for the membership. A year after its formation, the AAU became an affiliated member of UNESCO and an associate member of the International Association of Universities. In 1969, the AAU applied for Category A observer status at meetings of the OAU, which was granted. And in 1994, to coincide with the inaugural anniversary of the AAU, the then Organization of African Unity, now African Union, declared 12 November of every year as African Universities Day in pursuant to Resolution CM/Res.1534 passed by the OAU Council of Ministers in June of that year. The African University Day has been observed and celebrated by AAU member institutions since then. The decision of the permanent location of the association's headquarters from its temporary office in Sudan was taken to the 6th meeting of the Executive Board at the University of Lagos, Nigeria, in June 1970. The offer from Ghana was chosen upon presentation by the then Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor A. Kwapon, of a formal letter from the government of Ghana indicating the facilities and immunities that would be accorded the association. In terms of numbers, the AAU has grown in membership to a current 450 plus universities. During the association's 8th General Conference in Accra in January 1993, the bylaws were changed to allow associate membership. The International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology in Kenya became the first associate member. At the 12th General Conference in Abuja in May 2009, the Nomenclature Executive Board was changed to Governing Board, and the Executive Committee, comprising the President and the 3 Vice Presidents, was established, with the Secretary General serving as a secretary to both the Executive Committee and the Governing Board. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this has been a brief history of the apex higher education body on the continent. This is AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, after going to history, we're coming back to the present, and to formally open the conference, I invite His Excellency Honorable Dean Midawi, the Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, and he's going also to deliver the first keynote speech in this conference. A round of applause, please.
Good morning. Good morning. To speak about the subject of effective transformation of higher education in the Kingdom of Morocco, I need 5 hours. So, how you give me? 20 minutes, 10 minutes? That's nice. So I will summarize my presentation. Before pronouncing an official welcome to you, our guest, let me at the beginning to express my honor and my big pleasure to receive you in our kingdom. You are welcome in your country, in your African country, brother. You are welcome in our capital, Rabat. You are welcome in UM6B University, which have the first vocation following the orientation of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. First vocation of this university is Africa. Also the vocation of all the Moroccan university, public and private, is firstly Africa and the collaboration, because it's our continent. We have our feet and our crops in Africa, but our head in Europe, but we still the door of Africa. Excellencies, Mr. the President of the Association of African Universities, Mr. General Secretary of the Association of African Universities, ladies and gentlemen, President and rectors, ladies and gentlemen, academic and administrative officials, ladies and gentlemen, researchers and faculty members, ladies and gentlemen, President of the session, honored guests. I'm really very happy and honored to be with you at this 16th General Conference of the Association of African University, which is one of the most significant events on our continent in the field of higher education and scientific research. The choice of Rabat to host, particularly Mohammed VI University, to host your Association General Assembly is not a coincidence. In the 67th of the last century, it was showed by the video here in Rabat that this association, now the voice of African universities at the international level, was founded, driving by the legitimate need of many newly independent African nations to train skilled professionals capable of leading the continent's economic, social, and political development. The very spirit of this initiative was then summarized in a single phrase: Africa's future will be built in its universities. Likewise, the choice of Mohammed VI Polytechnic University was African vocation is well established, is also symbolic. Today, it embodies a genuine African platform for cooperation and innovation, inspired by the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who believes that Africa's sustainable development base be envisioned, designed, and driven from within Africa. I would like to thank the Association of African Universities for the trust placed in our country to organize this distinguished edition of its quadrennial conference. First and foremost, a space for dialogue, convergence, and a shared vision for the future of African higher education. I also extend my thanks to our two host universities, Mohammed V University and Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, as well as the organizing committee who worked together to ensure the success of this high-level event. On this occasion, I warmly welcome the rectors, university presidents, representatives of partner institutions, higher education experts, and all the participants. I wish you all an excellent stay in your second beautiful country and in our beautiful city of Rabat. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco considers African cooperation in higher education, scientific research, and innovation as a strategic level for developing the human capital of our respective countries and the continent as a whole. This conviction is consistently emphasized by His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. Words of His Majesty. This century must be the century of Africa. The main reason for this belief is the continent's strong demographic vitality. Its population is the youngest in the world. Our youth must be supported, trained, empowered, and above all, valued. We must educate them to transform today's economic potential into tomorrow's reality. End of quote from His Majesty, message addressed for participants of the 5th Grand Monatana Forum in Dakhla, March 2019. This royal vision reflects the vital importance and central role that youth training, active solidarity, and the construction of Africa's solution by Africans to African challenges hold in our country. Indeed, higher education, scientific research, and innovation are fundamental drivers for skills development, knowledge production, and establishment of strong academic cooperation across the continent. University cooperation, human, intellectual, and scientific, is a catalyst for regional integration and the building of a coherent and complementary African higher education space geared towards sustainable development goals. It is in this spirit that the 16th General Quadrennial Conference of the Association of African Universities, organized for the first time in Morocco, is fully aligned. I am delighted to see that this edition is held under a unifying theme that looks to the future, shaping the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development in Africa. The richness of the sub-themes addressing critical dimensions reflects the challenge currently facing our higher education systems in all the world, and especially in our continent, Africa. This diversity underscores the relevance of this conference as a Pan-African platform for academic dialogue, discussion, exchange of experiences, and formulation of concrete recommendations and solutions to support inclusive, innovative higher education rooted in Africa realities and aspirations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that a nation's future is forged in its classrooms, laboratories, and campuses. That is why Morocco has always placed education, research, and innovation at the heart of its societal vision. Ambitious, periodically and continuously reforms have led to tangible progress. Our country is determined and clear-sighted in building a future modern university, an institution of excellence, proud of its roots and oriented toward Africa and the world. One of the key strengths of our systems lies in the diversification and modernization, continual modernization of educational offering to adapt our university of the permanent news happening in the world in all the sectors. Our universities, graduate schools, and institutes offer a variety of programs aligned with international standards and increasingly responsive to labor market needs and to the future needs of the country of Africa and of the world. The growth of programs in engineering, health sciences, artificial intelligence, humanities, renewable energies, and others exemplifies this dynamic. Our system also stands out for the strong involvement of the private sector with institutions and foundations, with institutions such as Mohammed VI Polytechnic University and others that embody excellence ecosystems where education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship interact in service of national transformation. Moreover, Morocco's higher education and research sector demonstrates strong responsiveness and adaptability, notably by supporting several key national projects initiated under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, and by training professionals in high-demand fields such as his digital technologies and education and more others. The quality of our system is reflected in the employability of graduates, especially from the regulated sector, including those working abroad, as well as in the growing attractiveness of Moroccan universities to international students, particularly from Africa. I am proud to point that just during the 2023 and 2024 academic year, 23,000 African students from 53 countries are pursuing their studies at Moroccan higher education institution as a testament to our system's growing appeal. In the same spirit of reciprocity, a growing number of Moroccan students are also studying at African partner institutions, particularly in Senegal and Tunisia through JO programs, and I hope in the near future with more countries through JOIN programs. We are ready in the government of Morocco to improve the collaboration with all the countries and the university in our continent, Africa. Naturally, like all systems, ours also face major challenges related to the equity, access, and other problems, evolution, internationalization, scientific research, and technology transfer. To address this, we have launched a large-scale reform process, which practically is finished, starting with a deep overhaul of the legal framework of higher education, research, and innovation system through the revision of the law 01.00, which has regulated the sector since 2000. Now, this law and other laws are finished and they are in the way for the Parliament. The goal is to respond to the major transformation in global and national and international higher education, to address massification and equity. We have begun restricting Morocco's universities landscape and creating new generation institutions across all regions of the kingdom to respond to the priority of the kingdom, of the regions, and to be a hub for the future for the other countries. To improve efficiency, we plan to implement a state university contract model this year, which will be signed this week with the Moroccan's university, based on clearly defined objectives and measurable indicators to assess outcomes. To answer quality, the Ministry has revised the educational standards for bachelor's and master's program and will launch Morocco's first fully local languages learning platform in all universities starting next year, developed entirely by Moroccan faculty and developers for students and teacher likes, especially for four languages, for Arabic, for French, for English, for Spanish, and for Amazigh. This platform will be shared with Africans university in the case of they want this with a collaboration with them. Finally, the big point is research and innovation remain one of the system's greatest challenges. Many programs. I have not the time to share with you what we do in our country and in our ministry. With a clear national strategy, growing investment, and mobilization of research, restructuration of laboratories and research generally, Morocco has become a credible scientific actor on the African and Mediterranean stage. In the aspect of Venice, last April, we officially launched the national program to support research, development, and innovation, Plenary. This program, a strategic partnership with the OCP Foundation and UM6P, backed by an unprecedented 1 billion dirhams, 100 million euro or dollars dirhams, 1 billion dirhams in funding. It's the beginning. Aims to boost high-level scientific and technological research while training a new generation of young researchers equipped to face tomorrow's challenge. At this occasion, I renew my thanks and my acknowledgement to the OCP Foundation and to UM6P for this initiative. Many other things. For this, I told you in the beginning, I need 4 hours, more than 4 hours, to present all the strategy of our ministry. But I will stop there. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with this observation. Each diploma is a social victory. Each innovation, a promise of progress, and each graduate student, a possible future for our nation, for our continent. I hope that the outcomes of your work at this general conference will positively influence, I am sure, that will positively influence African education and the research policies, opening up new horizons in the years to come. Thank you for your listening and for your attention.
Can I call on stage Mr. President Al-Hatti and Prof. Oyewole for a group picture? Mr. Al-Ghashi and also Dr. Said, please. Come on. Now let's get started. That formally been opened. Now, we can't talk about the future of higher education, science, and technology, which is the theme of this conference, without looking in the past and the history. So we want to pay tribute to some of the pioneers who have shaped this association and also who have shaped higher education. So I invite my colleague from the AAU. Come along. I think we are going to pay tribute to 3 pioneers today. One of them, please come in. Bring in the... Yes. So, the first award, and these are called the Higher Education, Science and Technology Awards. The first award is handed to Professor Mohammed Al-Fasi, who we've heard in the history, who was the pioneer, one of the pioneers who hosted the first conference of the AU here in Rabat. So of course, he's not with us, unfortunately, but it's posthum award. Yeah. Can you come and bring in the others? Come here.
Okay, can we have the video play for Professor Mohammed Al-Fasi?
The Association of African Universities posthumously honors Professor Mohammed Al-Fasi for his far-reaching impact on higher education and intellectual development in Africa. Professor Al-Fasi was instrumental in shaping modern education in post-independence Morocco and beyond. As the first Minister of National Education, Youth and Sports following Morocco's independence, he laid the groundwork for a national educational system that emphasized accessibility, cultural identity, and academic excellence. His reforms modernized curricula and bridged traditional Islamic learning with contemporary academic standards, creating a model emulated across the region. At the international level, Professor Al-Fasi elevated African scholarship on the world stage. As president of the Executive Board of UNESCO 1958 to 1966, he championed educational cooperation, cultural preservation, and multilingual education, contributing significantly to the global recognition of African intellectual heritage. An erudite historian and prolific writer, he documented and revived interest in Moroccan and Andalusian literature, Islamic scholarship, and North African oral traditions. His academic work not only preserved cultural memory, but also empowered future generations of African researchers and educators. Professor Al-Fasi's enduring legacy lies in his vision of education as a tool for liberation, identity building, and sustainable development. He inspired a generation of African thinkers and institutional leaders to believe in the power of indigenous knowledge systems and international collaboration. In recognition of his transformative contributions to African higher education, cultural scholarship, and global educational policy, the Association of African Universities is honoring Professor Mohammed Al-Fasi as a towering figure whose legacy continues to shape the academic and cultural landscapes of Africa.
So the recipient of the award from the ministry will take it on behalf of Ladies and gentlemen, the next award, the next Higher Education Excellence Award goes to Professor Nana Abba Apia Amfo. Put your hands together for her as she makes her way up to the stage. Put your hands together for her, please. Yeah. Let's have the video also cue in.
The Association of African Universities recognizes Professor Nanaba Apia Amfo as AAU Ambassador for Gender Equity and Social Inclusion in acknowledgement of her significant contributions in promoting gender equity, inclusion, and diversity within African higher education. Professor Amfo, an accomplished linguist and dedicated academic leader, made history as the first female vice-chancellor of the University of Ghana, leading the institution with a clear commitment to fostering inclusive excellence. Under her leadership, the university has prioritized gender-responsive policies, mentorship programs for women, and the integration of equity principles into institutional governance and culture. She has advanced initiatives that address the barriers faced by women and underrepresented groups in academia, championing policies that support the recruitment, retention, and advancement of female faculty and students. Her leadership has also emphasized the importance of creating safe, supportive environments that enable all students to thrive. She has also championed flagship initiatives such as the One Student, One Laptop program, classroom modernization, and hotspot comfort zones, which have expanded digital access and equity, ensuring that no student is left behind in the rapidly evolving educational landscape. Through her efforts, the University of Ghana has emerged as a continental model for digital readiness and resilience, further enhancing social inclusion. Beyond her institution, she has actively contributed to regional and continental dialogues on gender equity and social inclusion, advocating for policies that strengthen African universities as spaces for opportunity and equality. As the AAU Ambassador for Gender Equity and Social Inclusion, Professor Amfo will support the association in promoting inclusive practices, fostering collaborations, and driving initiatives that advance gender equity and the participation of marginalized groups across African higher education systems. In recognition of her visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to building inclusive universities that empower all, the Association of African Universities is pleased to present the citation to Professor Nanaba Apia Amfo, a champion for gender equity and social inclusion in African higher education.
Let's take with, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nanaba Apia Amfo, Vice Chancellor, University of Ghana. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Would want to request humbly the presence of Professor Nabapia for appear again. Prof would need you to be up here again for one more thing. And we can do better. Put your hands together for her. She makes her way up here. Thank you so much. All right. The final award that we'll be presenting today goes to Professor Ishak Olanrewaju Oloyede. Wherever you are, sir, please join us up here. Put your hands together for Professor Ishak Olanrewaju Oloyede. And he's been awarded AAU Ambassador for Institutional Transformation and Leadership. An applause for him, please. I'm glad you have the video on screen.
Professor Ishak Olanrewaju Oloyede is recognized by the Association of African Universities as AAU Ambassador for Institutional Transformation and Leadership in acknowledgement of his exemplary record in driving systemic change within African higher education. Throughout his career, Professor Oloyede has demonstrated a consistent commitment to institutional reform, accountability, and excellence in leadership. As Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ilorin, he oversaw significant advancements in academic stability, infrastructure development, and innovative management practices, positioning the institution as a model of efficiency and reliability in Nigeria's higher education system. In his current role as Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAMB, Professor Oloyede has transformed the examination body through the implementation of transparent, technology-driven systems that have enhanced public trust, operational efficiency, and revenue integrity. These reforms have not only improved Nigeria's education assessment landscape, but have also provided a template for public sector accountability in Africa. Beyond national contributions, Professor Oloyede has played significant roles in advancing higher education across the continent, including serving as president of the Association of African Universities from 2009 to 2011 and as a board member of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. His leadership in these roles has contributed to fostering inter-university collaboration, policy dialogue, and the harmonization of quality standards across African universities. His transformative leadership is rooted in his commitment to using education as a tool for societal development, equity, and national progress, consistently advocating for integrity and innovation in educational management. In recognition of his visionary leadership, institutional impact, and dedication to advancing African higher education systems, the Association of African Universities proudly recognizes Professor Ishaq Olarinwaju Oloyede as the AAU Ambassador for Institutional Transformation and Leadership, celebrating his enduring contributions to shaping a more accountable, innovative, and resilient higher education sector across Africa.
Thank you very much. We can proceed. I accept this duty from Dr. Siraj as we proceed with the goodwill messages by key partners. And we have 2 minutes to be so time conscious of this.
Yeah, I would like to make a very quick interruption because sadly this year the association have lost some dear members. I'll not say all the names. And I think the association has prepared a very short video to pay tribute. We apologize. We should have done that from the beginning. Maybe have even a minute of silence because these were some key people for the association that we have lost this year. So, Prof, maybe you want to say something about that.
In the course of the past 1 year, the Association of African Universities regrettably lost 3 key people within the organization in Africa. The first happened to be the first vice president of the association, who was the former vice chancellor of representing Egypt. We also have the regional coordinator of AAU, located in Khartoum, Sudan, and then our director of ICT, Madam Nodumo Lamini. I guess that there is a video presentation that we made on them, and then after that, we will stand up to observe a minute silence for them. Let the video come up, please. They're coming up. Somebody is there. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you.
Can we all rise up for a minute silence? May their souls rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Now the most important and difficult job is going to start, which is how to get back on time, because we're lagging a bit on time. So I will hand the floor to my colleague from AU, Juma, who will be the MC for the rest. And we have some messages from key partners. Yeah, and hopefully we can stick to the time if we could, 2 minutes each, so that we can get done on time. Thank you.
And as we're sticking with time, I'll start with the go-to messages by our key partners. The very first from the African Union Commission, Mr. Chigozie Emmanuel Okonkwo. You can put your hands together for Mr. Chigozie as he makes his way up here. We have 2 minutes to do this, each.
Bonjour, Excellences, distingués membres de l'Association des universités africaines, honorables délégués, amis africains, mesdames et messieurs, c'est avec un profond honneur que je prends la parole au nom de la Commission de l'Union africaine et plus particulièrement de son Excellence le professeur Gaspard Bianchim Bono, qui vient d'être élu commissaire de l'éducation, de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation de l'Union africaine. Il s'agit bien évidemment d'un homme que vous connaissez tous pour avoir été recteur de l'Université de Burundi et notamment le 5e secrétaire exécutif du Conseil interuniversitaire de l'Afrique de l'Est. J'ose croire que sous son leadership, il y aura une très bonne collaboration entre votre association et l'Union africaine. Dans cette salle de l'université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, je ressens le pôle vibrant de notre communauté de l'enseignement supérieur en pleine ascension, impatient de contribuer à la transformation d'un continent dont l'avenir est activement façonné par l'intelligentsia africaine réunie ici. Votre thème, façonner l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur pour l'innovation et le développement durable en Afrique, inspire une promesse solennelle envers les générations qui nous succéderont. Alors que nous amorçons de bâtir l'Afrique que nous voulons selon l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nous reconnaissons que le parcours ne relève pas uniquement des gouvernants et des politiques. La voie la plus essentielle vers cet avenir souhaité passe inéluctablement par les amphithéâtres, les laboratoires de recherche, les campus dynamiques de nos universités. C'est vous, membres de l'Association des universités africaines, qui êtes les architectes et les ingénieurs de cette nouvelle Afrique que nous voulons. Vous êtes les gardiens de la plus grande richesse de notre continent, le potentiel illimité de notre jeunesse. La Commission de l'Union africaine que je représente ne considère pas seulement l'Association des universités africaines uniquement comme un partenaire, mais comme le porte-étendard de nos aspirations collectives en matière d'éducation. Nous ressentons une immense fierté en vous ayant de mener avec beaucoup de courage et persévérance la transformation de notre paysage de l'enseignement supérieur. Nous ne construisons pas seulement les institutions, mais vous baptisez les fondations même d'une Afrique prospère, intégrée et autonome. En ce moment de célébration de la vision tournée vers l'avenir, nous prenons également le temps d'honorer une grande et militante de cette cause. Et c'est avec beaucoup d'émotion que nous voulons présenter nos condoléances à vous par rapport au décès de Mme Namoud Dlamini, une figure assez remarquée dont la passion pour l'enseignement supérieur était une torche ardente éclairant notre chemin. À la Commission de l'Union africaine, nous avons le privilège de collaborer avec elle, d'être inspirés par son intelligence vive, et nous voulons ainsi adresser nos sincères condoléances. Nous voulons, pour en finir, dire que l'Union africaine réitère son engagement à vous accompagner dans cette noble mission. Nous vous remercions.
For the sake of time, I will entreat all of our partners who will be giving the speeches to kindly move to the extreme right of the stage, of the seat over there, to kindly help us to be efficient in our time with the goodwill messages. The next partner on the list is Professor Suleiman Konate, who is the Secretary General for the Conseil Africain et Malgache pour l'Enseignement Supérieur. You're welcome, sir. Put your hands together for him, please.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I will deliver my message in French. Monsieur le Président de l'Association des universités africaines, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines, Mesdames et Messieurs les recteurs et présidents des universités membres de l'Association des universités africaines, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, tout protocole observé. Je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, remercier les plus hautes autorités du Royaume du Maroc et Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines, Professeur Oyewole, pour l'invitation du Conseil africain et malgache pour l'enseignement supérieur, le CAMES, à participer à cette 16e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUA. Comme vous le savez, le CAMES, institution académique interétatique créée par des chefs d'État africains en 1968 pour développer la solidarité scientifique et l'intégration académique, a pour mission essentielle de coordonner et harmoniser les politiques d'enseignement supérieur et de recherche en Afrique. Aujourd'hui, le CAMES comprend 19 États membres et constitue le cadre de gestion en commun des carrières d'environ 18 000 enseignants-chercheurs et chercheurs actifs à travers plus de 3 000 évaluations scientifiques par an. Excellences, distingués invités, le thème de cette 16e conférence générale de l'AUA, à savoir « Façonner l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur pour l'innovation et le développement durable en Afrique » intéresse à plus d'un titre le CAMES, car étant en synergie avec notre ambition de renforcer l'assurance qualité de l'enseignement supérieur, redynamiser la recherche scientifique et promouvoir l'intégration académique. Cela, bien sûr, en parfaite synergie avec nos partenaires historiques, dont plusieurs sont ici présents. C'est cette vision partagée entre l'AUA et le CAMES qui justifie notre présence ici à Rabat, où nous aurons l'insigne honneur de renforcer notre partenariat stratégique avec l'AUA à travers la signature d'un mémorandum d'entente. Dans l'espoir que cette 16e conférence générale de l'AUA trace les lignes directrices du futur d'un enseignement supérieur d'excellence pour le développement d'une véritable économie du savoir en Afrique, je vous remercie pour votre aimable et patiente attention.
Merci beaucoup. The next on the list is Ms. Stefania Giannini, ADG UNESCO. Put your hands together for Ms. Stefania. Okay, we'll move to the next one. And yeah. Any representative from UNESCO? Okay. We have a representative from UNESCO. Put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here. Okay, do we have a video cue in for Ms. Stefania Giannini, tech team?
Dear President and Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, it's really a great honor and pleasure for me to address at distance, at least, you at all the participants at the 16th Quadrennial General Conference of AAU. And let me begin really by commending all the members of the African Union Association of Universities for its tireless efforts to strengthen the role of universities and higher education at large across the continent, and for choosing a very specific, important, timely topic this year, which captures the continent's aspirations, which is about shaping the future of higher education and boosting innovation and sustainable development in Africa. Well, we all know that Africa is a very interesting and relevant case study, let me say, at a very pivotal moment, with the world's youngest population and the youth population, which is supposed to double by 2050, and the rising demand for skills, for employment, for innovation. Accordingly, we all know that higher education, universities, as a main driver for development in a knowledge-based society, has really the unique potential to drive this growth, to drive inclusive, sustainable growth across the region. However, we know the challenges, and we know that challenges remain. Let me mention some of them. Access. Access remains very much narrow and limited, with gross enrollment, if I'm not mistaken, having tripled over the past 20 years, and it's good. It's a good trend, but reaching 9% is really very, very, small figure and data that we have to work on. And we know that the average global enrollment ratio is over 40%, while the north of the world is very much, above 75. So millions of African youth remain out of employment, out of education, out of training. And this is a big threat for the future of the continent, and accordingly for the future of the world. Well, that's why investing in higher education, as we see at UNESCO, is not a luxury, it's a fundamental part of the basic human right to education. And most importantly, it's a strategic imperative to break intergenerational cycles of poverty, cycles of, let's say, illiteracy, and it's about creating decent employment opportunities and keep the next generation with the tools to shape a peaceful and prosperous Africa. We are very proud at UNESCO to be on your side. We are very proud to support this vision and to try together to make this vision a real concrete roadmap. We know that some normative instruments can help, can really facilitate this process, from Addis Ababa Convention through the Global Convention on the Recognition of Degrees and Qualifications concerning higher education. And it's about ensuring the ethical and inclusive use of technology, and especially now AI. So we have a flagship initiative, as you know, we call it Campus Africa. It's a program by which we wish to strengthen research capacity, we wish to expand the doctoral training and schools, and we wish to enhance the employability of graduates, let's say working very much on the technical and vocational training programs post-secondary level. And this is very much altogether this three-dimension, creating and on strengthening already existing ecosystem for innovation and employment. Above all, we are committed, of course, to partnership with the AAU, partnership with the African Union, universities, governments, and all the different stakeholders that are, essential part of this ecosystem. And I think that altogether, really focusing on this important part of the right to education and, let's say, trying to amplify the impact of these programs, we can really, contribute to the future of Africa through its youth, through its education programs, through its research and science-based solutions. I wish you a productive and, I'm sure, inspiring conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is from Stefania Giannini, and the next partner to give us a good message is the World Bank. Put your hands together for our rep from the World Bank.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Namrata Tagnada. I am with the World Bank's Education Global Practice, and I focus on our regional higher education engagement in West and Central Africa. Thank you very much for inviting the World Bank to present a goodwill message at the opening of this excellent event. So distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, friends, partners, a very good morning from all of us. It is a true pleasure to join you on the occasion of the 16th General Conference of the Association of African Universities. On behalf of the World Bank and my colleague who is here with me, I extend warm congratulations to the AAU and to its members for convening this very important gathering. As we've heard from other partners, the theme of this conference is forward-looking and very timely, shaping the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development. Over the past decade, the World Bank and the Association of African Universities we've had the privilege of working together extremely closely on the bank's flagship initiative, which is the Africa Centers of Excellence program. This has been in implementation in the African continent, both on the West and Central Africa side, as well as East Africa, with partnerships with universities in North Africa since 2014. And what the program has really, from our perspective, been able to do is bring together governments, universities, development partners, institutions, systems to really strengthen the higher education sector in the continent, advance cutting-edge research and innovation, and build the next generation of African leaders and scientists. AAU has played a pivotal role in the coordination and implementation of this program. Their commitment, their convening power have been central to the success that we have seen under the Africa Centers of Excellence project. As we look to the future, the World Bank continues to be committed to this agenda and to this partnership. The goal is really sustaining this trajectory of excellence and expanding opportunity for African youth. We are truly delighted in closing to be here in Morocco and to have an opportunity to interact and engage with university leaders in Morocco, in the Maghreb region, and of course from the African continent. So we look forward to this conference, to the interactions. Wish everybody a productive and fruitful proceeding. And thank you very much again for having us here and giving the opportunity for this message.
Thank you. Our next go-to message is from the Director for Education Policy and Programs, Obriel, Dr. Elizabeth Colucci. Put your hands together for Dr. Elizabeth Colucci.
Esteemed colleagues, friends, it is a great pleasure to be able to address you this morning. I will be brief. I will speak from the heart. For me, it is truly moving to share the stage with what I think is one of the most visionary leaders in African higher education, Professor Olusegun Olewole, who has led this organization, the Association of African Universities, really into the frontier. And I think the title of this conference reflects that. It is forward-looking, it is about innovation, and it is about sustainable development, which I think are topics that unite all of our institutions and our organizations. I represent Obriel. This is an organization that operates globally, focused on South-South-North partnerships for development in the tertiary higher education and higher education sectors. We are a unique animal. I think we work very closely with associations of universities like AAU because we believe in their convening power and in their transformative power. And it's true that in Africa, AAU has been our most important and I think long-term and resilient partner. It is the convening voice of African higher education. And we believe that through and with the AAU, we can achieve shared missions and goals like the ones reflected in the title of this conference. We also are an association that believes very much in putting our words and our agreements and our MOUs into practice. And I think this is something we try to do actively with AAU and many other important partners across the African continent. For example, we have some key initiatives that we share with AAU. We have worked for over a decade in the advocacy of harmonization of African higher education, integration of the African higher education space. We've done that through important initiatives like the HAQUA initiative, which will have a special plenary session later this afternoon, which I hope you will join. And through those initiatives, we've worked on topics like higher education data for policymaking, transparency tools for recognition and mobility, and also, and very importantly, quality assurance and common quality standards in the African continent. We have also worked very closely with AAU to champion not just intra-African South-South cooperation for development, but Africa's role globally. And it is with that that I would like to announce and invite you to join us in Bogota in November of this year, where with AAU and with the African Union Commission and with many important associations of higher education institutions and governments in Latin America, we will be celebrating the third interregional conference on education for development, championing South-South interregional partnerships between Africa and the Latin American continent. So please do join us for that very important occasion. Thank you to AAU for your wonderful work. You are a lighthouse, and we are really honored to be here and to be celebrating this very important event with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this next goodwill message from a man who is a senior advocate of Nigeria, who ably holds the Association of West African Universities on his shoulders, Professor Wahab Egbewele. Put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here.
Presidents and vice chancellors of various universities, on behalf of Association of West African Universities, I join you in welcoming you into this great conference. I commend the Association of African Universities for sustaining this great innovation and idea culminating in the 16th Quadrennial Conference. The theme, shaping the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development in Africa, is not only timely, it is indeed a time that it has come at a time that the continent is grappling with evolving challenges in access to quality education, digital transformation, and graduate employability. Opportunities as these remain vital for aligning our collective efforts with the aspirations of Agenda 2063 and its strategic goals. For us in Awau, we'll continue to work closely with AAU to promote collaboration among institutions in our sub-regions. We are indeed proud of the growing synergy between Awau and AAU in strengthening quality assurance and the inroads we are currently making in collaboration with Asia and Latin American higher education institutions to refocus and reposition the continental higher education. I commend the leadership of AAU under the stewardship of Professor Olushola Bandele Oyewole. No doubt his vision, dedication, and passion for higher education development continue to inspire transformative partnership across Africa's knowledge ecosystem. His pursuit of digital education in Africa is gradually transforming the landscape. I urge all delegates to engage meaningfully, explore new partnership, and contribute ideas that will move our universities forward in research, relevance, responsiveness, and resilience. Once again, I say congratulations to AAU on this important gathering.
Thank you very much. Our next partner is the head of Science, Technology, and Innovation, African Union Department Agency, NEPAD, AUDA NEPAD, Dr. Brando Okolo. Put your hands together for Dr. Brando.
First of all, I'd like to thank AAU for making it possible for us to be here in this wonderful kingdom of Morocco. Distinguished vice chancellors, rectors, academic leaders, and esteemed colleagues. It's my distinct honor on behalf of our CEO, Madam Nados Bekele-Thomas, to bring greetings from the African Union Development Agency and to address this distinguished gathering of the Association of African Universities. Africa, as you all know, stands at a pivotal moment in its development trajectory. The universities across our continent are not merely institutions of learning. You are architects of Africa's future, the catalysts of its transformation, and the guardians of our collective intellectual change. The AUD and NEPAD's perspective on science, technology, and innovation, we recognize that African universities are central to achieving aspirations outlined both in our Agenda 2063 as well as the implementation of the Continental Strategy on Science, Technology, and Innovation called STISA 2034. We know that the research platforms from our universities across all disciplines are incubating solutions to our most pressing challenges, from climate resilience to food security, to social upheavals to peace and security, and from digital transformation to sustainable energy. The partnership between the AUD and the African universities are critical for us. Through our initiatives like the Southern African Innovation Support Program and our various STI frameworks, we've witnessed firsthand how academic excellence translates into real-world impact. Our work together is not complete. We must strengthen it. We must listen to Africans, especially the youths within our continent, and the communities which we serve, so that the messages we deliver to them are translated into growth for this continent. I'm positive that this gathering of the 16th conference here in Morocco will yield productive deliberations and transformative outcomes. I thank you for your attention, and congratulations to organizing committee. Shukran, asante sana.
Asante sana, once again. At this moment, I would want you all to join me as our delegate from KAHI. Kindly be on your feet so we can give you an applause, please. Our Chinese delegates, please be on your feet.
All the delegates from China, can you rise up while we greet you specially? Can they be on their feet? Let them rise. The Chinese delegates, rise up while we welcome you specially. You are special.
So I officially invite the Vice Chairman of the University Council, Beijing Normal University, Special Representative of China Association of Higher Education, KAI, to join me here, Professor Zuyu Zhu. Put your hands together for Professor Zhu.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, Vice Chancellors, Presidents, scholars, and friends. Today, the 6th General Assembly of AAU opens with great ceremony here in Rabat, Morocco. University leaders, scholars, and friends from across the continent gather together to reflect deeply and also discuss the pivotal themes shaping higher education in Africa and beyond. Entrusted by the China Association of Higher Education, I warmly congratulate on the successful convening of this assembly. I express our heartfelt respect to AAU for its enduring commitment to advancing higher education on the continent, and also for international cooperation. I extend our sincere gratitude to Mohammed V and VI, the 5th University and the 6th Polytechnic University, for the considerate and thoughtful arrangement and generous support for this conference. In the past decade, China has attached great emphasis on the partnership with Africa. CASE and AAU are friendly strategic partners. In 2023, the two sides jointly launched the China-Africa Universities Alliance Exchange Mechanism, under which the 100 China-Africa Universities Cooperation Plan was implemented. Today, the initiative has brought together more than 300 member universities from both sides, clustered around 10 priority areas: digital education, health, agriculture, and 7 others. The plan has already produced more than 30 inter-university cooperation agreements, 5 joint laboratories and research centers, and thousands of reciprocal visits by faculty and students. During 2024 Beijing Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit, we convened the annual meeting of the China-Africa Universities Alliance Exchange Mechanisms, which released a list of projects under the 100 China-Africa Universities Cooperation Plan in support of UNESCO's Campus Africa initiative. This year's assembly will feature a special success on China-Africa higher education exchange and cooperation. This is a very special session. It will be held on tomorrow afternoon in the Mimi Conference Room of Muhammad VI Polytechnic University. The representatives from more than 20 Chinese universities will be in attendance. We warmly invite representatives of African universities join us for face-to-face discussions. I believe that discussion is very important, and I hope it will be fruitful. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, Chinese universities stand ready to work hand in hand with AAU and higher education institutions across the continent to deepen practical inter-university cooperation in service of social and economic development in both China and Africa, embracing global challenges and opportunities. I wish the conference a great success. Thank you, AAU. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our final goodwill message will be from Dr. Yukai Mlamo from the MasterCard Foundation. Put your hands together for Dr. Mlamo from MasterCard Foundation.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon now, I'm not sure. His Excellency El Midao, Minister of Higher Education, Professor Said, President of the AAU, our hosts at President El Habti for UM6P and Prof. Rachi for UM5, Professor Olewoye, and the entire AAU organizing team, and representatives of the African Union Commission, Vice Chancellors, Presidents, Rectors, and distinguished guests, all protocol observed for anyone I've missed. My name is Yokai Mlambo. I'm the Interim Director of Strategy and Programming in our Higher Education Unit at the MasterCard Foundation. I bring greetings from our CEO, Rita Roy, and long-standing friend of the AAU, Chief Operations Officer, Dr. Peter Materu, and the entire MasterCard Foundation team. We are honored to be part of this annual gathering where we are discussing how to shape the future of higher education to advance transformation and innovation across the continent. As the MasterCard Foundation, our goal is to advance education and financial inclusion to enable young people in Africa and indigenous communities in Canada to access dignified and fulfilling work. Through our Young Africa Work strategy, we will enable 30 million young people to access work by 2030. We of course recognize the transformative power of higher education to achieve this goal. We will be sharing a little bit more about our work in our fireside chat tomorrow. Hopefully you can join us. We are honored to be able to listen and learn from you this week on how to continue to support young people to shape their own futures and transform Africa because they have walked through your doors. We have set up a listening booth this week to hear more from you about how to transform Africa through higher education. Please stop by and share your thoughts. We look forward to learning, and thank you to the AAU for convening us all. Wishing us all a productive and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this moment, if you look at your program outline, we have performance quarterly, but we have to skip that and go to the photography. So in this order, we'll have a photography. So please be informed. The first is the AAU board members will make their way to the stage for the photography. And the next will be VCs. So VCs will be up next after the board members. Yes, so please, tech team, let's have lightning for good photography. High resolution, HD, very important. So board members will make their way to stage first. The next will be vice chancellors. Thank you very much. I like the lighting. That's splendid. Now we have the board members on the stage for the photography. Photographers, are you ready? Please give them a cue. Give them a cue. Yeah. You give me a sign when you're good. Okay. Are we good? Thank you very much. Board members, thank you so much for making your way up here. The next team coming up here will be vice chancellors who are here present. Vice chancellors, please make your way.
Yes, you have to stay. You have to stay.
Yes, vice chancellors in the building. Kindly make your way up here for your photography. All vice chancellors majestically making your way up here for your photography. You're welcome. Photographers, give us a cue when you're done. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellors, for coming up stage. Thank you very much. You can have your seat now. So as the Vice Chancellors take their seat, I call upon all partners present here at the conference, please prepare to make your way to the stage. All partners. Partners, African Union Commission, CAMIS, UNESCO, World Bank, Obriel, AWAO, Alda NEPAD, and KAHI, MasterCard Foundation. Please make your way up here for a group photography. Yeah, partners. Partners. Absolutely. Oh, fine, sir. Thank you, sir. African Union Commission, CAMIS, UNESCO, Obriel, AWAO, Alda NEPAD, KAHI, MasterCard Foundation. Please make your way up here for group photograph. All right, now this is a special call for university registrars present here. University registrars, if you're here, kindly make your way up here. Registrar for university present here, kindly make your way up here for a photograph. University registrars and institution registrars. University registrars, registrars of institutions, please make your way up here. University registrars, let's wrap this up.
Thank you.
Photographers, give us a cue when you're done. University registrars at the moment. University registrars and institutions registrars. Thank you very much, registrars. Now, this is a special delegation. We'll have all the Chinese Association of Higher Education Learning up here for a special photography. So, KAHI members.
We have to call the buzzers.
下面请所有的中方参会代表，我们上前面来一块儿拍照合影。
Right. So, KAHI delegates, please have time, it's your moment for your group photography.
所有的那个中国来的代表啊，都上来照一张相，啊，稍微快一点。
Thank you. Thank you. Chinese delegate on the stage for photography. All right, thank you so much. And our last group will be the bursars and deans. So if you're a dean, a bursar from a university and you're here, kindly please make your way up here for a photograph. Our deans and bursars. If you're a dean, you're a bursar, and you are present here, kindly make your way upstage for a photograph. Deans and bursars. Yes. Deans, bursars, librarians, or any other non-academic stakeholder in a university, kindly please make your way up here. Dean, bursar, or any non-academic stakeholder or university leader, please make your way up here for a photograph. Thank you very much. This is our last photography. Last one. Deans, bursars, any other non-academic stakeholder within the university, be up here. Thank you very much. This is for deans, bursars, or any other non-academic stakeholder in a university. Kindly please make your way up here. This is the last call. ICT directors, please be on cue. ICT directors, please be on standby. You will be coming upstage right away. ICT directors for universities, please stand by. ICT directors on standby. Please make your way halfway to the stage, halfway to the stage. ICT directors, make your way to the stage now, fully. Make your way up here fully for your photograph. ICT directors, ICT. We are done. We are done. The guys. It's too much. So we are done. We're not done. We are done. All right, so distinguished guests, at this moment, we'll be taking our snack break. So kindly reach out to the lobby for the snack break. We'll be resuming exactly per our time. We are way behind time, but after a snack break of 10 minutes, we should be back here to resume our plenary session 2. So plenary session 2 will be beginning in 10 minutes. So please kindly reach out for your snack break or hang around and wait for the second plenary session. See you all in the second session. Tech team, can you keep the screens busy with some promotional videos? Tech team, can you keep our screens busy with some videos on the screen? Promotional videos. Okay. Okay.
So after the snack break, is that when he will give the keynote? And it's around 20, 25 minutes, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
See you. All right. Okay, video.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're going to present? I was going to introduce you. Okay, go ahead.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back from the snack break. And I believe that you're all preparing to settle so we can continue the session. So I want to entreat all of you in here to kindly take your seats so we can continue the session. Now, this session is the second plenary session, which holds a keynote address on the theme shaping the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development in Africa. And this session will be chaired by Professor El-Matani Mahmoud Ahmed Shoki. He is the board member, North Africa, and former president of Ain Shams University, Egypt. Help me put your hands together for Professor El-Matani Mahmoud Ahmed Shoki as he makes his way up here to give his remark. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm really pleased to be with you today. And let me start by expressing my deep gratitude and thanks, of course, to all my colleagues in the members of the board, of the governing board of the AU, headed by Professor Bekri, and the great work he has been doing over the past few years, and our great Secretary General, Dr. Ursula Oyewale, again for his great contribution and taking really the AU to the next level, and all my colleagues in the members of the board members of the AU. Thanks are due, of course, to the presidents and my colleagues in both universities, Mohammed V University and Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, who are hosting us today, for their hospitality that is second to none, and their great kindness that they showed us, each and every one of them, to each and every one of us. It's my first visit to Morocco. As an Egyptian, maybe it's strange because all Egyptians love to come to Morocco. And I was really stunned by Rabat city, by the cleanliness, by how greenery it is, and the discipline, as if I'm really in one of the Western capitals, if not better. So I really applaud and give to all my Moroccan colleagues that they are really here in this country doing a great job, and this great venue, as we can all see, is really, we are all very proud of the work being done in Morocco, especially in the higher education sector. Today we're going to go a little bit short of time and a little bit late. So the plenary session that we are starting now, I'm very pleased to present my co-chair, Professor Mohammed El-Maghrabi, the AU Europe Regional Office Steering Committee member. I don't know if he's here to come up because he's supposed to be co-chairing this session with me. Professor Mohammed El-Maghrabi. Is he here? And our first speaker will be Dr. Burhan Sharkoon. He's the director of the Policies and Lifelong Learning System Division at UNESCO. And he will be touching on a very important topic, actually the hottest topic that in higher education is revolving around the globe, which is shaping the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development in Africa, which is actually the main theme of this Congress. So may I invite Dr. Burhan Sharkoon to start enlightening us over the next 20 minutes or so. Hello. Dr. Burhan, if you allow me just before please join me. We actually speak about innovation and sustainable development goals and the achievement of sustainable development goals that started from the United Nations in 2015, and we are only 5 years to go now. And I'm sure that we are all have got our challenges around the globe, but speak about Africa, maybe the challenges is even more important, as this is what we are going to listen to Dr. Burhan to enlighten us about. But when it comes to innovation as well, I think it's again a very important topic. We're not anymore speaking in our universe about education, about research, even if it's cutting edge research or community engagement, but going to the fourth generation universities, innovation is becoming a must and not a luxury. So again, he will touch on this topic, and then he will, and maybe the SDG will comment and will open the discussion for a few minutes after he finishes. Dr. Burhan, please.
Honorable President of the African Association of Universities, Honorable Secretary General of the African Association of Universities, President of the UM6P, President of the Mohammed V University in Rabat, their members of the AAU, Vice Chancellors, Rectors, UNESCO chairs as well, and President of the session. First, let me say that the ties between the Africa Association of Universities and UNESCO are rooted in the past. I have seen how through women and men who contributed to the collaboration have built this collaboration in the past, but also just to mention that it is also in the present. And yesterday we had a very important session in collaboration with the AAU for leadership, the capacity development on digital transformation and artificial intelligence. And I'm sure through this conference and going ahead, we'll have more collaboration. So let me really acknowledge this collaboration and thanks to you. Colleagues, it's an honor to address this distinguished gathering of higher education leaders and partners from the African continent at the 16th Quadrennial Conference of the African Associations of Universities. We gather at a moment of unprecedented promise and profound urgency. Across Africa, higher education institutions stand at a crossroad between the familiar and the transformational, between systems designed for the world of yesterday and the need for reimagining higher education to engage and shape the digital and AI revolution, the green transition, and an unknown future to all of us. We are here to celebrate the advances made in our higher education systems and acknowledge the many challenges before us. But we are also here to reaffirm and unite behind the idea that education remains the best investment we can make in our shared future in this period of transition, polycrisis, and rapid change. Chair, you mentioned SDGs. We consider that SDG 4 on education is the one that unlocks the potential of all other SDGs, and it's very important that we remain committed to investment in education. Because education empowers individuals, equalizes societies, and lays the ground for shared prosperity. Because schools, universities, and places of higher education and skilling are where ideas take shape, where values are tested, and where the future is imagined before it is built. So the choice of the theme of our conference today is timely and central: how we can shape the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development in Africa. So why do universities, science, and research matter for innovation and sustainable development in Africa, and I will say beyond? Because I believe that the essential features of the university can make this happen. Let me encapsulate this in these features in 4 I's. The university is independent, is international, is interdisciplinary, and is innovative. Throughout the history, universities have been spaces of free inquiry, critical thinking, and public debate. Their independence is necessarily part of the role that they play in society. And of course, of this independence also brings with it a responsibility to act in the public interest and contribute to the national, regional, and global development goals. This is not only about autonomy of universities, but also about academic freedom of the teaching staff. And I think this is a matter that is close to all the leaders that are in the room. Academic freedom is being attacked in different parts of the world, and we have to stand for the academic freedom and independence of the universities. The second I is about internationalism. It is also part of the DNA of higher education. From their earliest days, universities have been at their best when they are international, when they have welcomed students from distant places, fostered cross-cultural dialogue, and valorized the circulation of ideas, those popular and also unpopular. Whether we are talking about Africa, the University of Tombouctou in Mali, or the Al-Qarawiyyin University, which is considered the world's oldest continuous operating university in Fez. Or in India, where in the same period, the Sanskrit became the vehicle for developing and transmitting Hindu ideas about society, or whether we are talking about Europe, in Andalusia, or as well in founding of universities in places like Bologna, Paris, Oxford, and Salamanca, slightly later. We are talking about academic communities that were truly international, even from the earliest day. The third I is about interdisciplinarity. Is another defining feature of the university. A university contains a range of different specialization and disciplines, each offering their own ways of framing problems and advancing knowledge and action. Yet the university gathers them together and under the conviction that we will be all richer for interdisciplinarity, for a plurality of approaches. The final I would like to mention is the importance of innovation, and that's the theme of our conference, among others. Universities have a long role of bringing into the world new knowledge, scientific advancement, technological application that serve humanity. Universities have a critical role to play around a new collective and shared responsibility to ensure that innovation serves society, not just the market. They must address not only technological advancement, but also its social, ethical, and environmental implication. And they can do so while safeguarding their independence and academic freedom, as mentioned earlier, which is the precondition under which knowledge flourishes and society progresses. Particularly at a time when digital transformation is dramatically reshaping the way we generate, share, validate, and use knowledge, and with it, education itself. Let me add the last I that is also important, which I think is also appropriate to give and attach to universities. Universities have also long stood as the bridges between the past and the future. They preserve humanity's collective understanding and knowledge, and at the same time, pioneer new ways of thinking. This makes them a critical intergenerational meeting point. A fifth I, if I can allow to add. A key mechanism for co-creating futures together. This is also about engaging in communities, societies, serving its own ecosystem, and offering services to a wider range of stakeholders. Dear colleagues, higher education has a strong foundation and core features, but it is changing rapidly, today in tandem with the world that is also changing. Since the UNESCO Third World Higher Education Conference in 2022 in Barcelona, we have seen a number of transformations, accelerations, and also new challenges that emerges. Let me zoom on Africa. There are three critical aspects specific to Africa that can unleash or prevent Africa for higher education to transform to be part of this innovation and sustainable development, as we put it, our overarching theme. First, Africa's recent economic growth, averaging around 3.8 annually over the past decade, is not sufficient and has not translated into sufficient job creation or broad-based wealth. Despite being home to some of the world's fastest growing economies, over 490 million Africans still live in poverty, and youth unemployment remains alarming high, with more than 60% of the continent employed being young people. Much of the growth has been driven by resource extraction and informal sectors, which offer limited long-term opportunities and little social protection. To reverse this trend, Africa must embrace a new development path that is more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive. This path must prioritize investment in quality education and skills, and foster a culture of entrepreneurship, creativity, and innovation, especially among young people. A key engine for generating decent jobs and driving economic transformation. Equally important is the need to take the digital turn by leveraging digital technologies to expand access to services, boost productivity, and create new economic opportunities. Only by combining these efforts can Africa offer citizens a chance to live a dignified, fulfilling life in a resilient and forward-looking societies. And obviously, higher education is at the center of that. Second, the quality of education in Africa is alarmingly low. We have achieved a match in terms of access to basic education. But the quality is still lagging behind. And according to work we conducted with the World Bank and UNICEF colleagues, 7 out of 10 children in Africa are not able to read and understand a simple sentence at the age of 10. I have to repeat this. 7 out of 10 children aged 10, they are not able to read and understand a simple sentence. We are missing 15 million teachers to reach SDG 4. In higher education, over the past 2 decades, the number of students enrolled in higher education worldwide has more than doubled, from around 100 million at the turn of the century to today to 164 million. The total number of students enrolled in tertiary education in sub-Saharan Africa has also more than doubled since 2000, growing from around 4 million to over 9 million today. But that's what mentioned my colleague Stefania Giannini. It corresponds to 9% of gross enrollment rate, while the average, the global average, is around 42%. More problematic, and we see that in the leadership of higher education universities, unfortunately. And according to our most recent data, women now outnumber men in higher education globally. But in Africa, in 2023, there were 78 women enrolled for every 100 men in higher education. Much we have to do in terms of gender equality. And this is something, again, that higher education has to take forward. Third, today universities worldwide are producing knowledge on an unprecedented scale. Colleagues, when Einstein published his theory of relativity in 1905, around 950 scientific papers were published that year. Today, universities produce more than 2 million research papers annually. This explosion of knowledge has driven extraordinary advances, from vaccine development to genome editing to renewable energy technology, AI, and others. Yet, in spite of Africa's immense research talent and innovation potential, the continent currently produces just 1% of the global scientific output. At the same time, we shouldn't be fatalistic. There are many reasons for hope and progress across the continent. Universities are demonstrating resilience, creativity, and willingness to work together for a better future. These signs remind us that positive transformation is not only possible, but already underway, and actions are there. African universities are not standing still. Across the continent, higher education institutions are moving beyond learning in lecture halls to interactive, student-centered, and project-based learning that is often multidisciplinary and interinstitutional. We have a program that are being implemented, and we can see here in the UM6P, but we also have been supporting countries. Let me mention, for example, from Makerere University in Uganda to École Polytechnique de Thiès in Senegal, we reached hundreds of faculties and thousands of students. For example, we supported the adoption of students entrepreneur in Côte d'Ivoire, and we are working in Ethiopia to reform curricula and adopt competency-based approaches. Colleagues, we need to address these challenges and take forward and scale up progress and achievement. Young Africans demand for more, and as young people advance in higher education, they are calling for more flexible, relevant, and inclusive lifelong learning pathways. Learners, including African students today, are increasingly mobile, not just across borders, but across institutions, sectors, and tertiary and higher technical and vocational education and training. And they have to continue updating their skills in a world
of work that is changing rapidly and societies that require more engaged citizens. The arrival of new forms of credentialing reflect this trend. For example, skills, micro-credentials, and stackable credentials, employment-linked qualifications, leading to redefining higher education across the globe and also in Africa. These shifts have been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, generative AI promises personalized learning pathways and tailored feedback, although for now, this remains largely a promise rather than a long-tested reality in many African universities. Still, AI is already embedded in universities and schools, and we have seen that yesterday in our discussion in this training that we organized for the leadership. And while I would like to emphasize that technology can never replace a highly qualified teachers, competent and human-centered faculty, but technology can help us empower a greater number of educators with more flexibility and agency. So it's not replacing teachers. It's a teacher who's qualified, who has the skills, can use AI, will be delivering much better quality and more relevant. And in this evolving landscape, the need for a responsive and flexible higher education sector and lifelong learning opportunities for all is a must, and has never been more critical. But let us be clear, Africa's youth are not just beneficiaries of higher education and lifelong learning. They are taking up the mantle as agents of change in both the what and how of teaching and learning, and in shaping solutions that positively benefit their communities. Look at the startups in Africa. It's a growing sector. We have young people in Africa who are investing, who are developing new entrepreneurship ideas. We have to cherish that. We have to incubate. We have to pioneer. We have to support. And it's not only about university role. It's about microfinancing. It's about the economic development. And this requires collaboration between university and the business sector, between universities and communities. And that's something that I hope in every university and place of learning in Africa, we will find innovators, entrepreneurs, community leaders, climate activists, creators, and problem solvers of the future. And this is very important for all our actions. Colleagues, we need to address these challenges together, and this is an important aspect for our action. And I would like to move to something that I think is very important in going forward. And I'm conscious about the time, Chair. Higher education and the digital society requires multilateralism, cooperation, and solidarity that have to be at the core of our values. Multilateralism is vital than ever in today's interconnected world. As our societies grow increasingly interdependent, economically, environmentally, and technologically, the challenges we face have become more complex and transnational in nature. From climate change and global health threats to economic instability and geopolitical tensions, we are living through a polycrisis that no single nation can solve alone. In this context, multilateralism provides an essential platform for inclusive dialogue, fosters mutual understanding, and promotes the development of shared frameworks. Universities across the world will have to collaborate, and Africa and the African associations have to work together. We need to develop common language on ethics, regulation, data sovereignty, knowledge sharing, and capacity building. Cooperation is also essential. Currently, few countries dominate artificial intelligence innovation, raising legitimate concerns about whose interests these technologies ultimately will serve. Yet this imbalance can be corrected through cooperation and partnership rooted in shared responsibility, mutual accountability, and ethical transparency. Solidarity is also critical because despite AI's vast potential, half of the world remains digitally excluded. An inclusive, equitable approach to AI can bridge this gap, potentially enabling previously disadvantaged regions not only to catch up, but even to leapfrog toward greater equity and education opportunities. And obviously, this is the work that universities have to do. So what UNESCO is doing in this context, and let me say a few words on our programs globally, but in the continent as well. The vision that has shaped our collaboration with Africa Union throughout the Africa Year of Education 2024 informed flagship gathering like the UNESCO chairs and partners from a forum in Addis Ababa late September. We also organized in Nairobi the Higher Education for Sustainable Development Forum. And we are working to implement the new Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA 2026-2035, which will chart the course for the next decade for all our actions together. The guiding question for UNESCO's work is not what will higher education look like in the years to come, but rather what kind of future do we want higher education to help us build, and for whom? Here, UNESCO supports governments and higher education stakeholders through three complementary roles that I would like to highlight. First, as a standard setter, our 2021 recommendation on open science sets a framework to make scientific knowledge openly available, accessible, reusable, ensuring that research benefits of all humanity. Our recommendations on the ethics of artificial intelligence, adopted by 193 member states, established the world's first global standard for AI in education and research, anchored in fairness, explainability, accountability, privacy, and human-centered design. We support the development of national strategies like Tanzania's recent AI policy, alongside practical tools that we have developed.
Dr. Shakroun, 1 minute.
Thank you. By championing the Addis Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications and the Global Convention, we are supporting mobility of students across the globe, but also intra-continent. And that's, I would say, a central part of the work we are doing through Campus Africa, is how we support mobility of students, doctoral studies, and ensuring that the intra-continent mobility outpaces, or at least is equal to the cross-continent mobility. Distinguished colleagues, we have come together here in Rabat at a moment of profound uncertainty. Education stands at a crossroads between possibility and peril, between continuity and disruption. The core truth remains unchanged. We are born to learn. Education is the foundation of peace, sustainable development, innovation, and human potential. We have seen this in the enduring role of universities and researchers in advancing knowledge and human progress. We are seeing it now in their role in navigating, and I hope steering, the digital transition. And as we take forward the conversation over the next few days on reimagining higher education system across Africa, let us remember that rapid change and transformation, whether digital, pedagogical, or organizational, are not our final destination, but simply an enabler. The true measure of progress lies not in the novelty of our tools or models, but in how they serve the creation of more just, inclusive, and sustainable societies rooted in human dignity and international solidarity. So let me close with a call to African higher education leaders that echoes the title of our conference, Shape Higher Education Boldly, Inclusively, and with African values and leadership at the core. Let us empower university leaders, faculty, students, administrators with the capacity that are needed to drive the change. Let us transform teaching and learning to prepare students for the jobs of the future, yes, but also for citizenship of the future, critical thinking, curiosity, and collaboration. Let us embed curricula with purpose-driven relevance so that the continent's higher education program and research and innovation capacities aligns with Africa's greatest challenges: climate change, public health, sustainable agriculture. At UNESCO, we have called for a new social contract for education, one grounded in solidarity, equity, and shared responsibility, one that recognizes education as a global common good and ensures that it remains the space for humanity's shared future is imagined, shaped, and co-created. So let's have a new social contract for higher education in Africa. This is not only possible, it is necessary and it is urgent. This is our moment to lead boldly, think collaboratively, and act with determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shakroun, for your elaborate. Please come and join me here. Thank you for your elaborate and very informative speech, and you touch on many points that you will make discussion very hard in few minutes. Maybe you have a room for just one or two rapid questions with rapid answer from the floor, if there is any. Can we have the lights on, please? Can we have the light on? Anyway, is there a microphone in in the floor? Okay. No comments. Okay, so maybe I'll start here, and after thanking you again, and we're blessed that we have Mr. SG with us here. How do you think, because we're touching on a really very important topic, very crucial actually, and very timely, which is the innovation on one hand, and SDGs and achieving the SDGs on the other hand. And actually, each one of these topics needs hours to discuss. So let me concentrate on innovation. How do you think, how do you see that we can incorporate innovation to be really woven in the fabric of our teaching process, research process, and the community engagement? How could we make innovation woven in the fabric of all this? We've reached hardly the third generation universities, and speak about the fourth generation that embrace innovation and entrepreneurship. I think in Africa we're lagging a little bit behind in this. So, what should we do, and how rapid should it be to catch up with the fifth generation universities incorporating the AI?
Thank you very much. You can put it down. No, thank you very much for this question. Let me say that at least there are three aspects that I would consider. First of all, I think that innovation is context-bound, and it's very important that the universities solve real problems in their communities and their economies. It's sometimes a bit strange when you see that the country is having a major water problem, for example, and that the university is not doing any research on water, and I don't want to mention countries. But there is a reality, sometimes universities get disconnected from the real problems in their communities. And they are supposed to solve the problem through research, through education, through engagement in communities. So I think the first one is that innovation is contextualized and is very important. The second point is innovation has to be built in partnership with private sector, for example, with the technology companies. And in many cases, we have been working with the 12 universities in Africa, and we have seen that there is no institutional home for the collaboration between university and the private sector or the community and the market.
And the industry.
And the industry, absolutely. So there is the lack of institutional homes or mechanism creates this disconnect between the university and innovation. And the last is about this international collaboration. I think universities have to be open for mobility, but also for international collaboration. One of the initiatives that we are having through Campus Africa is how to connect the network of research institutions so that they can co-publish together, that they can apply for grants, for funding together, that they can collaborate across continent, for example, through our UNESCO chairs. And we have in the room many of our UNESCO chairs. So I see these three aspects as critical in responding to the challenge of linking higher education and innovation.
Thank you. And I think at this time where knowledge-based economy is becoming the main driving and all over the globe rather than the resource-based economy that we used to rely on, innovation is becoming a must more and more. And I totally agree with you that it must be need-driven. We should look to our problems, to local problems in the continent, in a given country, and innovation be directed to fill the gap or to answer some question about a given problem like water scarcity, like insecurity of food, like climate change, whatever. So thank you very much. And for the interest of time, I'll stop here if there is no other comments or question from the floor. Mr. SG, do you want to comment, say anything? And if you can stay with us for the second. Let me call upon the next speaker, who will be Mr. Chiguzi Emmanuel Okonkwo, the African Union Commission. And he's going to present to us a topic, again, a very important and timely topic, which is the information sharing on the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2635 and the Continental TEVET Strategy 2534. A very long topic, very important one, and Mr. Speaker, you have around 20 minutes. Is that okay? To give some time again to commence your question? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Please confirm you can hear me. Please, can I have the presentation? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the already established protocol by, of course, Dr. Burin. It's a pleasure to see you here. I also realize that I'm probably standing, of course, between all of us and lunch. So trust me, I am with you. I'll try as much as possible to be as quick as I can. So over the next 20 minutes, as graciously allocated by the chair, we will explore two very important strategies shaping the overall education outlook and providing policy direction for our continent. The Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the African Continental TVET Strategy 2025 to 2034. These strategies collectively, if you may, really represent a robust framework for action. They indeed also design and propel Africa towards sustainable development through human capital empowerment. And it is a pleasure to be able to share some information related to both these strategies at this very auspicious occasion. Again, thank you so much to the AAU for inviting the African Union Commission to share thoughts on this. My name is Chigozie Emmanuel Okonkwo. I am with the African Union Commission. The Continental Education Strategy for Africa is fundamentally about realizing education as a human right for every individual in Africa. It builds upon the successes and lessons learned from its predecessor, what we call the CESA 1625, expanding and updating its scope to address contemporary challenges and opportunities. The strategy places significant emphasis on foundational skills, socioeconomic development, and labor market skills, recognizing this as critical for individual and national prosperity. CESA 26 to 35 also highlights additional focus area, which includes the central role of teachers, effective school leadership, the promotion of lifelong learning, and the integration of digitalization, artificial intelligence, and greening education initiatives. The strategy also addresses the crucial aspects of education in emergency, ensuring resilience and continuity in learning. You might ask, what is the investment case for education? I think I'll be speaking to the already converted, but it's always good to highlight this for posterity's sake, to say that the compelling investment case for education within the CESA framework is such that we should not view education as merely a social service. It is a fundamental right and a cornerstone for achieving peace and sustainable development across our continent. But beyond its intrinsic value, I think it is also important to mention that education yields substantial health and social benefits. It is directly linked to reduced mortality rates, improved maternal and child health outcomes, low fertility rates, significantly increasing agency for women, empowering them to participate more fully in society. But on the economic perspective, the labor market benefits are equally profound. Investing in education leads to increased individual earnings, a substantial growth in human capital wealth for nations across board. Also quite important to note is that this strategy underscores the immense cost of inaction, the economic and social repercussions of failing to adequately invest in education. Therefore, prioritizing education is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic economic decision. These slides addresses some of the persistent challenges facing education or African education, if you may, which the strategy aims to overcome. In terms of schooling, we continue to observe limited progress in enrollment, as also alluded to by Dr. Chakrun, and completion rate across levels. Issues such as gender parity, particularly in higher education and low pre-primary enrollment, remains significantly challenged. The continent is also grappling with a profound learning crisis in primary schools, where many of our children are not acquiring foundational literacy and numeracy skills. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated these challenges, disrupting education systems globally and highlighting some of our vulnerabilities, especially on the continent. But also financially, education in Africa remains significantly constrained, including decreased public funding, high debt burden in many of our countries, and insufficient investment in critical education infrastructures. These challenges underscore the urgent need for the comprehensive and strategic interventions as outlined in the CESA 26 to 35. Here, we provide an overview of the CESA framework for action. The overarching vision is to foster an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens. This strategy is meticulously structured around 6 strategic areas, each with 3 specific objectives, complemented by 2 additional objectives focused on implementation and monitoring, as well as evaluation. This results in a total of 20 objectives designed to guide action. These strategic areas are categorized into 3 main components: foundations, which include strategic area 1 on resource and enabling environment, strategic area 2 on teachers and educators, pillars represented by strategic area 3 on education, basic education, focusing on foundational socio-economical and labor market skills, as well as enhancing elements, all-encompassing elements comprising of strategic area 4, 5, and 6, focusing on higher education and TVET, second chance programs and lifelong learning, as well as gender, equity, and inclusion. This holistic framework ensures that all critical aspects of education are addressed in a coordinated manner. Here, we elaborate on the specific strategic areas and their core objectives within the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. Strategic Area 1 focuses on resources and an enabling environment, emphasizing evidence-based policies, robust governance, sustainable funding, strong partnership, updated curricula to meet current challenges like digitalization and greening, and expanded infrastructure. The strategic area 2 is dedicated to teachers, educators, and caregivers. This strategy aims for improved teacher policies, enhanced education and professional development, increased attractiveness of teaching profession, and investment in school leadership, particularly for female leaders. The strategic area 3, which is on basic education, seeks cost-effective approaches for early childhood education and foundational learning, investments in social-emotional skills, and the promotion of 21st century labor market skills, including ICT, artificial intelligence, and STEAM. The strategic area 4, higher education and TVET, focuses on strengthening links between TVET and the labor market, expanding access and quality of higher education, and incentivizing research. The second to the last strategic area, which is on second chance programs and lifelong learning, aims to expand opportunities for out-of-school children, adult literacy campaigns, and support for lifelong learning. And finally, the strategic area 6, which is on gender, equity, and inclusion, indeed promotes or seeks to promote gender equality in and through education, reduces the cost of schooling for equity, and ensures that there is inclusiveness for vulnerable and at-risk groups. These strategic areas are designed to be interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Colleagues, in the interest of time, now transitioning into the continental TVET strategy. This strategy is titled Sustainable Development, Social Justice and Employability for All, clearly articulating its broad and inclusive goals. Its vision is to pave a path, if you may, to prosperity through a skilled workforce, harnessing the full potential of technical and vocational education and training across our dear continent, Africa. This includes specifically equipping youths, women, and vulnerable groups with the necessary skills required for the transformation of our continent. The strategy is strategically aligned with the broader vision, AU vision of Agenda 2063, which envisioned the Africa we want, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those related to quality education, decent work, and reduced inequalities. This alignment ensures that the TVET efforts contributes directly to continental and global development agenda. For a moment, I would like to highlight the context and persistent challenges within the TVET sector in Africa. An evaluation of the 2015 TVET strategy, which was done last year in 2024, revealed that while progress has been made, significant challenges persist. A major issue is in relation to skills mismatch, where skills of TVET graduates do not adequately meet the demands of the labor market. But I think this is especially so across board, not particularly the TVET ecosystem. We also face weak institutions characterized by fragmented governance and inadequate capacity, alongside insufficient financing and a lack of robust quality assurance mechanism. There is limited involvement from employers and workers in TVET programs designs and implementation, which of course contributes to the skills gap. There is also a lack of anticipation for future skills needs, particularly concerning emerging trends such as artificial intelligence, digitalization, and climate change. TVET centers are often unequally distributed, but primarily concentrated in urban areas, limiting access for rural populations. There's also a persistency of gender gaps, especially in STEM TVET fields, and a generally poor perception of TVET, leading to reluctance to enrollment, further compounding all of these issues that earlier alluded to. A critical trainer shortage impacts the quality and reach of TVET programs, and I think this is one of the most fundamental issues. But all of these are at the core, they are the anchor of the new continental TVET strategy, CTVET 25 to 34. The new CTVET strategy marks a, if you may, significant shift, moving from primary focus on youth employability in the previous strategy to a more holistic view, a more holistic, inclusive approach. This inclusive approach specifically targets women and men of all ages, vulnerable groups, workers in the informal and rural economies, and even migrants, refugees, displaced persons, as well as people with disabilities. The strategy also proactively addresses modern challenges, recognizing the transformative impact of technological advancement, climate shifts, demographic changes, and the evolving nature of blended work environments. It also considers the importance of well-being and mental health in the workforce. This comprehensive approach ensures that TVET is responsive to the diverse needs of Africa's population and the dynamic global landscape. The strategy is firmly aligned, as with the strategy before it, with the UN SDG 4, 8, and 10, but also the African Union Agenda 2063, specifically Aspiration 1 and 3, which focuses on prosperity, but also prosperity based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Here we outline the overarching vision of the strategy, the vision, the mission that drives the African continental TVET strategy. The strategy is deeply rooted in the broader vision of the AU, but also it recognizes TVET as being very critical to the realization of this grand vision through development of a highly skilled workforce. The mission of the strategy is indeed to cultivate a globally competitive, skilled, and innovative African workforce in line with the aspiration of the African Union Agenda 2063, as well as its antecedent SDGs. The mission underscores the commitment to develop a workforce that is not only competitive on a global scale, but also innovative and capable of driving sustainable development across our continent. The CTVET strategy is guided by two fundamental strategic objectives. The first being the focus on member states, which is a guidance to member states, if you may. And it says that the African Union member states it guides the member states in developing and implementing transformative, relevant, and inclusive national TVET policies and systems. The objective aims to contribute directly to sustainable development, social justice, enhanced employability, and overall productivity of our continent. The second objective is more or less a guidance to AU institutions and its organs. It's a guidance to African Union and its various institutions in effective implementation of this strategy. We also recognize that you cannot do this alone. The member states and the AU and its organs are not the only members in the ecosystem. So key stakeholders involved in this collaborative approach also include the regional economic communities, the regional mechanisms, outer NEPAD, individual member states, and various development partners within those individual member states. This multi-stakeholders engagement with various development partners ensures a coordinated and impactful implementation across all levels, fostering a truly collaborative approach. The three interrelated guiding principles underpins the transformation of TVET in Africa. And the first one is really on aligning TVET strategies with developmental strategies, which is very crucial. This ensures that TVET initiatives are not isolated, but are fully integrated and coherent with broader national and continental development strategies and socioeconomic policies, maximizing their impact. The second principle guiding this strategy emphasizes striving for value-based excellence in TVET. This means promoting high-quality, ethical, and value-driven TVET programs that meets both international standards and specific needs of local context. It is about ensuring that TVET is not just effective, but also morally sound and culturally relevant. The third principle is indeed on the strengthening of partnership for co-creation, which is also very vital. This principle advocates for building robust partnership across all stakeholders and sectors, including the government sectors, the industry, civil society, and the academia, to foster co-creation, knowledge sharing within the TVET ecosystem, as well as all complementary activities. Of course, these three principles work synergistically.
Mr. Chigozie, one more minute.
Absolutely, right on time. These three principles work synergistically to create a comprehensive framework for transforming TVET into a powerful engine for development. I'd like to also share with you these four foundational pillars for the effective transformation of TVET on our continent. The first pillar, which is on policy, governance, and finance. The second is on quality and inclusion. The third is on partnership and resource sharing, as well as the fourth being on institutional development, technology, and innovation. Perhaps a few words on the fourth pillar. I think this is such an important pillar. This innovation within the fourth pillar encompasses building institutional capacity, promoting research and innovation within the TVET ecosystem, fostering entrepreneurship, and driving digital and green transformation within the TVET programs. To conclude, since the chair is not giving me 1 more minute, to say that the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the African Continental TVET Strategy are comprehensive and indeed interconnected frameworks that are important for Africa's future. They address strategic critical challenges in our education systems bordering on access, quality, and relevance, while promoting inclusive growth, sustainable development, and enhanced employability for the continent. I think, colleagues, it's a pleasure to share what we are doing with regards to this strategy. I'm happy to provide clarity.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Mr.
so much.
Chiguzi, for the very nice talk. If you can join us. And I think you're right, 20 minutes is not enough for such an important topic, but you know, for the interest of time, we want to cover everything. So I think Dr. Orsola have a comment and maybe question to you. Please, Dr. Orsola.
My comment is that AAU is proud to be collaborating with the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa in the development and implementation of this continental education strategy for Africa. This is the second one. And this second one is started in 2026 and it will last till 2032. It's supposed to drive our activities, higher education activities across the continent. In the first session, we found out that many vice chancellors, even universities, do not know anything about that Africa has a strategy for education. So today, I just want Mr. Okonkwo to tell our vice chancellors how can they access these documents so that they can know how to use it in developing policies connected with their own institutions.
Thank you so much, Prof. Indeed, this was one of the challenges we faced with the previous strategy, really the popularization of the strategy. Not many people were aware of the CESA 1625. And I think those were part of the lessons learned through the evaluation and review of the previous strategy. And we're doing everything humanly possible to ensure that the advocacy of the new strategy is top-notch. But I would like to most sincerely appreciate the AAU for the opportunity, really, to join this forum, to share this strategy with our vice chancellors, with the various stakeholders within the TVET ecosystem, within the higher education ecosystem, but of course, the education spectrum at large. To say that the strategy is readily available online at the AAU website, which is aau.int. Please feel free to also just do a Google search on the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, 26 to 35. It would take you directly to the link. And we strongly encourage yourselves, being the most important stakeholders in the higher education space, to please, as much as possible, domesticate the strategy in your own context. Most stakeholders would see themselves easily within the strategy. Let's try as much as possible to understand what is expected of each of those stakeholder group and reflect the aspirations of the strategy in our own domain. But also in international forums, when we are in international forums, we most often refer to, of course, the UN SDGs, right? But we also have a domestication of those SDGs across board, be it in education, be it in health, anywhere. There are those strategies on the continent that we can also refer to. We can also adapt to our own context. Thank you so much. I think, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like just to mention that we published the report on SDG 4 and CESA progress that covers different aspects, including higher education, and I invite colleagues to look at it. But the call for contribution and action from the leaders of higher education universities here. One, we have only 14 countries that ratified the Addis Convention for the recognition of qualifications in Africa, 14 out of 54. And the call to all these leaders to call on their governments to ratify the Addis Convention, but that's the vector that can facilitate mobility across the continent and particularly intra-continent. We have only 6 countries that ratified, African countries that have ratified the global convention. We have by now around 40 countries that have ratified, but only 6 countries that ratified the global convention. we call on these, we are in face of leaders in higher education. We call on you to work with your governments, work with the ministries of higher education, so that your country ratify both the Addis Convention, which is your convention, and the global convention that will allow mobility across border. The last call to action, if you allow me, today only 17 countries, only 17 African countries report data on higher education to the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. It's not possible that higher education system in Africa are transparent, are understood, are visible without data on what is higher education system in Africa, in the continent, and in each country. It's very important. Data on higher education starts with the universities, starts with higher education institution. If you don't collect data, you don't report data to the ministries of higher education, it doesn't come to the international data repository. And we are in a situation where we don't know the situation on higher education systems in Africa in more than 37 countries. It's not possible. It's a call to you to act on both the ratification of the Addis Convention, the Global Convention, and on data reporting on higher education institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shakroon. But just for the last bit, are you asking the universities to report directly to you, or through the AU?
Through the ministries of higher education, through their governments.
Yeah, but how about if the universities use the AU as the hub, as the central hub, and the AU again is the voice of higher education in the continent?
No, you're right. We are working with IAU and HAQUA project on data capacity development. So we would like to capacitate, but there is a call to action, because if you have the capacity, you have to act with it, and that's our call. But please, Secretary.
Thank you very much. I know that we are running out of time. I've been told that after this session, we are going for lunch for just 1 hour. By 3 o'clock, we'll be starting the next session. But for this panel to always remember that they were part of this Moroccan panel, it's my pleasure on behalf of AAU to decorate you with this.
And we'll conclude the session by giving our thanks and gratitude to both speakers who enlightened us of very important 2 topics. Thank you for both of you.
Thank you. So we'll leave now for the lunch. Sorry, some of us will need to have a standing lunch. I hope you don't mind, but let's make it quick.
Distinguished guests, I want you to just kindly take note of the following. We have less than an hour for our lunch break, so kindly do all to do everything within 45 minutes. We'll resume exactly 15 o'clock outside, the same area. Yes, we'll be right back 15 o'clock to proceed on the next session. So do well. We have 45 minutes to wrap up our lunch break. See you all.
Thank you.
Please take note. We'll be back in 45 minutes. Distinguished guests, let's take note. The lunch is in 45 minutes, and we'll be right back in 45 minutes.
See.
Hello? All right.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lex Paulson. I'm a professor at the School of Collective
Hey,
Intelligence
hey.
at UM6P. I want to say thank you for this invitation to present to the AAU General Conference about an initiative that's very dear to my heart, that the School of Collective Intelligence has helped to shape and facilitate on behalf of our university. It's called Vision 2030. In the next few minutes, I'm going to tell you a little bit about this vision exercise and hopefully how other universities who are looking to co-create a vision with their wider community, how they might be able to do it in a practical way. So our first principle in Vision 2030 is that we are responding to a more complex world. That in a more complex world, where we need to innovate, where we need to build resilient institutions, we can no longer rely on top-down planning. By a few consultants or a few people in the president's office. This will not produce sufficiently innovative and sustainable plans that the university needs in a fast-moving world. That to do that, we need shared ownership and collective wisdom, meaning everybody contributing what they know, what they're observing, what they feel, and then taking ownership of the result to be able to execute the plan together. We built this Vision 2030 initiative because there's so many demands being made on universities in Africa right now, whether it comes to climate change, which is affecting Morocco severely, the challenges of AI and digital transformation, the challenges of demographic change. These require us to be at our very best in coming up with new research, new scientific tools, understanding, partnerships, initiatives. This requires us to be our very best. And so Vision 2030 was an initiative launched by the President's office with the goal of involving and integrating not just the students and teachers and faculty, but also the staff and the community partners who help make our university what it is. And that we didn't want just to create a single vision or a vision statement for 2030, but rather a learning process that will allow us to set a common ambition, a common identity, and then to keep progressing even beyond 2030 to achieve those common ambitions. So you might think of Vision 2030, it must be like, we create some kind of charter and then we have a ceremony and we validate it and then just execute the plan. Well, the world is too complex for that kind of top-down, once-and-for-all exercise, right? To set a vision requires doing several things. First, who are we? What makes us special? What is our collective identity? How do we capitalize on the challenges that we've overcome in the past, the specific ways in which we interact with each other, the
Distinguished guests, if you can hear my voice wherever you are, it is about time we wrap up our lunch break and make our ways into the hall for the next session. Wherever you are, if you can hear my voice, it's a call that we're about to start the next session. So kindly join us here so we can commence. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome back. We're about to begin the next session. May I inform you all, per the program outline you have, that this session is titled Building Strong Research Ecosystems in African Higher Education Institutions. And the first part will be chaired by Khalid Badu, Chief of Staff, UM6P. Put your hands together for Khalid Badu. As the chair makes his way to sit, please, if you just joined into the auditorium, kindly take your seat. Mr. Chair, you can give your remarks.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. It's in there. Yeah, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I know that it's always difficult to be the first panel just after lunch, but I'm sure that this panel will be such dynamic that it will make you all, getting back to the momentum of this conference. So thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for the organizers. My name is Khalid Badu. I'm Chief of Staff. I'm Director of Institutional Affairs at UM6P. And I have the pleasure to share this session about co-creating tomorrow and talking and sharing with you also the experience of UM6P considering our Vision 2030. So just to give you a little overview about why for such a young university, we are 7 years old, 8 years old university, why did we choose to define or to work on such vision? First, because, if we want to manage success for the future of our university with all the ambitions that you certainly have heard about, it's because there is a great vision behind this university, a vision that was made by the founders, a vision that's been implemented by the management team. And the idea behind Vision 2030 was also to make the community of the university to contribute in shaping this vision. So this, and it will be shared by my colleague Lex Paulson, who is the scientific director of the School of Collective Intelligence, and I will give you a brief description about this school. The objective was to be assured that the community of the university feels involved in such strategy and such vision. It's not a vision that's top-down. It's not the management that decides and the community to implement. It's more bottom-up. It's the community that defines the vision, co-create the vision, and it's the management who has the responsibility to implement it. So we are trying to do it, let's say, in a flipped way. My role was to make sure from an institutional and corporate perspective that all the necessary tools are put to the service of our community to make sure that this exercise is successful. Our School of Collective Intelligence, which is, I can say, one of its kind. It's the only school in the world, School of Collective Intelligence, that gathers education, executive education, and research within the same school. There are some other schools and departments in some other universities that are more either in research or in executive education. But here we have managed to put all under the umbrella of this school. And one of the main initiatives of this school is to accompany all the entities of the university to reflect, to make the change together within the community, either at departmental level or at institutional level. And this is why we have involved this school in this approach with some, breakthrough innovations that my friend and colleague Lex Paulson will be talking about. But also it's an opportunity where all the university components contribute. Students, staff, professors and researchers, but also the partners around the university. We wanted to make of this Vision 2030 like the North Star that is identified and that is being appropriated by all the components of the university. So this is what we'll be sharing with you today, and we'll be happy to also to answer your questions, and either regarding the approach or regarding the results and the outcomes of this. We are calling this actually a learning loop, because it's not a PowerPoint presentation that we make once, but it's a learning loop, and every year there are exercises that are made to make sure that this Vision 2030 is living, that is up to date, and that's also realistic and embedded in our current operations of the university. So that would be the first part of this session. The second part will be, I will be inviting Professor Rashid Serraj, who is the Vice Dean of the College of Agriculture and also the Director of the Africa Initiative at UM6P, who will be sharing with you a very innovative project. I will not spoil his presentation, but I will let him share that with you later on. But it's something that could go beyond the walls of UM6P. It's something that's addressed to the whole Pan-African education and universities ecosystem. And I'm sure that there will be also some collaboration opportunities with universities attending here. So without further delay, I will invite Professor Rashid Serraj to join me on stage. And unfortunately, Lex was not able to be here physically, but he will be sharing his presentation online. So Lex, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lex Paulson. I'm a professor at the School of Collective Intelligence at UM6P. I want to say thank you for this invitation to present to the AAU General Conference about an initiative that's very dear to my heart, that the School of Collective Intelligence has helped to shape and facilitate on behalf of our university. It's called Vision 2030. In the next few minutes, I'm going to tell you a little bit about this vision exercise and hopefully how other universities who are looking to co-create a vision with their wider community, how they might be able to do it in a practical way. So our first principle in Vision 2030 is that we are responding to a more complex world. That in a more complex world, where we need to innovate, where we need to build resilient institutions, we can no longer rely on top-down planning by a few consultants or a few people in the president's office. This will not produce sufficiently innovative and sustainable plans that the university needs in a fast-moving world. That to do that, we need shared ownership and collective wisdom, meaning everybody contributing what they know, what they're observing, what they feel, and then taking ownership of the result to be able to execute the plan together. We built this Vision 2030 initiative because there's so many demands being made on universities in Africa right now, whether it comes to climate change, which is affecting Morocco severely, the challenges of AI and digital transformation, the challenges of demographic change. These require us to be at our very best in coming up with new research, new scientific tools, understanding, partnerships, initiatives. This requires us to be our very best. And so Vision 2030 was an initiative launched by the President's Office with the goal of involving and integrating not just the students and teachers and faculty, but also the staff and the community partners who help make our university what it is. And that we didn't want just to create a single vision or a vision statement for 2030, but rather a learning process that will allow us to set a common ambition, a common identity, and then to keep progressing even beyond 2030 to achieve those common ambitions. So you might think of Vision 2030, it must be like, we create some kind of charter and then we have a ceremony and we validate it and then just execute the plan. Well, the world is too complex for that kind of top-down, once-and-for-all exercise, right? To set a vision requires doing several things. First, who are we? What makes us special? What is our collective identity? How do we capitalize on the challenges that we've overcome in the past, the specific ways in which we interact with each other, the diversity that makes our community? How do we affirm that and say, this is our story, this is who we are, this is what makes us special? Second, how does that common identity allow us to guide how we work every day, especially with new people coming in all the time, with a lot of stress, a lot of challenge? How do we define the common values and mindset that allow us to set the behaviors we need to be at our very best our most inclusive, our most innovative. Third, mobilizing members of our community. So we're constantly sending people from UM6P, teachers, students, staff out into the world, and we need them to be carrying this common story, these common mindsets and behaviors to represent our university and to hold this mission in their own hands. And finally, because the world is so fast changing, we need to be creating new solutions to challenges, whether it's internal challenges like how we manage our research programs, or external challenges like the needs of African farmers, how we can constantly be adapting our own processes to bring ourselves closer to the needs of the outside world. So the methodology we use from the science of collective intelligence involves two big kinds of thinking. We call divergent thinking, convergent thinking. So our activities in Vision 2030 combine activities that allow us to open up, that allow us to examine problems from new perspectives. That's what we call divergent thinking, generate new ideas, try to uncover our blind spots. That's the divergent thinking that we use through dialogues, interviews, town halls, as well as convergent thinking that allows us to prioritize, to take all of these ideas and perspectives and synthesize them, prioritize them, say that this is going to be more important than this for the next few years, and to be able to do that collectively in a fair way, in a legitimate way. So we began in 2023 to gather these stories and ideas about our collective identity, our collective values, that then allowed us to start defining what are the ambitions for 2030 that really talk to everybody across the university, and then how can we start converging towards possible solutions and plans to get us there. We wanted to be very clear to the stakeholders, because UM6P has over 170 different departments. Some are very big, some are very small. We cannot make a vision that is a one-size-fits-all. We need to create a story that involves everybody, a set of ambitions that don't necessarily give specific targets to every department from top down, but rather ambitions for what kind of work we want to do, what are the values that guide that work, how can we push ourselves outside of our comfort zone, and then how do we learn together, identifying problems, working across departments, across the silos that often exist in universities to create practical new approaches to these common problems faced by universities. So we're not trying to create a fixed code of conduct or an action plan that we just define once and execute. The world is too complex for that. So we need to use our collective intelligence to be constantly identifying new challenges and working together to meet them. So Vision 2030 is as much a space for learning as it is a set of goals for a single year. And what we have put in place now since launching Vision 2030 in 2022 is a yearly process. So every year we get a little closer to identifying more clearly what are the most important ambitions, what is the story. Every year that passes brings us new achievements, maybe also new disappointments that we need to understand. And so every year we have this cycle of learning that begins in January and February with dialogues led by our facilitators that we've trained. These are volunteers from different departments who we train. They then identify potential challenges that could be related to integrating foreign students, or how do we pay for our scientific equipment? How do we bring ourselves closer to high school students in Morocco? And then we have a big event we call Crowd Wisdom Day every May. And this is the event where everybody in the university is invited to think together. And that Crowd Wisdom Day, we've adjusted the format. It can be about, the first year it was about setting our ambitions for 2030. And then this year it was about working on these common challenges that the experiment teams have created and bringing perspectives in from all different departments, and then working through the rest of the year to implement those plans, test and learn, and restitute at the end of the year to the UM6P community. So this is a continual process of refining our vision and then identifying the challenges that are getting in the way of that vision to allow us to experiment, test, learn, move forward. Our key achievements. We began by identifying this common identity and common story, the three core values that define our identity and culture, related to our culture of excellence, our desire to dare and move beyond the status quo, our responsibility, our sense of responsibility for our communities in Morocco, across the African continent, and finally, our culture, the way that we work together, defined by our diversity, defined by our use of collective intelligence from the bottom up as well as from the top down. So these were the core values that came up from all of our dialogues and our workshops in the first year. And then we realized we needed to define more clearly for different aspects of our university's work, what should be our common, we call metavisions. That's the frameworks that we use to guide each individual department's strategic plan toward a common metavision, a vision that's shared across these departments. And so we created metavisions for research, for all of the research done in our university across the departments, a metavision for all the teaching and student life that we animate across the departments, and a third metavision around all of our entrepreneurship programs, social impact programs. And so that all of the different programs could see themselves in one or several of these metavisions. Again, defined through workshops we co-drafted with inviting anyone to come. We had 20, 30 people. We did do a first draft, and then we send that back to the wider community for feedback and revision. So at every stage, we're diverging, we're converging. We're inviting people in, and then we're synthesizing and validating it as a community. In our first 2 years of this program, we've also established department involving all the departments. What are our key ambitions? What are the challenges that are getting in the way? It's so important to be honest with ourselves that we're not yet at the level of excellence we need to be in every aspect of our work. So we need to really look ourselves honestly in the face and open a space where people can challenge the status quo and say, you know what, we don't do well enough yet to keep our PhD students, or we don't do well enough yet for our staff to show them the path of their careers and how they can progress. We need to do better. We need to be honest with ourselves and not just pat ourselves on the back, but really be critical. That allows us to learn and grow. And then finally, through our training programs within Vision 2030 for facilitators from all the departments, these facilitators, over 100 facilitators we've trained, that could be PhD students, could be teachers, could be members of staff, that those facilitators lead experiment teams on issues that matter to them, whether that's community outreach or how we welcome people on campus, or the quality of our food, or the quality of our sports offerings, or how we do our research across Africa. So these are the different issues that we use these experiment teams to work across departments. So any experiment team will have people from the engineering department working with the people from the business school on, for example, how to promote our university across Africa. So these experiment teams are a transversal way of working across silos on common problems in an open and transparent fashion. So, at this conference, you might be thinking, what are the most up-to-date ways that we can use AI and new technologies to serve our communities? Well, what we've learned is that new technologies can help us scale up our efforts, can help us synthesize the inputs coming in, but those tools are only as good as the collective intelligence that they tap into, right? That the intelligence we need is not going to come from outside Africa. It's not going to come from an algorithm. It's going to come from the local knowledge that's distributed across the community. What is really happening in the departments? What's really happening in the farms, in the fields? What's really happening in our cities? And that is something that AI cannot tell us. Right? This is why we need to be listening in more advanced ways and facilitating these conversations to combine these perspectives that allow us to learn. And so that learning can be accelerated and scaled up with the help of digital tools, but it's really the human collective intelligence that's the heart of Vision 2030. So what would this look like for your university? How could you evolve alongside your community, not just serving it from above, from inside an ivory tower? So if this is interesting to you, if you would like to create your own vision process alongside your community, we welcome you to get in touch with us, and we will be very happy to share our knowledge, our experience, and why not facilitate dialogues and workshops together across our universities. It will be our great pleasure. So we are grateful for this invitation. We hope you have a wonderful time in Morocco, and I wish you a great rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lex Paulson, for sharing this experience from UM6P. Maybe you can leave some questions to the end of the presentation if there are some questions or precisions, but I can tell you that now Vision 2030 is becoming really embedded within the community of UM6P, and it's not only a slogan, but it's something that's living within the daily life of the university. So we're really proud of this initiative. It's also one of the things that contributed certainly to making UM6P at the top 500 universities worldwide, according to Times Higher Education ranking. And we're looking forward through all the efforts that's been made by the community to move further within this ranking, or similar ones, certainly. Now I'll introduce Professor Rashid Sarraj, who you know now. He was our MC this morning, and he has been working in a very interesting project that is Pan-African universities can be part of. So the floor is yours, Dr. Sarraj.
Thank you. So now my suggestion is to move from the internal collective intelligence of UM6P to the collective intelligence of African universities, if we could. So let me begin with the story we all know very well. We could start with saying 20 years or once upon a time, let's put it like that. Once upon a time, a brilliant student in Lagos University, can be other places as well, designed a solar-powered water purifier for her community. She patented it at her university, get a patent, then watched it gather the dust in a lab. An entrepreneur in Nairobi developed drought-resistant seeds, but they never reached farmers. Typical. A researcher in Dakar cracked a diagnostic breakthrough for malaria, but it never saw a clinic. We might ask why. Because excellence alone is not enough. When systems are fractured, when 80% of our universities still lack labs to incubate innovations and build prototypes, less than 5% of patents find pathways to markets, and industries scream for talents and skills they cannot find. This is part of the dilemma. Now, today, we choose to share a different story. It's basically a dream that we'd like to share with you. It's called the African History Transformation Alliance, ATA. But it's actually the whole idea of how can we together harness the collective intelligence of African academia for claiming Africa's knowledge future. So, as we say, the problem we face is that African innovation is by the day developing and expanding and exploring, but it's still underutilized. There is a disconnect between application and utilization of technology. About 80% of universities still lack innovation labs, as we said. Less than 5% of the patents reach the market. And with a fragmented systems that limit impact, despite, of course, some pockets of excellence here and there across the continent. And we do see more and more these signs of hope across the continent as we move. Now, what if African universities stopped working in silos or working separately? I think as we gather here in the AU, there's already this experience that we have seen for the last 58 years, as we saw this morning with the AU. It's a great adventure experience. There are other networks also developing, but today we need to shift gears. We need basically to accelerate the pace for integration. What if we built a unified transformation engine and dream together? With this revolution now in technology and AI, I would say it's about the time. So UM6P, as you've seen in the previous presentation, in our Vision 2030, we've asked these kind of questions internally, but also to Africa, because as you've heard this morning in the opening ceremony, at UM6P, Africa as we say, is in our DNA from day one. We don't think only for resolving the problems of Morocco, but we think also of the challenges of Africa. And we started from the beginning, from 2017, when the university started. Proof of concept, for instance, can be found in what the excellence in Africa that we have developed with the School of Polytechnic Federal Lausanne called Excellence in Africa, with an idea of bringing some of that. And this has led already to some innovations that have reached the market. It's just the beginning, maybe a drop in the ocean, but it's a sign that shows the way where we could get started. So, as I said from the beginning, AUM6P is trying to tackle the African challenges. Most of the development and sustainable development challenges around demography, around food security, natural resources, and our labs, as you can see on the right side of the slide, we'll not get into details, but you could imagine, we did not design research based on science pure, but we designed most of our applied research to address those same challenges that Africa is facing. Most of our labs, and our motto is, as we say, learning by doing. Down you can see a few logos. I didn't have them all, but you can see the Center for African Studies, ARIS, which is on the social science and policies for Africa, Africa Business School, which trains people from across the continent in business, the Africa Genome Center. We have many initiatives. I did put enough space in the slide to put all of them. You have the Bridge Africa, the Next Africa, and so on. And every day you have something, an initiative or a partnership in Africa. That is to show you that that's what's on the table. Our Vision 2030 does not include only the focus on Moroccan challenges, but also on Africa. So now, going back to the SC Transformation Alliance, this is a concept that we'd like to share with you today, and we thought this was a good opportunity today to share with you ideas for brainstorming, basically. So we're dreaming about a concept that would combine or integrate 4 major areas. So it would be Africa's first sovereign knowledge engine, connecting basically digitally all the key universities across Africa, blending digital innovation, talent, and policy, without forgetting that. And it would be also grounded in the African agency and global partnerships, building on all the ongoing initiatives. So 4 major pillars, as we see it. Number 1 would be a digitally integrated universities, including databases. The issue of data, as it has been discussed, and it will be even more discussed during this week, is key, but connecting institutions through shared digital infrastructure and AI-driven learning platforms. This is being done in other parts of the Northern Hemisphere. I think it's time to do this for Africa. Number 2, a continental innovation engine, because as we saw, part of the problem is the disconnect that we have between applied research and industry. At AUM6P, we put this as one of our top priorities. Those of you who have visited the campus have seen the campus on Startgate and many other startup accelerators. This is part of our objective, not only training students to get degrees, we train entrepreneurs to start developing ideas to hit the market. And I know this is happening also across Africa. We need to get this connected all together and to see how we can build a mass and a critical mass of collective intelligence to have it at the continental level. Number 3 is the future talent force. Africa needs more and more training in specific fields and the areas, and we have already programs that are running around, but we need to strengthen that and think more about what's coming in terms of technology and AI. And finally, the policy area, I cannot highlight that enough. It's key, and especially the harmonization aspect. When we start moving across Africa, we find a lot of diversity, but we need to come up to speak same languages and establishing Africa's first history policy observatory to drive coordinated reforms. And this is key, actually. Now, as we speak, actually the day before yesterday, this week, we had an agreement signed in Paris, and our chair of the session, I think, who was there, maybe he could tell us a little more about that, if we ask him questions. We have something that's new somehow, building on the partnership with UNESCO. A partnership with UNESCO is not new in Morocco and UM6P, but recently, this week, as I said, we signed with the OCP Foundation a new agreement, and this has several components, including higher education. It's one of the top, and also the use of AI. This is probably one drop in the ocean of Africa, but it could be a good start for a more dynamic initiative to get started. I think the work with UNESCO around the pillars, there are 5 pillars, I will not go into details, but as I said, artificial intelligence is one of them, and higher education, cross-border academic mobility is another one, as well as environmental ecosystem restoration and other issues. Now, as we speak about collective intelligence, we'd like to throw all these ideas in brainstorming, probably in the future as well, and looking how we can harness this potential of the 450 plus universities. This is basically a fertile ground for transformation. We've witnessed the great work being done by the centers of excellence. We hosted them actually a couple of years ago in Marrakesh, and we could witness across sectors. This was in health, in energy, maths, you name it. And I think that would be also a good start to start building on what happened in the ACE Impact. And of course, with all the wisdom we have with the VCs in the room, I think they can also be involved in bringing the collective intelligence of the AU for building on the legacy of all what has been done for shaping the future of African ST. Now, just quickly, to throw some of the ideas, we see this in the first phase, building a digital spine, something around 50. I mean, these are numbers indicative. We can work around that together, connected to the cloud learning infrastructure. We have the data center that could facilitate all that. We have the infrastructure, and the whole idea is to start building synergies. An innovation fund with ventures, building again on what's being done by Arua and others, many others. The Reforum is doing it. The MasterCard Foundation is doing it. But what we need today is connecting all those dots. And finally, the gender parity dashboard, we need to it as well there. Now, just to give you a quick snapshot about some of the ongoing partnerships that we have. Our partnership focuses not only on public sector, but we also connect to the industry. And actually, we are in a good position at UM6P because from the inception, we came actually from close collaboration and inception with OCP. But we need to bring in the African SMEs, can bring other players. There are plenty of African models, as we mentioned, UNESCO, AU, Arua, the MasterCard, and we need to co-create the approach to develop all this with all the ongoing partnerships. Now, a final word, just before leaving the final slide, is about the Africa Initiative. As I said, Africa is in the DNA of UM6P, and the Africa Initiative has been active from the beginning also in this. We work in 5 areas that could also be involved to the project I just described now. The first one is on foresight. We do think that this is a priority, and we hope that we can build collaboration and collective intelligence around that to envision the African futures. Because we cannot resolve the problems of today if we don't think about the problems that are coming our way in 2050, 2060, and above. We work on connecting R4D with development priorities. So we're not, in a sense, going into the academic science, but we focus on sustainable development, and you see how we can connect with the research with development outcomes. We work with all the networks, as I said already, and as I said, also innovation and entrepreneurship. This is a key, important priority, and we hope that can also build more momentum on this within the AU. And finally, we keep the communication flowing with all our partners across Africa. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rashid. In fact, this is a reflection about what UM6P is also, made for. It has been mentioned since the opening ceremony, UM6P is an African university. It's here to be a platform where we can connect initiatives, networks, and collaborations within the African continents by the Africans. We're not supposed to wait for others to tell us how we can work together. We are able to work together collectively with shared collective intelligence, but also with partners like UNESCO, like the Gates Foundation, the MasterCard Foundation, and other organizations who are there to support initiatives where continental collaborations can thrive and move forward. I don't know if we have much time for questions, but if I see some hands raising in the next 30 seconds, we can take 2 questions. Yes, there is one question there. And yeah, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdullahi Ribadu, the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission in Nigeria. You said you are working with about 50 plus universities, digitally integrating them with the platforms, etc. I just wish to know, what is the criteria, what is the recruitment process, what is the eligibility for the recruitment process that you use? Thank you.
Well, it's a great question. As I mentioned, it's indicative. The 50, we don't have to take it literally. It can be more, can be less. Now, what kind of criteria? I think that's a very important point as well. One tendency right now in across the networks in Africa is that we try to have connecting basically the well-off, the more developed universities, like the ones we have, for instance, in South Africa and other parts, like what's happening in Arua. We believe that we need to do a bit of both. We need to link, because if we want to build synergy, we have also to allow, and this applies not only to the digital connection, it would allow also to entrepreneurship. The networks that we're building, we want also some of the countries that are right now lagging behind could be involved as well, so that we can have the transfer of technology between the well-developed universities and the ones. So we need to work on this. As I was mentioning to the AG, I think we need to do a bit of brainstorming and see how we could combine both types of, so that the advanced universities could also benefit the experience of the others. We have to work on that.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, please. And that would be the last one, so that we can prepare
Thank
for
you.
the
Thank
next
you very
session.
much. It's not a question, but really to appreciate the collaboration with the UM6P, the leadership that you are having in the continent, and all the great ideas that I think we can build together, and in the context of this initiative, Campus Africa, and what we have been discussing today. So just to say congratulations for these ideas, and our hand is in your hand together with other colleagues to advance this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just in a nutshell about this collaboration with UNESCO, as Dr. Siraj mentioned, it was signed last Friday, and it's a Pan-African initiative, which means different African countries will be concerned by 5 main initiatives. One about AI, it will be related to training policymakers on how to implement AI in national strategies. Second, about patrimony, how to support officials and experts in culture and patrimony preservations using new technologies, digitalization, etc. 3 is about, it's a project that started already in 2017 and it will be renewed. It's called The General History of Africa. So how to tell the African narrative in a different way through the contribution of all African continents. 4th initiative is about preserving biodiversity in some regions of Africa. So there are 2 or 3 countries that have been identified, and there will be work with local ecosystems to preserve patrimony, the biodiversity. And last but not least is Campus Africa, which is a project that encourages exchange of students, of the PhD students and professors, so mobility of competencies within the African continent, and to nurture each other. It's not only with Morocco, but also intra-African initiatives. So this is just in a nutshell. Information are available on our website, and we'll be looking forward to have many African universities benefiting from this partnership. So thank you very much, and I would like again to welcome you back in Morocco and hope you'll enjoy your journey here. Thank you.
We can do it better. Put your hands together for them, please. Thank you so much, the chair and the presenter. As we do after every session, we would adorn you some celebratory zash to say thank you for your hard work. So I want to invite up here Professor Frederick Atoama, who is the Director for Research and Programs at the AAU, to kindly do that for us. Put your hands together for Prof. Frederick Atoama. Beautiful. Thank you so much. The liveliest audience ever. Very well. We are on our program, so kindly take a look at your program outline. You'll see that we had a session on the launch of the AAU African Research, Innovation and Development AFRI database. I wish to inform you all that the Secretary General and some of the dignitaries in here are currently out of the building to meet with some dignitaries in government. At the moment, they wouldn't be here for that, but we'll have that session postponed today. Later in the day, we'll have it. So we'll keep on with the outline as it is. Let's all be informed. The next aspect on building strong research ecosystems at African higher education institutions is led by Dr. Brando Okolo, Head of Science, Technology and Innovation, African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, Alder NEPAD. Put your hands together for Dr. Okolo. It'll be beautiful if he makes his way close to me, so we stop. Let's do it, please. Let's do it for him. Let's do it for him. Dr. Okolo.
Good afternoon. I'm actually quite pleased that at UM6B there's an Africa initiative. I think other universities should emulate that. Today's session is a bit special because we'll be having speakers or presenters and then a panel discussion after that. So still in the spirit of building strong research ecosystems in Africa, in African higher educational institutions. This afternoon, we will have a presentation by the Africa Charter for Transformative Research Collaborations, the journey so far. Without trying to take the word out of their mouth, I just want to say a few things about this charter. It was launched in 2023 in Namibia, and part of the work they are doing has to do with reshaping global scientific knowledge production. They are Africa-centered, and their goal is to see that Africa-centered framework promises to transform research landscapes, enabling African scholars to pursue their own lines of inquiry while fostering equitable South-North collaborations. I would like to invite the presenters today. First is Professor Isabella Abodering. Professor Abodering is the chair for Perilovi Africa Research Center at the University of Bristol. And next is Professor Puleng Segalo. She's Chief Albert Lutuli Research Chair at the University of South Africa. And then we have Professor Divine Fool. He's a Director for Institute for Humanities in Africa at the University of Cape Town. So over the next 50 minutes, we'll have the presentation. 3 of them are going to present. They have about 25 minutes to present. Right after that, we'll have the panelists come join us here. And then we'll look at the topic which they've given this impulse to by the panelists, and the audience would also have an opportunity to ask questions. And then the goal, of course, is not for us to be perfect this afternoon, but to make progress, have these topics at the front burner, and see how we can support the work the Charter is doing. So I would have Professor Aboderi to come up first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. President and Secretary General of the African Association of Universities, Vice Chancellors and their representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure, a singular honor to be here today and to reflect on the Africa Charter for Transformative Research Collaborations on the occasion of its 2nd birthday, if you will. Please, may I have the presentation? I will need the presentation to carry on. Apologies for this. Is one of the organizers perhaps available to advise on whether the presentation will be shown? There we are. There we are. Thank you very much. So, together with my colleagues, we would like to take the next 15 to 20 minutes or so to reflect on the meaning and the arguments of the Africa Charter, the journey traveled so far and the road ahead. And in many ways, we will touch on key issues, key themes that have come out of the previous presentations to date. It's about African agency, it's about Africa's intellectual future in relation to global partnerships. So, 2 years ago, almost exactly to this day, the Africa Charter for Transformative Research Collaborations was launched in Windhoek during the Conference of Rectors, Vice Chancellors, and Presidents of African Universities. This is a picture of the launch. Many of you might have been in the audience then, and those of you who were will remember what that moment stood for. It stood for the birth of a framework that is explicitly Africa-centered in its nature, Africa-centered in terms of rethinking how research collaborations between actors in the continent and those outside, in particular the global north, need to be reconfigured. A framework that was co-created by Africa's major higher education and research bodies and was asserted as Africa's position in an increasingly intense debate on equitable partnerships, a debate that remains dominated by actors in the global north. A framework that draws explicitly on established anti-post and decolonial scholarship from the continent, and that is clear in insisting of the need to go beyond equitable partnerships thinking in terms of the depth as well as the scope of the change and the transformation that's required in research collaborations between Africa and the global north in particular. The argument of the Charter can be captured in 5 images, some of which are maps. And we learned about the power of images and maps from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia, who 2 years ago preceded the launch of the Charter with his presentation, which was made entirely up of maps, and it was powerful and set the scene for the Charter. The first map is this, and it shows the proportion of scientific output that arises from international scientific collaboration. And what it shows is that Africa is the world region with the highest rate of international collaborations. The key partners for the continent remain the science superpowers in the global north: the US, countries in Europe, in particular the UK and France, as well as Netherlands and Switzerland. And colonial links, historical colonial links, remain as significant factors in determining the landscape of these collaborations. So in other words, collaborations with the global north, with science superpowers in the north, dominate and continue to dominate Africa's scientific effort. The second map is this, and apologies because you won't be able to read the fine detail. But what this shows, this is a map, this is a depiction of global scientific output, and it shows at the core a few number of 12 countries or so, the science superpowers who are leaders in cutting-edge science, and it shows a large number of countries in the periphery. Of Africa's countries, only 2 are in the second outer layer, Egypt and South Africa. All others are right at the periphery of global scientific production, knowledge production. So, this map shows the peripheral positioning of African countries in the global scientific effort. And this positioning is also reflected in any other metric that you might care to look at, be it the rankings at the level of institutions or even individual scholars, be it the number of scholars produced by the continent. The third image is this. This map shows the landscape, the pattern of GDP globally, or if you like, the inequalities in GDP globally. Now, causal pathways are complex, and there's much to argue about in terms of the relevance of GDP as an indicator of economic success, of course. But what this map reflects and shows and points to is that Africa's unfavorable positioning in global science undermines the continent's economic prospects, undermines its place in the global order, and sustains global inequalities. The fourth image is this. This is a heuristic which depicts multiple layers of power imbalance in the production of scientific knowledge. I will come to those. What it depicts and what it shows is that Africa's unfavorable positioning in global science reflects an uneven playing field in the production of scientific knowledge. An uneven playing field that is made up of multiple layers of power imbalance, which themselves are legacies of colonial histories, and which are perpetuated and reproduced in research collaborations with northern partners. These power imbalances arise not only at the level of concrete collaboration arrangements or disparities in institutional resourcing and capabilities. They also arise at a much more fundamental level in the dominance, indeed the hegemony, of Eurocentric epistemologies, theories, and concepts in the production of new scientific knowledge, in the dominance of former colonial languages in the production of scientific knowledge, and in the development frame itself, which is so often imposed on knowledge production and research that goes on in the continent. A development frame that implies almost always a unidirectional gaze from the global north to Africa, a gaze that's hardly ever returned or reversed, but also a frame that limits the areas that are deemed as relevant for scientific exploration and investigation in the continent of Africa. The Charter argues that redressing these power imbalances, in other words, evening the playing field, is an imperative. It's an imperative as a matter of social, and some would argue reparative justice. It's an imperative as a matter of advancing the continent's own aspirations, and perhaps crucially, it is an imperative as a matter of fostering an enriched global scholarship, better science that is more able to address humanity's multiple crises, and we heard about these crises today. A scholarship that is able to provide alternatives to the monochrome logic of Euro-modern thought that we are caught within so far, most of the time. The Charter argues that Africa and North research collaborations are a key entry, a key leverage point for advancing more systemic change. If these collaborations change, they have the potential to advance shifts in the system as a whole. They have a transformative potential in working towards a global science system in which African scholars, African institutions, and knowledges from the continent take their rightful place. What is required for that? It requires a transformative mode of research collaborations, a different mode of collaborating with one another, a mode of collaborating that redresses each of the layers of power imbalance. And this is what the 10 Charter principles speak to. And it requires active change in a number of domains to ensure that a transformative mode of research collaborations is established as a benchmark, as a standard of excellence, and gradually a standard practice within scholarly communities. Change needs to happen at the level of individual consciousness and capabilities, shared norms and ideas about what good and excellent collaborations look like, change in the nature and the volume of resource streams for collaborative work, and above all, we heard about the importance of policy just now, change in the policies and the regulations and the guidelines within institutions, but also within higher education sectors, amongst universities, funders, publishers, those that govern research assessment and governments themselves. And the policy change is what the 6 Charter aspirations speak to. During the launch in Windhoek, we were overwhelmed by the reception that the Charter received. We had expected maybe 10 institutions to sign up to the Charter. In the end, it was more than 80 vice-chancellors and their representatives who queued up to sign this document because it represented something important. But we were also challenged by many in the audience. And the concern was that we needed to ensure that the Charter doesn't become yet another document on the shelf, a wonderful document that gathers dust on the shelf, another worthy initiative that ends up dying. And I think we have managed to meet that challenge. We have begun a movement for genuine change. And I will stop here and hand over to my colleague Puleng, who will talk about the journey so far. Puleng.
Thank you very much, Isabella. Good afternoon, colleagues. This morning, earlier in one of the conversations with one of the vice-chancellors, he said, I cannot tell you how many documents I've signed in my lifetime as a vice-chancellor. And often we sign and then life goes on. And I think one of the challenges that was put to us was that there's been so many charters, so many frameworks. So how is the Africa Charter going to be different? How is it going to make a difference? Many of you vice-chancellors in this room were there in 2023 and you signed up to the Charter and you put the challenge to us to say, what does it mean now for us? What are the next steps that we need to take as vice-chancellors? And 2 years later, we are here to say that For the past 24 months, we have been working on saying what are some of the practical ways and steps that need to be taken for the Charter to come alive and to actually make a difference, to make sure that the Charter principles come to life. So we've done a bit of work in this regard. And we set up a steering committee for the Africa Charter because we see the project also as a collective endeavor and also as a living document as well. So the steering committee really involves a commitment and a collective of scholars, bodies, stakeholders that assist in terms of the engagement and thinking together going forward. And there you can see a list of the members of the steering committee. And above the steering committee, us as the institutions of higher learning, the three universities, the University of Cape Town, the University of South Africa, and the University of Bristol, have therefore been given the task to coordinate, but to also work on the intellectual leadership of ensuring that the Charter work moves forward. So what we have been doing is a series of engagements, a series of workshops, but also putting together work around the theory of change. What does it mean? What would it entail for universities to reimagine and rethink their policy guidelines? What does it mean when it comes to engaging with the funders and having engagements and conversations around saying, for us to be in partnership or collaboration with you, we have to abide by the Charter principles, and this is what it means for us as an institutions. Our Office of Partnerships, our Office of Research at the university, this is what needs to happen for the university to truly be a university that embraces the Charter. So we have been doing a lot of work around theory of change and working on saying what are the specific actions that would need to happen and for institutions to change and to reimagine, not just the institutions of higher learning, but also what would it mean for the funders to also make sure that for them to put together a criteria for funding, they put the Charter at the core of the work that they're doing. And we have been working, and now we have a 3-year work plan that we hope to also engage you as the signatories on in terms of the program of work. So we put together a program of work for the next 3 years, to 2025 to 2027, where the Charter will then be coming to life in terms of practical actions, now that the groundwork has been done. But also in these past 2 years, as part of the journey that we've done, is that there's been a lot of awareness. What is the Charter? What is it about? What does it aim to do? What do the principles mean? And so these are some of the engagements that we have been having with the different stakeholders, with the different funding bodies, with the different possible collaborators and partners that have been asking. So some of them we've reached out to say, let's have engagements, let's have workshops, let's have sessions, going to conferences, but also we've also been having stakeholders who are interested in the Charter, who've seen, who've read about the Charter, and saying, what would it mean for us as funders to implement and to center the Charter as part of the work that we do? Well, how can we rethink the work that we're doing in centering the Charter work that we're doing? So this is just an example of some of the stakeholders that we have been engaging with thus far. But we've also been doing the work as sort of a case study or pilot within our own institutions as well, because we believe, again, in leading by example, that as the 3 institutions, we need to start doing the work so that when others reach out, we can show how we are also doing it within our own institutions as well. And okay. And as Isabella has indicated as well, there is increasing resonance and endorsement of the Charter. When we first launched the Charter, we had about just over 80 signatories, and there's been a growing interest. We now have over 120 signatories. So this is a really huge responsibility, but at the same time, it shows the need for the Charter and what it promises in terms of how we can reimagine our global scientific knowledge production within the continent, but also collaborations and partnerships globally as well. And the signatories involves many of you here, as I've said, major universities, university networks, learned societies, research institutions, but we also have active consideration by funders. We've had engagements with some of the publishers and also international agencies. So there is a growing interest and conversation around centering the Charter for many of the interested stakeholders. And we're really looking at how we can use the Charter as a key frame of reference for thinking about equity that you've heard about in many of the presentations since this morning, in research collaborations, in our innovation work. How does the Charter, or centering the work that we're doing in the Charter, assist us towards moving towards that direction? So that is where we are in terms of looking back for the past 2 years, but we would also like to share with you the plans in terms of the road ahead when it comes to the Charter work. And for that, I would like to invite my colleague, Divine Fu.
Good afternoon, everybody. So what's the road ahead? We have done a lot of the work now, and we know that there's still a lot of work left ahead. I need to move this ahead. Yeah. The first is really to expand and grow the community of interests. We have over 120 signatories, and we are really expanding this to make sure that we build a movement and a big community that can move from a community of interest to a community of action. So we're extending the geographies of those who've signed this, North America, Australia, and beyond. And we are also trying to translate it from just being documents that have been signed by heads of institutions to having it adopted by researchers and to move beyond just the leadership of universities. The second is really to advance the Charter and to translate it, into policy, into practice, and also to make it a living document. And here we are starting first by establishing a participatory process of critical reflection for really examining our existing collaborations. And here we really want to identify good collaborations and also good practices that we can establish across the board. The second is that we want to do a careful review of existing policy infrastructure so that we can identify ways to really adapt current practices with institutions and also different policies, to work towards establishing good standards, for collaboration. The third is really to do joint learning and exchange. Once we have mobilized the capacities of institutions to really do respectful and respectable relationships. And the last is to continue with further scholarly debate and inquiry into these collaborations so that we can understand them, also refine the arguments of the Charter and expand the horizons to really make the Charter a living document and to get to more respectful and respectable collaborations. And third, what we really want to do is to move from this community of interest, institutions that have signed this Charter, to a community of practice. And over the next several days, we're going to have a series of engagements where we will discuss what signing the Charter really means for signatories. We've established a roadmap for which contains suggested steps, for signatories to translate it into action. And we are also translating the Charter into different languages and also explaining what the principles really mean and developing a playbook to support further reflections for existing partnerships and how to design more respectable and transformative partnerships. And what we have done now is to establish an independent portal which will be launched over the next several months. If you want to access and to be informed about the launch, you can scan the QR code and be included, in the list of those who will be informed, and it contains a lot of information about what the charter is, and it's just a roadmap also to establish it as an entity in itself. But if you have tomorrow, if you have a time tomorrow and over the next several days, I'm trying to go back. We have a session. How do I move this back? The red, yes. Okay. I'm trying to have the red to take us back. Okay. Here. Tomorrow we have a side event, and the day after tomorrow is going so fast. At 11:30 to 1, where we're just discussing what signing the charter means for signatories and what to do next. And over the next day, we'll tell you when the other event will be for consultations. If you have any further inquiries, you can send to info@africacharter.org and sign up also to the website. We also have extra more charter endorsements for those who want to sign individually, and also those who want to sign as institutions. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, presenters. Thank you, Professor Abuderi. Thank you very much, Professor Fro. And thank you very much, Professor Segalo. Yeah. I'll now ask the panelists to join us here. Because of infrastructural constraints, I'll ask our presenters to excuse us for a minute. When it's time for questions and answer, we'll call upon you. So for the panelists, we have today Professor Puleng Lenkabula, the Vice Chancellor, University of South Africa. Is she here? Thank you very much. To join her on the podium is Professor Kenneth Matengu. He's also an AAU board member and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia. And to join us here as well is Professor Toshe Kesi. She's the Dean of Humanities at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you very much, members of the panel. We've heard the impulse from the presenters on the charter, and it's a topic which you're quite conversant with. I'll give each of you about 10 minutes, probably less, to give us your reflections on that and how, not just as an organization, but as a continent, we can support the drivers of this charter to give African researchers the backbone required to confront the global research community. I'll start with you, Professor Puleng.
Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative to join this esteemed conference, as well as my colleagues from the University of Cape Town and University of Namibia in support of the African Charter. I really would like to commend the three engineers of the African Charter, Professor Skalo, Professor Fo, and Professor Obadurin, because in similar ways to the words that Amina Mama would have reminded us about the imperative for Africa's scholarship, our intellectual innovations, as well as our universities to being at the center of the emancipatory journey in ensuring that education is a resource that advances society, democracy, but also our aspirations of the future. I also think the Charter is not just, I think their collaboration is quite exciting, because as the scholars supported by the different universities, they are also demonstrating that as we attend to research collaboratively, we have the best opportunities to transform our impact as universities in Africa. Ours is not just to be universities in Africa, but to ensure that our scholarship, our sciences, our innovations are contributory to the global knowledge arena. And if you saw the map, the heat map that they made about the contribution of Africa to global knowledge, I think it's quite an important insight that they bring us to the fore to say, how do we ensure that Africa's agency, Africa's knowledge systems, epistemologies, Africa's civilizations, but also inventions become core, they contribute, and they co-construct the future. This, for me, I think are quite important aspects. On the contrary, they also somewhat challenge us as leaders of universities to really remove ourselves from the bondage of dependency and dependency on our partners. They invite us to co-constructing knowledge systems that are beneficial to our society, wherein not only the calibration of alliances, priorities, the powers that we see in the geopolitical dynamic are quite at the center of what we should be thinking through and contributing towards. I hear them expressing a wailing cry that many of us perhaps would be attentive to saying, how do we underscore the research that is generated by African universities and not render it to the periphery or to the margins? I hear them saying, how do we ensure that our knowledge systems are not only utilitarian, but help us to craft the future as agents, as central? I also hear them asking, are we ready for the contradictions, whether geopolitical, ecological, environmental, that our societies are facing? And how do we partner to ensure that progressive decision-making rooted in the transformative impulse and action or praxis, the grammar of change that they talked about, are centralized in our universities as they are in our partnerships with universities, science councils, or partners in the global north or in the global majority. Finally, I hear them reminding us that even in the context of contracting financing of higher education in many of our countries, including in the continent, that there's no need for us to only think about money as the center of scientific relationships, but to look at the contributions of co-constructing knowledge, validating knowledge systems of the continent as we do, their engagement with the global arena, but also at the same time looking at how we are not just cautious around financing of higher education, but use the outputs, meaning the research, the engaged scholarship, the global impact that derives from our universities. Finally, I also hear them in their centering of the Africa Charter, an invitation for us not just to talk about the Charter and transformation, but a vision of reclaiming Africa's futures in ways that do not make us just beggars in the marketplace of knowledge, but to be co-creators in the knowledge arena that is impactful. Finally, I hear them saying we should not just be mere recipients of global knowledge, but we should look at what are those, whether nascent, whether complex, grammars and knowledges of change that contribute for the betterment of society as well as of the world. Let me just stop here so that if there are additional aspects that I'd like to speak to, then I can allow my colleagues to share. Thank you very much.
Just for the sake of comfort, if you would like to stand at the podium to give your reflections, please feel free, okay? Thanks.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. My initial reflection is as follows. First, I think the charter helps us to ask the question of what do we really know about Africa? And how do we know that we know? That we really know. And I'm saying that because there is a question of whose knowledge are we using in Africa? And who validates that knowledge? Who says that knowledge is valid or it's not valid? Who accepts what must be published and what must not be published? And in whose language? And as we have seen from the map that Professor Bodin presented, there is a clear link between colonial links and how knowledge flows and how it is published and how it is, the production of knowledge is financed. And therefore, it brings the question is, does Africa really have its knowledge sovereignty? And if it doesn't have, is Africa at risk? I think it is. Because this current system that is unequal and unfair, it undermines the existing knowledge that African in our own knowledge systems have. But more so, because we are not financing and assuring and validating what we know in our own way, it makes the continent vulnerable to abuse under the pretext of knowledge. Last year, there was a publication that was published by a group of Dutch researchers that said the use of pesticides in Africa is a double-edged sword. And they used the case of Parkinson's disease, and they said it's a pandemic that is emerging in Africa. Why is it so? It is because more than 300 pesticides that are in use, that are advocated for use to increase yield and control pests and herbicides in Africa, more than 300 of those that are in use here are outlawed and banned elsewhere. But who is telling Africans to use this? Who is importing? Who is selling them? Does Africa have the capability and the knowledge, independence, and sovereignty to question the knowledge that says, this is good for you, use it in your farms? And that is why this charter is so important, because it should be able to influence policy making and also how we train, for example, food inspectors. And therefore, I think the application of this charter must not just end in universities. It must go to policy making. It must be embedded in continental conventions, in academic programs, in policy making, in community outreaches, as well as in our conduct of knowledge production. If we don't do this, we are failing. So the charter is there to guide how knowledge validation and production and use should matter in a space of co-creation. But we will not be able to do so if we are not having this sovereignty of knowledge. And I think it is up to us. We know from the point of view of publications that there is still, if I would call it, publishing apartheid. That if you are not a native speaker of English, you are unlikely to publish in an Anglophone journal. This is true. It has been researched so many times and confirmed. And therefore, that is why it is important. That's why the Charter says the values and core principles that it embeds should be part of the funding mechanism. Whoever is funding must take into account this, because it's about sovereignty, it's about the independence that we need. But we must take charge of it. Now that we have signed, it is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kenneth. We now go to Professor Shose, please.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. So I want to just start with bringing greetings from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, Professor Musa Moshebela. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us today, and I am delighted to be able to share some reflections on his behalf. And I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak to what I think is one of the most important scientific initiatives on this continent, this charter that we are here to speak about. And the University of Cape Town is very proud to be a core and facilitating partner for this important global initiative. And the principles of the charter reflect the University of Cape Town's strategic vision 2030 and the core ideals espoused in it, as well as our commitment to social justice. And I think that as we move towards reviewing the milestones covered in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa Charter provides an important framework for rethinking global collective action towards realizing these goals. The University of Cape Town is committed to supporting the Secretariat work of the Africa Charter and the work plan that has been laid out. And since the launch of the Charter 2 years ago at the University of Namibia in 2023, important research on academic collaborations has taken place, as we've heard from our colleagues earlier, which has provided further empirical evidence on the nature of research partnerships, and specific directions have been laid out on what needs to be done in order to advance more ethical, equal, and productive partnerships and achieve the aspirations laid out in the Charter. So I think drawing on the analytical framework for transformative global engagement in Africa proposed by the Charter, the project of internal reflection on our own collaborations and partnerships and cooperation relationships at the University of Cape Town is ongoing, and that this work is really critical to uncover and address the fundamental imbalances that underpin the global knowledge ecosystem, as my colleagues have been discussing. And I would encourage all universities on this continent to import, or globally, to embark on this important work so that we can together promote a model for best practices for research collaborations. The theme of this conference, Shaping the Future of Higher Education for Innovation and Sustainable Development in Africa, I think speaks directly to the critical contributions of the Charter, in particular the 6 domains of identified power imbalances that hinder transformative collaborations and transformative research. We need to become more creative and innovate in ways that decenter Western-centric practices so that the knowledge we produce is more relevant and more productive in achieving Africa's development. And we know that historically, the scientific establishment has served the interest of European cultural and economic expansion, whilst thinkers from the global south have long challenged such colonial thinking. Even in the very early movements towards the decolonization and Africanization of universities, that were aimed at supporting the nation-building project and challenging the Eurocentrism of the university. But yet throughout this period, there was always an acknowledgement of the importance of scientific collaborations and partnerships across cultures and civilizations. And I think back here to Aimé Césaire's classical work, Discourse on Colonialism, where he acknowledges that putting civilizations in contact is a force of good because civilizations, between civilizations, exchange is oxygen. And I think the question for us is how to be in contact, how to collaborate, how to foster partnerships that are productive rather than destructive. And this is the work that the Charter seeks to extend. Through this work, it is Africa once again that has a message for the Western world in these increasingly polarizing right-wing waves that deny complexity, suffocate diversity, and attempt to halt the inevitable traffic of cultures and civilizations. In Africa, we continue to demonstrate that cultural diversity, hybrid identities, demographic shifts all form part of productive tensions in society. We believe, as Césaire did, that exchange is oxygen, especially in an increasingly globalized world where technological advances have truly compressed space and time. The Charter clearly embraces a pluriversal future and understands that this not only to be just, but also as making us intellectually richer. Similarly, in geopolitics, meaningful collaborations can lead to a more just and richer socio-political reality. The Charter's embrace of Pan-African thought echoes key sentiments of achieving a transformative research collaboration agenda, not only between Africa and the global North universities, but within African universities too. Centering African institutions in research collaborations has the potential to counter epistemic violence, transform curricula, and build a new generation of African scholars and African scholarship. Through the Charter, we can start to imagine innovations and sustainable futures in scientific knowledge production that foreground unity, peace, and sustainability. So just to end, I think the Charter, the Africa Charter, has the potential to transform not only our partnerships and collaborations, but more fundamentally, how we do research, how we understand interconnection, the interconnection of human development and flourishing on this continent and globally. And I think we should be very proud of our institutions and what our institutions, thanks to our colleagues, have built over the years to usher in these goals through steady governance and institutional frameworks that are the cornerstone to governance alongside leadership. And I want to salute the leadership that has been keeping our institutions going strong, trusting that the next generation will take us to greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chose. Now, I would leave these reflections to the audience. Would like to hear what the audience thinks about this. The Africa Charter for Transformative Research Collaboration is work for all of us to do, including that of the audience here. Any responses from the audience, reactions? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tawana Kupe. I'm a board member of the AAU and a former Vice Chancellor. First, I would like to commend the pioneers of the Charter. This is something that is needed like yesterday in the general landscape of African research and innovation, given as the previous presentation by the UM6 colleagues indicated, a complex, complicated, evolving geopolitics and African context in its own right. The Charter, I think, does contribute to all of those initiatives, political, economic, ideological, that seek to reverse major histories of imperialism, colonialism, slavery in Africa, and put Africa in its own tracks as a continent that can also, if you like, drive its own transformative development using its own agency and its human and natural resources. And I think as the Charter colleagues clearly indicated, part of the inscription of history there is largely European and North American, if you like. But we also know that in the changing geopolitical context, other players from the rest of the world have come into the space. So what I wanted to ask my colleagues, the Charter pioneers and the panelists, is to say, where do we place, because if you look at the progress, the history to date and so on, it's concentrated in those geographies, correctly so, which have a huge inscription on Africa. However, as we know, there's the emergence of China, there's the emergence of, even in the scientific space also some degree, India. Also there's the emergence of Russia in the space. Is the Charter, and I think one of the pioneers, Divine Fu, did indicate in one slide, he said, and beyond. I would like an elaboration of that and beyond. How does Africa come to the center of the entire shifting geopolitics?
Okay, for want of time, I'll ask Professor Fro if he could address that in 1 minute.
Very relevant. I think we think it's relevant beyond. And it's critical document for redefining the world in a time when we need a different kind of cooperation. So it is relevant beyond.
I think there's a response to that or an add-on to that from you. You wanted to respond to that? What about the last question? No, you go on.
Perhaps, Professor Kupe, I think you're trying to help us to expand our provision. And I think when Professor Shose spoke, she said, we definitely, even amongst ourselves, because in the geopolitical and economic distributions, or geopolitical location, or geographies of knowledge, where many of our universities are located, even amongst us, within countries, there are still those, sorry, it's okay. There's still a requisite need for universities or science councils or systems to look at the policy positions and imperatives that assert equality, mutual accountability that our colleagues are talking about in the charter and that we agree to. But it's also an invitation within the new eruptions of power contestations, whether economic or political, for us as Africans, not just to come as mere participants or subjects that are researched, but our voices must be projected, our sciences, our civilizations, but also the position of the universities. We just come from a context, for instance, where many countries, including our country, or many universities, including the University of South Africa, would have lost funding from global relations that would have been supported by the US, for instance. What do we do? How do we recover? How do we work together to ensure that we're not dependent? The same is true. How do we how do we create equal partnerships with China, not the hierarchies of the underdog and the superdog? So I think it's an invitation that even as we forge partnerships with new power players in the geopolitical systems, whether of knowledge or economy or whatever, that we should still insist on equality, inclusivity, accountability, but also co-constructing a world that is supported by science or resourced by scientific relationships of respect. And I think for me, that's one important area that enables us as universities in the continent really to reaffirm these important assets that the Charter reminds us of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just take one more question. I think the gentleman there he had a question, correct?
We have a question here, up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eugene Mwaba from Botswana Accountancy College. Let me start by thanking the presenters for this very topical presentation. My question is around the extent to which we have buy-in at a political level, perhaps at African Union level. Have we been able to get buy-in around how best we can be able to progress with this particular initiative? We are aware that a number of countries have got different research agendas, and they do have various bilateral and multilateral arrangements with the global north and many other countries. So I just want to find out, do we have the political buy-in that is going to provide a conducive environment on which this particular charter is going to be anchored? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I'll probably ask Professor Chose. Oh, okay, it's for me. Okay, I just want to say that at the continental level, we do already have mechanisms that deals with science diplomacy. And embedded in those mechanisms, we're looking at how the dialogue around scientific partnerships, around academic partnerships, that dialogue is at an equal basis, that dialogue respects the aspirations of Africa and the priorities of Africa. Those mechanisms have been in place for a while now, and even within the STISA, so STISA stands for Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy 2034, we do have science diplomacy embedded into that. The implementation plan considers the fact that every academic dialogue, every academic collaboration we go into, that Africa's priorities are well articulated, irrespective of who is funding the process. Thank you. I just want to know from event organizers, do we still have more time? If you can tell me, how much time do we have? Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, thank you.
I think the colleagues are looking at me because I am the president of the Pan-African University Council, which is an organ of the African Union. My comment to this is as follows. First, as the NEPAD colleague indicated, there are principles within which negotiations are done between the African Union and other partner communities or countries. However, we do know that in reality, all the programs of the African Union, close to 70 or 80% of them are not funded by the African states. So when it is like that, then you ask yourselves whose agenda is being funded. And the relevance of this to the charter is that this charter must trickle down both ways, up and down, in terms of the African Union organ, the ability to stand and say, we agree to this funding on the basis of these principles, and its implementation must be as per the charter. That funding can, even if it is coming from, I will not name the country, it should not be led from there if it is to be African driven. Because it is about driving the agenda in the way that is relevant and responsive to the needs of the continent. The second thing is that the charter actually is not there to oppose partnerships. It's not there to kill partnerships. It is there to nurture and birth partnerships that speaks to equality, fairness, and economic and political and social environment that builds this continent in a respectful way. So yes, a simple answer is there is an engagement that is ongoing between the advocates of this charter and the Commission for Education, Science and Technology. The last 6-7 months we didn't have a commissioner, but I think 2 weeks ago one was elected, and that engagement will now continue. And hopefully we can have this on the agenda of the African Union as well. I think it's quite important that it's there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice people, put your hands together for this panelists. They've done so well. Thank you so much. And I think this panel is also very privileged because there are some gifts here for our panelists. So I will do this on behalf of UNISA. A beautiful session, isn't it? It is. Put your hands together for them, please. And that means a big yes. And we're on to say a good day for today. We're still on with the next session. But before that, we have to take a minute to see something amazing on our screens. A special promo made just to serenade our minds and hearts for the event as we prepare for the next session. Tech team, are you ready? Whilst we wait for the tech team to put the promo on the screen, let me also usher us into the next session, which is the plenary session. The stakeholders engagement number 2, chaired by Professor Orlando Antonio Quilambo, board member and former president of the Association of African Universities. Prof, if you're here, you can make your way up here. All right, then the presenter, Dr. Mohammed Al-Rafai, Senior Director of Worldwide Education, Adobe. Are you here? Okay, so I can see the Dr. Mohammed Al-Rafai is coming up stage. Put your hands together for him. Yeah, that's him over there. So just a way to keep the energy in the room, you should try and enjoy me as we put our hands together for him before he gets to that circle in there. Sure. Dr. Mohammed Al-Rafai is the Senior Director of Worldwide Education, Adobe.
Good afternoon. It's lovely to be with you today. I want to first thank the Association of African Universities for this unique opportunity to address you today, as well as our host, the University of Mohammed VI Polytechnic. This is an absolutely beautiful campus. It's the envy of the world. You can tell it's not only world-class facilities, but certainly sustainable in every right and just absolutely fantastic. So again, it is fantastic to be here. And one of the things that I just want to say from the beginning is we're going to talk about artificial intelligence today, but we're really talking about just a monumental disruption, a huge disruption. I think the World Economic Forum predicts that 92 million jobs will be lost by 2030 due to AI. But all correspondingly, we believe there'll be 170 million jobs that are created that frankly are upskilled in the era of AI. So although there's great disruption, with great disruption always comes great opportunity. Now, as you can sort of, my name as suggested is Mohammed Al-Rafai. I'm actually, I think, very much a product of the spirit of this conference. I was born in Egypt, and my parents were educated here in Africa and Egypt in the late 60s at another time of huge disruption and transformation. And my father is from a village that's near Tanta in Egypt, a very poor, it's our ancestral village, very, as I said, steeped in poverty. And through, frankly, the efforts of that very upheaval, frankly, with great government assistance and social change, my father was able to get a PhD in engineering. His brother also had a PhD in engineering, and his other brother was a medical doctor, and his two sisters both received PhDs, one in mathematics and one in religion. And so, frankly, I'm very much a product of what is possible when we look at these times of disruption and social change and we lean into them and we look at what opportunities lay before us versus strictly those that are challenges. And so today, I'm going to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. Before I do, I just again wanted to introduce myself. I actually work for Adobe. Adobe is a $21 billion company with about 30,000 employees worldwide, and we specialize in empowering individuals to imagine, create, and bring to life digital experiences. And with that, we do a lot in the area of digital media. You may know some of our brands such as Photoshop or Acrobat, those things that enable people to create on different, either in a creative manner or on the desktop. And we also have a very significant digital marketing business that allows chief marketing officers and others to be able to propel their business going forward. So as a digital company of the digital era, we are very invested in generative AI as a platform, and frankly, the pace of change is enormous. And so today, I just want to talk about this in the context of education. So what I do for Adobe is I'm the managing director of the education business segment worldwide that has both a component of engagement with customers, both in terms of what they may look at as well as in terms of customer success. All right, do I need to have a pointer? Maybe I should, or maybe I can just say next slide. I'm not really sure. I'll go through this kind of quick. All right. Do I have a pointer? My apologies. I probably should have figured this out first. Oh, there does seem to be a pointer here. Here we go. There we go. That's a good one. Please clap for me. That was a very good transition there. All right, so for the most part, what we're going to talk about today is how is creative generative AI currently being used in classrooms and universities today? How does it influence student outcomes? And how does it influence career outcomes? And how does it influence student personal well-being? So we surveyed about 2,800 educators worldwide for this particular survey. So the first thing is, what are educators looking for when it comes to generative AI? So we're in a world now where artificial intelligence is able to generate images, content, video, whatever it might be on their own. So frankly, a preponderance of educators focused on privacy as a main concern, that the AI model was created ethically and responsibly, that it's used to verify whether those outputs are using AI, industry standard tools, AI model did not generate inappropriate content, and that the creative outputs were cleared for commercial use. So you can sort of see that overwhelmingly, the orientation here is around policy and not technology. It's this idea of the ethical use of not only the use of technology, but also how these models are trained. And that's a pretty core principle in terms of what we see from a lot of educators. I think a year ago, we were very much seeing a lot of pushback on AI being used either in the classroom or as a part of the curriculum. And frankly, that's completely flipped. And now that it's flipped in terms of being an expectation in terms of teaching and learning, the shift has really come down to a policy discussion, is how can these things be oriented in a way that enables them to be done in the right way. So again, preponderance of folks are focused on ethical use and safety and dealing with a large commercial entity. So 87% of college students are creating AI for their coursework, and 69% of those do it weekly. So again, the train has definitely left the station relative to college and university students believing that AI is central to the work that they do. So here, top areas that faculty find generative AI helpful for student creative projects and multimedia assignments. So the first one is increasing the speed of creation. You'll see here that overwhelmingly speed matters and it allows them to increase workflows. And this is an important consideration, I think, for educators. AI is creating a massive disruption in the commercial markets around speed. It's really a notion of speed. So frankly, when we look at AI, not only is it meant to improve the outcomes that we have, but it's also meant to improve the pace, as is clearly defined here. Improve creative confidence. What we find is creative confidence is usually very high in young children, and as you grow older, you lose creative confidence. How often in a kindergarten class do you ask, or you know, in primary school, you ask, how many of you are great artists? And everyone's hands will go up. You ask that later in life, no one's hand will go up. And so this idea of creative confidence, we want to nurture that energy and build that muscle. Removing barriers for students without advanced skills, and this is really the idea of social equity. AI can definitely be used as a tool for social equity, but it frankly has to be something where equity of access is foundational. So often what we find is AI can absolutely be helpful for those who already have means, but frankly, universities and educators play a role in providing equity of access, and it's a very important component. Reducing instructional time, you can see it's helpful, and then reducing activity or homework timeline for those who aren't terribly interested in doing a lot of homework. So top educator motivations for using creative AI more often. 58% said improve student engagement, and 50% said improve student communication and self-expression. So these are key components that, frankly, it's about empowering students and not only the instruction. So how do students leave more empowered and more confident? And educators firmly believe that that's on the critical path to their success as well. So so these are 3 quotes. I'll just read one of them. So generative AI creativity helps my students get different views and helps their thinking process. This was an engineering faculty member. So again, we're talking about creative expression. There was clearly an intent from this engineering faculty member to see that in their student. Many students have creative visions but lack the skill sets to make them come to fruition. Using AI, students can bring their vision to life. Since creativity is natural, when a student competes at an endeavor using AI, she feels a sense of accomplishment, increasing her sense of well-being. So, as you can imagine, there are different issues across the globe relative to generative AI. And one of the things that we're seeing in many parts of the world is around student retention, but student retention is often correlated to student engagement. And now we live in a world where, frankly, the experience that students get outside the classroom, especially on mobile devices, are very rich experiences. And frankly, we need to, as educators, we need to match that richness within the classroom. And frankly, not only do we match that richness, but also this idea of being able to drive outcomes or the art of the possible that improves well-being. So retention is really, a cornerstone of retention is the idea of having student well-being and engaged students. And I think generative AI can be a path to that as well. So, as I mentioned earlier, we at Adobe are very focused on creativity as a foundational skill in modern workforce. Frankly, there's going to come a time when, frankly, knowledge is already available. With AI, it frankly makes that speed and the equity potentially something that we don't have to think about. What comes forth is do we believe that creativity is naturally or a human endeavor? And for us, we think that creative thinking is still critical in the workplace. So the large language models we're seeing will never replace human ingenuity and creative thinking. And so we think that, frankly, when we think about those skills that are most critical for students to learn, regardless of discipline, it's the idea of creative and critical thinking. And so this was done by the World Economic Forum as one of the top skills needed and required. And so if creativity is a fundamental human trait, how do we nurture that even in this world of AI? So this is what I quoted earlier. 92 million jobs by World Economic Forum are expected to be lost, but 170 million jobs are emerging. And frankly, this does challenge the status quo significantly. And I think this is where countries or institutions can leapfrog in very significant ways. And I'll just give you an example. We do have a set of creative tools that we provide to universities. Some of those are what we consider our creative cloud, which includes Photoshop and Acrobat. We also have a product called Adobe Express, which allows for creative expression across a multitude of modes, and frankly is at a very, very low cost. And it also includes generative AI. So within that, you're absolutely able to generate images, and it's a prompt-based LLM. And we've seen, frankly, whole countries emerge down that road. I think the UAE just entitled 100% of their public universities on it. We've seen Denmark has provided 100%, Malaysia has provided Adobe Express to 100% of their students. And I can go on. Sweden, I think 70% of students. In the UK, it's one in 4 students. And so what we're finding is a lot of ministries of education, a lot of education institutions view this as a chance, frankly, to step up and provide that equity of access, not only across institutions, but across whole countries, to enable them to be able to take advantage of this disruption. As I mentioned, every great disruption has great opportunity, and opportunity will emerge from this disruption, and it goes to those who grasp it. So employers are upskilling and hiring for new skills. This is really the idea. Is I think there's actually this slide goes into, but I think the next slide goes into a little clearer, is that really employers are beginning not to even look at employees in many countries who don't have AI as a core skill set, who don't have creative thinking or critical thinking as a core skill set. And so what we're seeing is not only is it an issue of, I need to do this in order to make myself, better at what I do, but it becomes a critical part of employability. Employability is, AI knowledge and capability is going to become, if it hasn't already, a cornerstone to employability. So this is where I was going to go with it. So 71% of leaders are likely to hire a less experienced candidate with AI skills than experienced one without them. 77% say leaders say early in-career talent will get greater responsibilities due to AI, and 66% of leaders said they would not hire someone without AI skills. And so this is the world that students are going into. We can certainly look at the way we educated and the way we prepared students in the past, but they're increasingly entering a workforce globally that will require them to have AI skills as part of their portfolio. So in the creative industries, you'll see here that a number of them, the creative occupations, have the highest percentages of members of LinkedIn adding AI aptitude. So when you look at LinkedIn, you'll see that these folks, content writers, graphic designers, marketing managers, these folks are the most likely to add AI as part of their aptitude on LinkedIn. And this is actually kind of where the whole presentation is going, is if you're a student in a university, how does it show through that you have creative and critical thinking skills? Like, how is that something that you can show an employer? How can you show them that you have AI skills? So 86% of educators believe that teaching students creative generative AI will enhance their chances of securing a job. And 38% indicated that improved career prospects for students is a top reason they encourage responsible use of creative. So it's clear that educators are starting to get that message. And so this is really, I think, at least for this presentation, there's lots of things we can talk about AI, but I think one of the biggest things is how do you showcase that capability in a world where our traditional credentialing, frankly, doesn't address it at all. It doesn't address credentialing in those areas. And so so what we have is we've come out, and I did see that the theme of the conference, one of the sub-themes was on artificial intelligence, and there was discussion of Coursera or other partnerships. I think it could also be extended to credentialing, to be honest. This is an area where we provide a number of micro-credentials. One is in the area of creative skills, a job application course, some career certificates in Coursera, and then Adobe Certified Professional. And what you'll be able to do, there's actually a couple of certifications that directly mention AI, presentation skills in the era of AI. And what that allows you to do is these micro-credentials can be put, if you have an engineering student, a nursing student, someone who traditionally wouldn't be able to showcase those skills, now can use these micro-credentials as a way for employers to see what they're about. The good news is when it comes from a company like Adobe or from someone Coursera, it adds that additional weight that it's been vetted and part of a broader schema. So this, frankly, is a way that we're partnering with universities across the world to make this part of their curriculum programs to ensure that their students are able to not only get the training and the education they need, but also to be able to have credentials that those employers or hiring managers will see them as being useful. So the Creative Edge Research, Design, and Scope, to shed light on this, Adobe commissioned a global study around higher education institution employers. So we surveyed 1,500 managers, and we had a number of people sort of come forward. So this is what they said. Why digital credentials are valuable to employers. So hiring managers essentially had to rate these statements. 81%, it's easier to assess if candidates have the necessary skills. It's a cost-effective way for employees to increase skills outside of what's provided by their organization. Signals high-quality candidate. That's a really key point, is how they differentiate themselves. And my organization seeks people with this, and candidates with these skills deserves higher compensation. So again, we think micro-credentialing is a very good, an important augmentation in the fast-moving, disruptive place that generative AI is providing in order to help students along the way. So if an agreement is across industries that digital and creative skills are essential, You'll see here that digital and document creation organization, visual media, and multimedia content, you'll see again that hiring managers and career seekers both perceive them to be very, very important on a go-forward basis. Okay, so creative problem solving is the ability to think differently about a problem and generate new solutions. Visual design skills mean that creator can put written language and pictures together in a way that is clear and focused for the audience. So again, we often, you know, in our travels, we spend a lot of time with educators, and especially around multimodal assessments, as well as the ability to be able to communicate visually. And we are finding that of course, essays and those requirements are falling by the wayside, and we're seeing creative expression be the mode that, frankly, the modern student that we assess the modern student, either through graphics or video or other things. Because frankly, in the workplace, I've been in business for many years. I don't think I've ever written an essay. And so, you know, I've had to do a lot of presentations. I've done some videos, some things with the team. And so for me, creative expression becomes the way I communicate thoughts and ideas and I influence. And so for going forward, we think this is the mode that becomes the most important going forward. So the rising importance of creative skills, you can see that curiosity and lifelong learning, resilience and flexibility remain very important. So again, certifications, we value hard work and dedication, and we appreciate that from a US hiring manager. So with that, I just want to offer a couple of thoughts in closing. You've been very kind, and thank you very much for participating. So as I suggested, Adobe is a worldwide company. We do have a number of programs, and I'll be here during the week if you'd like to discuss them further. The Creative Campus program is our flagship program where we partner with the universities. They're able to use that brand in terms of recruiting and engaging with students. And there's also a number of tools, both are ones at no cost and premium, that are available to you as well. So anyway, I thank you so much for the time this afternoon, and I appreciate it very much. Look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Do we have some questions or comments for him? Well, if there aren't, then I will invite. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. I don't know whether I was dozing or not, but most of what I listened to were dealing with the students, you know, using creative AI, the output. Now you have these, the teachers or the lecturers. The presentation assumes that the lecturers are already, you know, ahead of the students. So what are we gonna do? What should we do to ensure that they're also brought up to speed so that they can impart that knowledge using generative AI to the students? Thank you. As I said, maybe I was dozing, I didn't capture that aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I would be surprised if you were dozing because my presentation was very captivating. But what I would say is this particular question comes up with great frequency, and it's an excellent question, and that is, how do we enable faculty and staff to be able to not only, you know, not only students would use it, but how are they able to enable it both in their teaching as well as their curriculum? How can it become something where they're on par or ahead of students? And there's a few ways we think about it. One is I didn't address the portfolio of things. We do have a portfolio of things that allow faculty and staff to be much more effective. And I'll just say one thing on that, and then I'll go to what we've done with other universities. There's definitely emerging within the generative AI workflow this idea of consumption, creation, collaboration. Like those three things become very important. There are three separate things today. What I mean by consumption is you often go to a large language model, You ask it some questions, it spits something out. You really never do, the only reason, I should say, many times you do that is to be able to communicate something. You need something in a form of a presentation, a graphic, a table, and then you want to collaborate. You want others to maybe look at it, comment on it. And so that workflow, frankly, is something that is emerging as a single seamless workflow. And so for faculty and staff, we've created a number of tools that allow faculty and staff to use that workflow, both in their in curriculum development as well as in teaching. And it's fairly simplified, and it's something which, if anyone wants to discuss with me further, I can give you a glimpse into. Most of the time when we deal with this question, it's centered on faculty enablement. So there's two schools of thought with this. There are some universities that say, my faculty will never get there, I need to get to the students right now. So we create very student-specific engagement portfolios. There are other universities that say, this will never work unless I get faculty buy-in, so I need you to start with my faculty and then work to students. And so in those cases, we usually put off the payoff for a couple of years until we've thoroughly enabled the faculty on the generative AI tools and their use in the classroom, for instance, with multimodal assessment or career readiness. And so there's no shortcut to an engaged faculty that's enabled on Gen AI. We frankly have a number of enablement tools that bring faculty and staff along.
All right, thank you very much. And I will invite Professor Obadena to join me up here so he can confer upon you a very special celebratory item. Yeah. Thank you so much. Well done. It has been conferred. And a photograph to authenticate. Splendid. All right, so distinguished guests, we're moving on to the next session on stakeholders engagement, and this one is towards harmonization in African higher education, impacts and opportunities under the HACA initiative, chaired by Professor Soleimani Konate, Secretary General, Conseil Africain et Malgache pour l'enseignement supérieur, CAMES. And as Professor Soleiman Konate makes his way up here, I want to invite all stakeholders involved to join us here as well. A round of applause for Professor Soleimani.
Thank you very much. So, as we all know, due to the massification problem in our universities, due to also the lack of infrastructure, the decrease also in resources, we all observe a degradation of the quality in higher education. This is why the questions of harmonization and quality assurance become crucial for our higher system. Today, we will discuss in this panel about harmonization in African higher education, impact and opportunities under the AQUA initiative. We will have, I think, 3 presenters and 45 minutes. I don't know where are the other presenters. Professor Nzonga? Okay, they are coming. So as I said, in the next 45 minutes, we will take a quick but insightful look in AQUA initiative has contributed to strengthen quality assurance data system and policy dialogue in Africa, and hear directly also from key regional actors about how these efforts are being aligned with their own strategic policies. So let us welcome now Madame Koulichi Elizabeth. So she will give us an introductory word about the Aqua initiative. Elizabeth, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. If I want to change the slides, it's this, is it not? Okay, thank you, everyone. You're brave to stay with us into the afternoon. I think that we can be concise in this session. It's an important session, so please stay with us. And I think it's symbolical, the representatives we have in this session and the chairing of Professor Konate, because the HAQUA initiative is one that is very much built in African intra-stakeholder collaboration. There is leadership at the level of the Association of African Universities, who is a co-implementing partner, and Professor Oyewole had intended to be on this panel with us today. He had a very important meeting to go to with the minister. But I think it's noteworthy that this initiative represents a very tight-knit interaction and consortium of African partners representing different African stakeholder communities in different African regions, and you see some of them represented on the panel today. I will be brief. I would like to give you a few updates on the HAQUA initiative. Some of you might know it, some of you might not. There are a number of very important opportunities forthcoming for higher education institutions, but also for authorities in different African countries. And I wanted to highlight those. And after that, the idea is that we would hear from some of the partner organizations implementing the initiative to talk about what it means to them in their specific regions and with their constituencies. So that slide was just about Obriel, but as I had the privilege of giving you some welcome words this morning, I will skip that. I am here in this position now because Obriel is the coordinating institution of the HAQUA initiative in collaboration with the Association of African Universities, the German Academic Exchange Service, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, and 9 strategic implementing partners. And again, 3 of them are represented here on this panel. HAQUA is about quality assurance, if you saw the title of it, but it's also about more broadly harmonization and integration in the African continent. And it's been supporting that for close to 11 years now. This initiative started in 2015. But I think it's gained relevance, and it's gained relevance because of a number of very important disruptors. I don't have to name them all. We just had a session on AI, so I think it's very clear. Digital transformation, the quality and integrity of digital learning or learning in a digitalized landscape, the pressures we feel for recognition of qualifications, qualifications falsification, and beyond that, the need for crisis management, I think, in many regions right now, and the role that higher education plays. So quality assurance is integral to it all. And it puts a lot of stresses and a lot of demands and expectations on quality assurance. And HAQUA intervenes on this level, and it supports an articulation, common standards, and a common language for quality assurance in Africa. And it also is very importantly trying to show that quality assurance in African higher education is part of a much bigger puzzle for integration more broadly. You'll see the role it plays in trade, in science capacity, in employment, in peace building, in meeting the SDGs. We had a presentation this morning on the new CESA strategy, and there are complementary strategies where you see quality of the higher and relevance of the higher education sector playing a role. The African Continental Free Trade Area being one, and the STISA, which is the sister strategy to the CESA, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa. And that's why if you look at the long name of HAQUA, you see it's harmonization in big letters, comma, quality assurance and accreditation in African higher education. So it really has a broader policy scope, and I want to stress the different opportunities it has to offer in that broader policy scope. What it is and what it is not. So it is a long-term structural investment of the European Union in African higher education integration. It does that in partnership with the African Union. It is technically a technical assistance, so this is financial support brought by the European Union, so it doesn't necessarily solve the problem that was revealed in the last session about how do we invest, or how does Africa invest in its own higher education development. But I think it is a step in the right direction, in that it's very much rooted in stakeholder ownership and implementation, and hence why we have all the strategic implementing partners. And it's also highly synergetic with other investments and agendas, and I could cite, for example, the important work that UNESCO does across the continent, now with its Campus Africa program, but also other very specific target investments that other partners make, like the German Academic Exchange Service, specifically on the quality assurance and quality assurance training sector. What is it not? It's not an investment only in quality assurance, as I just mentioned. It's not, or it shouldn't be, competing with regions and their investments in quality assurance and their frameworks and their standards. And that's why we have colleagues here from CAMES today and also from SADC. It's not a substitute for African Union member state investment in African higher education, we must be very honest, but it's trying to build towards that. And it's not disaligned with African Union strategies and frameworks. In fact, it's very much contributing to bringing them forward. And here, to give you an example, this is the African Union's framework. This was endorsed in 2015, the Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Framework. And it highlights a number of action areas and a number of tools that are supposed to contribute to the articulation and harmonization of African higher education and quality assurance, amongst those being African standards and guidelines for quality assurance, for example. Another instrument being an African credit transfer system. Many of these instruments didn't exist in 2015. This was an aspirational framework, and I think HAQUA, in partnership with other organizations that you see on the right hand of the slide, has helped to bring these different action lines forward and develop these different tools. Okay, so I just want to very quickly the objectives and then the opportunities, and then I will pass it on to my colleagues. HAQUA intervenes at the level of quality assurance culture for higher education institutions and at the level of quality assurance culture for quality assurance agencies and authorities, and that duality is very important to the initiative. It is also intervening at the level of data for evidence-based policymaking, a challenge that has been evoked many times already just today. Its broader ambition is to provide African countries with the skilled workers, managers, and administrators they need to foster sustainable development and encourage the trade and investment they need, as well as enhance citizenship and democratic values. And I would like to stress enhanced citizenship, democratic values, and sustainable development. Why? I think there's a lot of initiatives today that are very interested in economic development and competitiveness. That's great. We need that. But if it's not balanced with sustainable development and a values-based cooperation to enhance citizenship and democratic values, I think something is lost. And that is at least a value proposition that HAQUA brings and a value proposition that the EU brings in partnering with Africa. There you see the strategic partners, 9 of them representing associations of universities, quality assurance networks and authorities, different African regions and linguistic groups, students associations like the ASU. This is a key group of stakeholders because they are really the ones that drive this agenda, and anything that is going to work on continental level can't work if it's not adopted fully by these organizations. CAMES, SARUA, IUCEA, it's impossible to jump to the continental level if we don't have those associations that really comprise at the regional level African cooperation adopting the mission. And the principles of HAQUA, so continuity with what's been done. I think it's unique because it's been a long-term investment in this quality assurance and harmonization agenda since 2015, so continuity, building on what's been achieved, disseminating what's been disseminated, trainer approaches, etc., respecting African diversity and regional dynamics, as I just mentioned, building African capacity to lead, building an understanding of regional integration more holistically, multilingualism, and I think HAQUA has served as a very important platform to promote higher education cooperation between different linguistic communities and countries in the African continent, empowering female leaders, Africa in a global context, embracing digitalization, and of course, greening and sustainability. Okay, so just in brief, how can you benefit from HAQUA? Many of you might know HAQUA from the opportunities it's provided in quality assurance training. This has happened both for professionals working in your universities. In fact, a long-term established training program has been rolled out in different regional cohorts. We have a large group of what we call now ambassadors or graduates of those cohorts. There's also been training for authorities working in higher education, accrediting bodies, regulatory bodies, quality assurance agencies. But beyond that, there's other exciting opportunities. And there you see these opportunities fall under 5 key work areas. New to this round of HAQUA, because we are in the third phase, is the work that's being done under the piloting of an African credit transfer system. This is still very much a document that sits on a shelf. The African credit transfer system. Extensive work has been done to study different African credit systems and to think about the purpose of such an African credit system as a currency for intra-Africa mobility and recognition, but it hasn't really been brought to fruition. So through the HAQUA program in the coming 2 years, we will be offering a pilot opportunity for 15 countries that have been established in terms of political interest and willingness to work with a cohort of universities and pilot the African credit transfer system and also map their own mobility and recognition, gaps, opportunities, caveats, etc. Another work area of HAQUA is the data capacity work area, data for policymaking. And in this work area, there will be a large training program rolled out, again, to authorities and higher education institutions, helping them to explore how more effective data pipelines can be built. I think our colleague Boren from UNESCO mentioned this morning that very few African countries report to UNESCO UIS for many reasons. And that means that we don't really know where Africa stands in meeting its policy goals. And the purpose of this intervention is to not just about, well, how can we get some data now, whatever it is, but how can we build an ecosystem for capacity generation, for more reliable and systematic data that can be then aggregated and compared and give the African Union and different African integration bodies a better sense of where we are in terms of our objectives. And then finally, I would reference the opportunities that we have under capacity building for regional integration. Online MOOC series on comparative regional integration in the higher education sector, policy briefs being produced. Earlier this year in Yaoundé, we celebrated a large conference on the role of higher education as it relates to the African Continental Free Trade Area, so crossing the higher education and economic integration agendas. So again, very important opportunities under this area as well. I'm going to stop there. I just wanted to highlight maybe one thing that you might find interesting. When it comes to the training and capacity building being done for internal quality assurance and external quality assurance. So if you are a quality assurance leader in your institution, or if you come from an authority, you can benefit from 2 upcoming calls. One coming out in the beginning of 2026 for these countries. This is a linguistic regional grouping, co-developed with AEF, the Annex Soup from Senegal, and Kames, who's with us here today. And again, they are the conduits for this training in collaboration with the HAQUA team. This is an online training leading to a certificate, and the beneficiaries of these trainings are allowed to apply for small grants for dissemination projects in their respective regions and countries. And if you're from any of these countries, there will be a call coming out in the second half of 2026. So do take note. And then finally, just to say that we have ongoing the opportunity for countries and their national authorities to participate in an external assessment of their quality assurance agency or authority. Why? The idea is to assess the agency or authority against African standards and guidelines to ensure a compatibility, to ensure a compliance, and also as a developmental measure to support that agency or authority in their transition. This has already been going on for the past 7 years. In this phase, we're offering 3 different types depending on the maturity of the agency or authority. And you see in 2026, 25 we're in, there are 15 countries participating, you see on the map, including Morocco, in this exercise. So I mean, you might be, if you're from one of these countries, please take note that your relevant higher education accrediting body or quality assurance body will be subject to voluntarily participate in an external evaluation, which demonstrates a tremendous will to adhere to the African standards and guidelines and to promote African integration in the quality assurance sector, particularly as it relates to recognition of quality assurance decisions. Okay, I will stop there. This was, I think, a very short insight, but you're welcome to visit the website and have more information on what's going on. Again, many opportunities for higher education institutions and authorities. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth Koulichi, for this very large and rich overview on what is ACWA, how is ACWA working, and what is ACWA doing. Now let us turn to our regional partner so that they can give us an overview also on how this initiative is aligned with strategies and the priorities at the regional level. So let me introduce you Professor Stephen Simukanga, who is Executive Secretary of the Southern Africa Regional Universities Association, the SARUA. So, Prof, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me try this. Okay. So the generative AI is working now. Okay, good afternoon, and I know that you have gone beyond your attention span, but I'll try to be quick in my presentation. So I'm going to look at the regional policies and programs that SARUA is leading, which are linked to the ACWA initiative that we just heard from Elizabeth. We have what we call a strategic focus area under SARUA, and this is on institutional quality management, where the ACWA initiative is housed. All the activities that we do under ACWA initiative is in this strategic focus area. I'll demonstrate the synergies and joint activities that we do, and also what we are doing in terms of developing a higher education database for SADC, and also the outcomes and the impacts that this program has brought. This strategic focus area I mentioned on internal quality assurance, basically it's to support SADC higher education institutions to build robust internal quality systems which are aligned with international and continental standards. The key deliverables, we started with a research. We did a state of play on IQA in SADC in 2021 to 2022. Then we created a community of practice for IQA. Basically, these are the staff from various universities that do this work. And also we've been undergoing or undertaking capacity building webinars and workshops under IQA. At a glance, and I think Elizabeth mentioned what ACWA is, it's basically harmonization. It's not arranged according to the name. Harmonization of African higher education quality assurance and accreditation. And the objectives, especially in the SADC region, is to strengthen quality assurance culture institutionally and nationally, and also enhance higher education institution capacities for internal and external quality assurance through the same program to support continental standards and framework, the PACWA, which Elizabeth mentioned, the African standards and guidelines, which we are trying to ensure that the universities internalize these guidelines at university level. And also support the development of database on higher education in the SADC region. This database will be housed at SADC, but we are involved as SARUA in its development. The state of play, basically we did a comprehensive mapping of policies, enablers and barriers on IQA in the SADC. So there are also recommendations that came from there for institutional change management. We also did a multilingual dissemination report in English, French, Portuguese. We did a summary, but there is a full report that is coming shortly. So this informed, this state of play informed what we're doing in terms of capacity building. The community of practice, we had an inaugural webinar in 2023. We have about 78 quality assurance practitioners from across SADC that are involved in the community of practice. We have 5 members who coordinate, and it rotates in terms of convenership. We have quarterly webinars under this community of practice, and the thematic webinars are aligned to the priorities of HAQUA. We did IQA, we have aligned up IQA webinars from 2023 to this year, and the topics basically are HAQUA overview, EQA and IQA methods, data for policymaking, micro-credentials, which is becoming very important, and also generative AI impact, as we heard from the previous speaker. Under Train IQA, we collaborate with DAAD, and the University of Potsdam in Germany. We have 2 cohorts, but there's one that is also starting in October this year, and basically to promote professionalism of quality managers. We're also involved in policy advisory and support. We participate in the HAQUA Technical Working Group for PACWA, which is Pan-African Quality Assurance Alliance now instead of agency. We are involved in the Train IQA program. We recently signed an MOU with UNESCO ROSA. ROSA is a regional office in Southern Africa in Harare, and we've started doing capacity building workshops in the region. We're also participating in the drafting of recommendation, the structure, function and governance of PACWA, and also aligning SARUA's quality assurance activities with continental quality assurance frameworks. We recently had a workshop, in fact, a webinar on the Addis Convention as well as the Global Convention, so that our institutions are aligned to these very important conventions. I just mentioned the capacity building workshops we've been having with UNESCO ROSA. We are also developing a quality assurance handbook for the region, basically to promote quality assurance, working with UNESCO as well. This is work in progress. And I said we share outreach on global and Addis conventions. Next steps under quality assurance, we want to expand the community of practice because our membership in SARUA is growing, so we want to bring in more members in this community of practice. As I said, we'll translate the full state of play in Portuguese. We're having a 3rd cohort on Train IQA in October this year. Of course, finalizing the quality assurance handbook. And through AQUA 3, participate in developing the statutes for PACWA, because there's a governance body that will be created to implement the PACWA initiative. In terms of data, and this is very important for SARUA because we are seeing that the SADC ministers of education, are now seeing what we are doing, and we are working with SADC to implement most of these PACWA initiatives. Like in 2019, the ministers endorsed a comprehensive profile and database of higher education for the SADC region, and they said that this should be developed. That was in 2019. So I've been working with SADC over these years in developing this database. As we heard, you cannot plan without data. And most of our countries don't have data about higher education in terms of, how many students are we enrolling, how many are graduating, and so forth. So in terms of what we have done so far, the indicators on data elements, and I have a colleague here, Charles, I don't know where he's seated, who was involved in this. Templates have been developed, and we are using classification systems agreed upon by using the ISCED for education fields, and support from Obreo, Elizabeth, and UNESCO. We did a gap analysis, and this report is now on the state of play on those countries that are listed there: Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini. Those we have done, and we also collected data from about 6 countries. Next steps, this is on data. There will be a statistical report. We'll conduct a workshop to review what has been achieved. More countries will be added to this work. And of course, additional data will be added later about what are the variables on research and innovation, publications, and student success indicators, and so forth. This happened last month. As I said, our ministers in the SADC region are engaged in what we are doing. They noted the report because the report was given to them, and then they urged the Secretariat to provide this data and populate. Directed also Secretariat to work with international cooperating partners to mobilize resources to continue this work. And also they insisted that we organize a regional capacity building program that will target authorities responsible for data collection. So this data collection initiative is slowly gaining momentum, and with the support of the ministers, we expect that this will grow. They also commended Obreo because they have been supporting, and UNESCO, they have been supporting this work. So generally on key outcomes on the HACWA work, we have enhanced quality capacity in higher education institutions across SADC. We have an active community of practice, which is working, and also promotion of harmonized quality assurance concepts is also growing in our institutions. We have stronger alignment of SADC higher education with HACWA and continental frameworks, and also the development of higher education database in the region is growing and supported by ministers of education. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Simukanga, for this insightful and inspiring news from Southern African universities. So you present us what is Sarua and how you work with Aqua and other initiative in order to really reinforce the quality assurance and higher education in Southern African region. Let us now move to the West and Central Africa region with African and Malagasy Council for Higher Education, CAMES. Professor Nzonga, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. As Elizabeth said in presentations, I can say the Aqua initiative aligns in many respects with the mandate of our Pan-African organization, which since its creation in 1963 has been committed to the integration of higher education and research policies in its member countries. Now we have 19 countries spanning West Africa, Central Africa, the Great Lakes region, and the Indian Ocean. Through my intervention, I wish to highlight 4 key areas in which ACA3 has enabled the development of concrete synergies in CAMES region programs while reversing our action and visibilities. The first one is the capacity building in quality assurance. The pictures that is in the slides was taken during the kickoff of Aqua3 in Namibia. Concerning this area, we contributed to the training model for quality assurance for professionals in higher education institution. And then some CAMES staff members were trained on external quality assurance. In May 2025, we involved in the selection of regional dissemination project led by alumni. The impact of these actions are training of more than 250 quality assurance professionals from 17 countries, the emergence of a dynamic regional network with regular exchange on good practice, enhancement of skills contribute to the effectiveness of CAMES evaluation mechanisms. The second area is the harmonization of data collection in higher education. We supervise the designation of national focal points, for example, in Senegal, Cameroon, Congo, Madagascar. We organize a regional survey on data collection practices. We contributed to the roadmap for the pilot files of the documents of the policy data unit. The scope and outlooks of these actions are a regional data system is being deployed, hosted by institution. About 30 higher education institutions will be covered in the pilot phase. Standards tools will ensure data comparability and transparencies in quality systems. The third area is our implication in PACWA and its technical unit. We participate in the regional consultation of the establishment of PACA in Yaoundé, in Cameroon, in May 2024. We are a member of the interim coordination unit of PACWA. We participated in the training on conducting agency evaluation. The impact of these actions are our contribution in the development of evaluation tools, our support to standards harmonization across agencies, the first step towards a current Pan-African architecture for quality assurance. And the last one is the dialogue and interregional cooperation. We participated in the second interregional dialogue on education and development in Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean, held in Addis Ababa in July of last year. As the conclusion, in summary, we can say Aqua3 enables CAMES to reach a new milestone in structuring quality assurance, data production, and continental policy dialogue. We reaffirm our commitment to working toward a progressive and a realistic harmonization of African higher education based on sound practice, reliable data, and a shared vision. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Nzanga, for this overview on quality assurance questions in Central and West Africa and how CAMES is working together with Aqua Initiative. Now, let us give the floor to the participant if you have some questions directly to interact with these three actors. I can see hands there. Yes, please. You can just introduce yourself before you ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your report. Considering the
your name, please. Can you tell us your name?
Okay.
Institutions.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Xiao. I come from China, Zhejiang Normal University. Thank you for your representation. Considering the impact of the AI in higher education, especially the lecture for the creativity in higher education, what do you think AI impact for the HAQAA and the Pan-African quality assurance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us take another questions. Or do you want to react directly? No, let us collect the question first. Yes, please. Your name, institution, and your question, please.
Thank you very much. Atanga Desmond from Cameroon, Kesmont International University. I would like to understand the relationship that is going to be established between CAMES, SACWA, under the mentorship or the leadership of HAQUA. How would the collaboration be to benefit private institutions? Because when you look at the quality assurance bodies you put and the various stakeholders involved, mostly public institutions are put in the agenda. Me, I am from a private university, so I'd like to see how my institution is going to benefit from a membership with CAMES, being in collaboration with HAQUA, and receiving funding from Obriel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Other questions? If not, let us answer to these two questions, and then maybe we can come back to the participant. Okay, we have two questions. One from China about on the impact of AI on aqua and quality insurance. Elizabeth, do you want to open the answers?
Yes,
okay,
I will try. That was a very difficult question, but thank you for that. I think that, You know, quality assurance tends to run behind the trends a little bit. It takes us a long time in the higher education sector to agree to quality assurance standards. It takes us even longer to implement them. It takes us even longer to implement them in a harmonized way across countries, in a way that it can facilitate the recognition of accreditation decisions in our respective countries and foster a quality assurance culture and environment in the higher education institutions. This is an example we've seen in Europe, for example, but I know it's been seen and is being seen in different African regions. And then I think if you put AI into the mix, where it's all happening so fast, no one really knows what to do with it. I think the advantage of generic standards like the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance is that they talk more about how institutions manage processes and less about how do we drill down to teaching and learning and with technological disruptors. The standards refer to general change management and university resilience and how that affects the relationship between professors and their students and between academic leadership and their hierarchy. So in that sense, the African standards for quality assurance are actually fairly robust. This being said, we've seen from other regions where there are continental or regional standards for accreditation and quality assurance that they do sometimes need a refocus, they need to be retooled. There will be a revision of the European standards and guidelines in Europe in the next 2 years. There will be a revision of the African standards and guidelines in 3 years' time at the end of the HAQUA initiative. That will mark 10 years of the African standards and guidelines. So I think you raise a very important question. And I think the point is that as much as we do want to standardize and harmonize, there's only so much we will do so. It's more about speaking a common language, talking about standards for change processes, for management, for governance, for how our quality assurance bodies relate towards institutions, support institutions, regulate institutions, but not drilling down at the very specific level of how we would manage AI in any one country or institution. That's the sort of
Thank you very
short answer I can find.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Before we give the floor to the other panelists, I would like briefly to give the floor to Professor Oyewole, who was supposed to be part of the panel, but because of other business, he cannot join us. So, Professor, you have a floor because you are part of the consortium of AQUA. So, of course, please give us your word.
Let me apologize that I will have been part of this panel, but for the meeting we've been called upon to have with the minister. I want to note that the AAU has been a good partner with OBRE and our other regional bodies in executing this initiative on harmonization of quality assurance in Africa. 2 or 3 areas that I want to emphasize, which probably must have been talked about before I came, which I may not know, is about the PAQUA, Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agency. This initiative started about 7 years ago, and last year, AAU accepted to be the technical unit of the Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agency. This is not going to be an agency again. I think we call it Alliance. We now call it Pan-African Quality Assurance and Accreditation Alliance, that will bring together national regulatory agencies in all countries of Africa so that we can have a harmonized system for carrying out quality assurance in the continent using the African standards and guidelines that has been developed. We want to involve every country in Africa in this initiative, and I want to thank the European Union who is supporting the program. Another one is the African Credit Transfer Scheme. In Africa today, we use different systems for assessing knowledge. Probably the concept of credit is not strange to universities in Africa. For example, in some countries, they tell you 1 hour of lecture by a lecturer on a course for 13 or 14 weeks is equivalent to 1 unit of course. And for those countries, credit is measured on the basis of the teacher. It is teacher-centered. But the way things are going on, development in the world now is to make credit to be student-centered, whereby you measure credit on the basis of workload on the learner. We are not trying to change your national system, but we want countries to understand what is going on in different regions, so that when a certificate is presented from another country to your country for any purpose, you understand the system they operate in. So all of us are involved in that. I guess that Elizabeth will have told you about regional integration. Very importantly, African higher education system has been divided on the basis of our colonial past. We do not want that to continue. We want to understand each other, know what is happening, and we hope that the way we are going, an engineer trained in East Africa will be free to operate or work in West Africa without being questioned. I believe that one of the change maker is the African standards and guidelines in quality assurance, which I hope that our national regulatory agencies will look into and see how they can adopt it to their various system. I hope that I've covered some areas, and I want to note that it's been a pleasure to work with Obre Global over the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Oyewole, for these 3 major points that was very important to mention. The first one on the question of the Alliance on Quality Assurance is really important. The question of the credit transfer in the system, LMD system, is also a key question. And the last one, very important, the academic integration point. Thank you very much. And okay, let us continue with the question, the key question on AI impact.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a difficult one because it's moving very fast.
Yeah.
And in terms of coming up with quality assurance on AI, we're a bit behind. That's why I asked that question. We are concentrating on the students.
Thank you.
What about the lecturers? What are they doing in terms of monitoring students when they're using AI tools? There is I saw an exhibit outside where you can actually track the student essays in terms of plagiarism and things like that. Yeah. So it's moving fast, and I think it's something that we also need as quality assurance practitioners, something we need to take into account as we move forward. Now, there was a question on relationships between CAMES Arua vis-a-vis private institutions. Exactly. Yeah. In Sarua, our organization, the members are both private and public institutions. So whatever we do, we involve everybody. But what we have noticed is that the uptake of these initiatives is quicker in public institutions. I don't know why, but that is our observation. Perhaps they are driven by government, ministers and things like that. But everybody is involved, and our private institutions, they participate in all these institutions. So we're not leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we still have only 2 minutes. Let me give a short word, last word for each of the panelists. Or do you want to react to the questions, Professor Nzonga? Or let us give you the floor for your last words before we close the session, because we still have only 2 minutes. Let us start with CAMES. Your last word.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say, as the Global Convention of UNESCO said, higher education provided by both public and private institution is a public good and a public responsibility, and being aware of the need of uphold and protect of a principle of academic freedom and of the autonomy of higher education institution. That means there is only one higher education. Aqua initiative gives the opportunity of public higher education to benefit from all his action.
Thank you very much, because we are running out of time. Thank you very much for your word. Professor Simukanga, the word from Sarwa. Your last word, please.
Thank you very much. I think from Sarua, we are excited because our ministers are buying into these initiatives. I think that's a positive. And we think that with that support, the uptake of these initiatives in our institutions will be enhanced. So we just urge our institutions here who are not members of Sarua. I'm now doing marketing. Who are not members of Sarua to ensure that they become members, because there will be a lot of activities that are coming up, especially going into 2026 under the HAQUA initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Oyewole, do you want just one word before we close? Thank you very much. Okay, let us give the floor to Elizabeth, the head of the consortium.
Thank you so much. I actually think Professor Oyewole said it best. And it had to do with the why of all of this. The fragmentation in African higher education systems, the colonial divide, and I think initiatives like this are really trying to take very tangible, concrete measures towards breaking down that fragmentation and reuniting the continent. And it sounds very wishful thinking, but if you just look at the work that's been done collaboratively between organizations like CAMES, IUCEA in East Africa, who was supposed to be on this panel today, but unfortunately couldn't attend, Sarua, which already represents a community where you have multiple African working language, Portuguese, French, English. So I think the fact that these organizations are coming together and working collaboratively on this platform under these concrete action lines with tangible outputs and benefits for their memberships is a key success in itself. And we can only thank the AAU for its continued partnership and leadership in the consortium, also in helping to bring these different actors together. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. As we close this strategic session, I would like to extend my very warmest thanks to all the speakers and participants. This panel has highlighted how AQUA is enabling African-led progress in quality assurance, fostering structured and comparable data system, and facilitating cross-regional policy alignment. These are not isolated efforts. They are part of a broader and collective movement to strengthen the African higher education space. We now have both a responsibility and an opportunity to deepen this synergy, ensuring sustainability and continuous working together as institutions, as region, as a continent, toward a more integrated and credible African higher education system. Thank you once again for your active engagement and to continue your continued commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my liveliest audience. You've been so amazing since we began the event. And as custom demands, Mr. Frank Assefa, Senior IT Officer, AAU, please come up stage and do the normal thing we do. Put your hands together for Frank Assefa as he makes his way up here to share something very nice with our speakers and our chairperson. Whilst we prepare for another anticipated session on the program outline, the launch of a phenomenal platform, I will tell you right after the session. Just stay tuned. All right. A round of applause for this session wouldn't be bad. A nice one. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we wrap it up with a big applause. Just to say thank you very much, and a photograph to seal it. And how do you call that? Beautiful. Thank you so much for the session. And as I mentioned, highly anticipated session for the day is that the AAU, in collaboration all of you, is going to launch the AAU African Research, Innovation and Development Database, AFRID. And this will be done by Professor Olushola Oyewole with Professor Frederick Atwama. Put your hands together for him as they make their way up here.
Please, before Professor Ama comes up, permit me to make a comment about African higher education system. One of the largest university system in Africa today is the Nigerian university system, with over 287 universities. I'm not sure there's any other country with that number within the Africa. We are highly pleased to have the Executive Secretary of the National University Commission for Nigeria in the person of Professor Ribadu. Permit me to call on Professor Ribadu here to welcome him specially to AAU and to our General Conference. Professor Ribadu.
Distinguished participants, good evening. I know we are all very tired. After 6 p.m., I think it's wonderful. On behalf of the Nigerian university system and the National Universities Commission, the Nigerian university system has not 287 now, but 300 universities. Only last week, we licensed the Ebonyi State University of Aeronautics. That makes it the 69th state university in the country, and we have 72 federal universities and 159 private universities, making a total of 300 universities in Nigeria currently. We have introduced a new curriculum called the Core Curriculum Minimum Academic Standard, which is CCMAS, which focuses on 21st century skills with entrepreneurship as a center. We are trying to automate our processes, especially the accreditation process, and we will collaborate with HAQUA and also the Pan-African Alliance to make the accreditation process seamless. So on behalf of the Nigerian university system, I bring to you warm greetings and felicitations. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And the next thing we want to present, I want you to take note of. Okay. Yeah. Can I call on Professor Ama to come forward at this time? Professor Ama. I am going to briefly introduce us to a special network. I remember about 2 years ago, Elizabeth, is she still around? Yeah, Elizabeth, yes. When the idea of African Research and Development Network. She was the one who said we need to also focus on innovation. And we are glad that part of that conversation is what we are presenting today. Can I have I will make the presentation, then we will connect online for you to know what we are saying, talking about. We call it the African Research, Innovation, and Development Network. IT. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are unveiling a transformative platform that promises to calibrate the future of research, innovation, and development across our continent, Africa. It looks like a digital tool, but I believe there is a continental leap forward. 2 years ago, I told you of a plan to make researchers in Africa to talk to each other. That is, researchers working on a particular field, they need to know each other. Today, we've gone beyond that in what we've now called the African Research, Innovation, and Development Network, because this is a vision anchored in African excellence. We believe that for Africa to move forward, we need to generate, manage, and apply knowledge. For so long, the intellectual contributions of Africans have not been really appreciated. And we know that for quality education in Africa, we need quality research. Let me go beyond my slide to explain what it means. If you are here this evening and you are a researcher, for any new research publication you make, without telling us, we shall capture it on our platform. We can go to your university platform here and we'll be able to know the area of strength of the research being carried out in your university. As your researchers are publishing, those publications will be appearing on our platform. And you can know the highest publishing staff within your system and know what your university researchers are contributing to knowledge. This thing is better experienced than just spoken about. So I will want Professor Ama to let them connect to the internet and just open to the platform. In this platform, you can key your own university. When you key your university into it, it will bring out the total number of publications, the areas of strength of your university, the 10 major areas of strength of your university in research. It will bring it out. It will also list the researchers in your university based on their publications and their competencies in different areas. We've been able to get over 2,000 universities in Africa on this platform, and the board of AU met 2 days ago, and we've been told that we should leave it open for any university in Africa to be able to connect, to be able to check yourself and see what you are doing research-wise. Let me now just call on Professor Ama to continue to talk about this.
Thank you very much, Professor Yewele, for the opportunity. Yes. So you can.
Can you go back? No.
I'm going back. This is yours. This is your presentation. So, can you project it? Hello, Enoch. Yes. Okay. Show me the very first page. The first page, the website that appears when they go there. Yes. Thank you. So, go up a little, please. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. So this is the AFRID platform. And as you can see, it says, connecting African scholars institutions, and research communities. So it's multi-layered. Now, so when you come to this particular page, you'll be given the opportunity to sign in if you already have the credentials or to join the network. So this is the interface or the website you hit. Please, can you scroll down? Yes, so here it says that we have over 2,000 institutions on the platform, nearly 240,000 scholars on the continent on platform, and as well as over 6 million publications on the platform. Then when we come to the bottom, we are able to see the research output of a university over a span. This one says just the last 20 years. This one says last 20 years, but you can have something which is more. So please click on the last 20 years and let's see the drop down. Yes, so you can have the last 3 years, the last 5 years, the last 10 years, the last 20 years, the last 50 years, or all time for your university since its inception. Please, yes. So this is it. Then on the right, we have the regional distribution. We have the regional distribution. So these are concentric circles. The outermost layer refers to the publication output. And then the inner ring is the citation. Now, as we can see, this is for North Africa. So this indicates that of the over 2,000 universities that we have on the system, 386 emanate from North Africa. And then in terms of their contribution to the total output on the continent is 45%. So you can see that they are contributing a lot to that. Citation is also 35%. Click on East Africa. So we see the same for East Africa. East Africa has 850 institutions. That is 40% of the entire stock. And then their contribution is 12%, and citations is 15%. So you can see that this is also lopsided. The information that this conveys to us is that even though there are many, in terms of broad scope, the contribution to the publication is not that much. It's just 12%. Yes, so please go down a little. Yes, so we can feature scholars here as well. We can see them. Now, go to the next interface that shows us where we have the scholars, the institutions. Yes, so on the left, you can see from the dashboard, this is the dashboard. Then you have institutions, scholars, publications, research fields, grants, and administration. So please, let's click on institutions. So this indicates the institutions that are on the platform, and these are country specific. So we can see the various countries that are there, and then for each university, it tells us the country, the total number of publications, the citations in total, as well as the scholars that are contributing to that number of publications. So this can be done for many of them, but let's go to scholars. We'll come back to this in a jiffy. Scholars. So here we have a number of scholars, and you can also see where the scholars are coming from, where the institutions are, the country. You also see the publication citations. You see other bibliometrics there, the H index, I-10 index. I need to point out that AFRID is not a ranking platform. However, it has capability for ranking. It can rank, but that was not the primary reason why we developed AFRID. The reason why is what our Secretary General indicated. We want to make sure that the researchers community in Africa are working closely together on African problems. So that is it. Then, yes, then we come to, I wanted to give this and then I'll come back. Then we come to research fields. Please click on research fields. It's loading. We need to see the research fields, and then we can see, okay, yeah, there we are. These are the research fields. So you can see that when we take research field, let's say machine learning, There are 3,860 scholars working on this domain. And then this number of scholars are domiciled in 593 institutions across the continent. Now, we are going to constitute each of these and closely aligned fields into communities of practice. That will bring on board scholars to be able to collaborate. So, for instance, those working on machine learning, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, high-performance computing will be brought together as a community of practice, and they'll be doing work together in that particular domain. Please, let's go to institutions. Yes, so if you take institutions, there are 5 domains. We have the overview for that institution. We have the scholars. Please go up a little. Yes, go up. Yes, so this shows Cairo University. This shows Cairo University. And in Cairo University, they have over 126,000 publications. And in the last 5 years, their publication stock is 45,000. You can see it below it. So it gives you your lifetime publications, your lifetime citations, and also indicates in the last 5 years whether you are active or not. So we can see that disparity also there, the citations, the total number of scholars that are active, which is there. Then please click on, go down a little, the field, the book. Now, so within Cairo University, these are the dominant research areas where the research focus on. You have molecular biology, 16%, microbiology, 12%, machine learning, 12%, biotechnology, medicine, and immunology, 9%, and biochemistry, 9%. So these are the areas where they are very active as an institution. Scroll to the right. Then on the right, we're able to see the research field impact. This is very important because we don't want to compare across fields. You can't compare a researcher in history with a researcher in biology because their citation patterns are totally different. You can only look at it in intra-field comparisons. Intra-field comparisons. So this shows us that nuclear physics for Cairo University, nuclear physics, molecular biology, and artificial intelligence has the highest score in terms of their field impact. 0.66 simply means that it is 34% below the global average. And then 0.62 means it's 38% below the global average. But that is the most dominant domain that is there. Please go to the left. Yes. So within Cairo University, this is just the overview of the university. Then you have, please go up a little. Yes. You have overview, scholars, publications, analytics, and collaboration. So this will be for each university will have these 5 tabs. So click on scholars. So this is telling us the scholars in this university. The first person is there. We see the total number of publications, the person's citations, and then the person has the H index. We see it also there. So it can give you indication of whoever is in Cairo University you want to search. Please click on analytics. So, yes, so we can see that this is the overall institutional performance score. And this is based on the research output and the research impact. So this is their performance score. And then we see their research output over time, dating back to 1979. This is the total number of publications they've had. And then we can scroll down a little, Yes, so this shows when they started accumulating their publications. We see it over there. Please scroll down. Yeah. Now, and these are the most cited papers in that university. We can see it there. These are the most cited papers. Please scroll up just a little. No, not here. Where the trend over time is. Yes. So these two refers to citations and publications. So the green is the citations and the blue is the publications. You can uncheck. Go down a little and uncheck one of them. Yes. If you uncheck, if you are interested in only gauging the publications, you uncheck. citations. If you are only interested in the citations, you can check the publications. And so if you want both, you can look at the concurrence of the publications with the citations to see whether there are any anomalous trends or not. And that would be useful for management decision making.
Look at universities that are present here. So that they can, or country. Let's talk of, let's take a country, Ghana or Nigeria.
Okay, all right. So go to the map on the first page, please. The map. Yes. So this is the various distribution: Central Africa, West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa. Now, so just click on any of them. So this is for Mali. Click on Mali. So when you click on Mali, it gives us the country-specific profile that are there. It tells us that Mali has 11 institutions. Click on Ghana. It says Ghana has 118 universities that are on the platform. Please click on More. Yes. So when we click on More, we see the various institutions that are there. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is here. University of Ghana is also here. It tells us the scholars in these universities and then their population profiles. So for instance, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology has 1,211 scholars. Now, so you can see that you can sort by scholars in terms of ascending or descending. And you can sort by publication. So sort by scholars in terms of, sort descending. So University of Ghana will be, sort by descending. Yes. So you can see the University of Ghana has more scholars than any other university. Then sort by publications. Yes, when you sort, you also see that in terms of the total number of publications, University of Ghana has more publications than any other. But you can also sort by citations. And then that will also give us indication how many citations are there. Yeah, definitely. So you click on University of Ghana because I see them there. Kwame Nkrumah University of Ghana, Science of Technology is also here. So this is for University of, is it for University of Ghana? Yes, this is for University of Ghana. So now we come to the University of Ghana. We see the click on scholars. Yes. So this is for University of Ghana, those that are in the system, the list of scholars that are there. Click on the first one. So this gives indication of the person's publication and citation over the period, starting from 2000. It means that the earliest papers we have captured for him dates back to 2008. That is what this is telling us. And we can see some trend that it was increasing, and then now we see a decline. Okay. So go to the map again, the map. Yes, and then choose Nigeria. Yes. So for the sort by scholars. Yes. So in terms of scholars, the university in Nigeria with the most scholars is Nnamdi Azikiwe University, 2,230. That is what this one shows. So you can see the next one is University of Nigeria in Nsukka, and it follows that way. This is the total number of scholars in the university. Sort by publications. So you realize that when you sort by publications and when you sort by scholars, the outputs are not the same. In terms of outputs, it is University of Ibadan, not University of Nigeria and Nsukka. So these things will be there. You can see those discrepancies. Okay, so please click on University of Ilorin. Yeah, I think it's 4th there. Okay. Yes, so it tells us that in the last 5 years, University of Ilorin has published 21,745 papers in the last 5 years. In the last 5 years as well, they have about 400,000 citations. And then active scholars now is 1,441 that are in the database. Yeah, and then the paragraph. So yes.
For example, let it go up.
Yes.
For example, at the University of Ilorin now, can you go up a little? No, more. If you want to know the strength of that, the best 10 areas where University of Ilorin is strong, you can no. The bar.
The right.
The right.
Please scroll to the right. Yes.
Up.
This is it.
This is the strength of University of Ilorin.
Scroll down a little so we can see.
So that we can see the areas.
So phytomedicine, they do a lot of work on plants. One Health, biochemical toxicology, food safety, malaria, biofuels production. These are the strongest areas for that. Then go down a little. Yes, go down. So these are all areas that the university gives us some background to the university as well. So all this information is useful for management decision making. You can know areas where you need to target to send funds to prop up. You can also know areas where you can glean learnings to even infuse into other domains to make them strong as well. But there's a caveat. Before the SG launches it, there's a caveat. As I said, the AFID platform is not intended as a ranking platform, even though it has the capability to do that. Our goal is to ensure that we foster a research innovation ecosystem that will help scholars to collaborate deeply on the continent. That is the goal of AFID. Also, the way it is now, we are maintaining fidelity to the source. It means that if there's a mistake in the source or the origin, let's say Google Scholar, that mistake will still be seen in AFID. And we will continue to prune the data as we move on to clean the data. But that is very important. So we are saying that it's not a sacrosanct system, it's not something which is foolproof, but it's a useful starting point to ensure that we are moving forward. Thank you very much, SD.
Yeah. It's not yet perfected yet. We are still working on it. But with this type of thing, you can know the performance of your staff, know the profile of publications of the staff in your university. As your staff are doing research and they are publishing, this platform will capture their publications. You can also be able to track the areas. If people ask you what is the area of your strength in your university, this will make it possible. And for us in AU, we can know the researchers in Africa who are working in the same field and can bring them together for them to collaborate. Or you are doing a project and you now want to look for a researcher in another part of Africa that may be interested in the area of your interest. You can go to this platform. We are going to make this platform available, even though we are still working on it for the next 6 months. After 6 months, it's going to be restricted to only the members of AAU. Do we have questions based on this presentation? What? Oh, I've been asked, since this is the first time we are doing this, it's my pleasure on behalf of the Association of African Universities and as the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities to launch the African Research, Innovation, and Development Platform for all of us to use. Thank you. Questions? No. I learned that we have just 30 minutes. There are people who should listen to this. We will do it again tomorrow morning, and I learned that then we will have your questions. But do we need, can we give them the link?
Yes, please.
Today or tomorrow?
You can give them the link even today.
Okay, give them the link. You can write it down. You can even check it up and open up and register. Tomorrow.
Splendid.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So can we have the link on the screen tomorrow? You can review it, and then tomorrow you can have your questions.
I think in the morning, 10 o'clock or something like that.
All right. All right. So tomorrow, Government will have a session to ask questions or give comments about the AFRID network. But for now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for now, I would entreat us all to kindly rise up and go for a snack break. It's been a long time sitting, and engaging. But you need to step out, take in some nice air, enjoy some snack, and then we come back to wrap up. I promise, we come back to what? Wrap up. So step out for just a few minutes, less than 10 minutes. Let me see you back here in 10 minutes, all right? Stretch out, take in some good air, and let's do the final part of the day. You've all done so well, my liveliest audience. I appreciate you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's take note of the following announcement. First of all, please make sure you collect all your personal belongings from the buses, either when embarking or disembarking. Number two, please note that all hotels that are not on the list should contact Yvette of the AAU as soon as possible. 3, also note that the buses will be ready at the hotels from 7 a.m., so all participants must make sure they join the buses to the conference tomorrow. 4, all new hotels that were mentioned to UM6P have been taken note of. 5, souvenirs will be given out tomorrow morning, so all participants will be required to present their name tags and you get your souvenirs. I will repeat the announcement one more time. Number 1, please make sure you collect all your personal belongings from the buses, either when embarking or disembarking. 2, please note that all hotels that are not on the list should be contacted. Contact Yvette of AAU for more information on the hotels. Again, note that the buses will be ready at the hotels at exactly 7 a.m. tomorrow in the morning. Please do well to join the buses and get here. Also, new hotels that were mentioned to UM6P have been taken note of. And finally, souvenirs will be given out tomorrow morning. Present your name tags at the registration booths and get your souvenirs. These are announcements that you should take note of whilst we'll make it ready for the final session tonight after the snack break. See you all after snack break. All right. So if you can see what's happening, the shortest snack break ever the whole of today is this moment. It is less than 10 minutes because we would have to come back and finish appropriately because we have one last session, and I would invite the session stakeholders to kindly be on standby as we commence. I want to call on all participants who are currently outside to kindly grab a cup of coffee, tea, or water and walk back into the auditorium so we can complete today's itinerary. This session is under the Reform in Russian Higher Education and the Subsoil Africa Consortium of Universities. The Reform in Russian Higher Education and the Subsoil Africa Consortium of Universities. And this will be led by Professor Paul Omaji, President, Subsoil Africa Consortium, and Dr. Taikin Dimitri, Vice Rector of Pilot Project, St. Petersburg Mining University. If our stakeholders are here, kindly make your way up to the stage so we can continue the session. Please put your hands together for our presenters. It is the final session of the day, so let us accord the session all importance and let's be present. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your patience. I would like to ask the gentleman who is responsible for the presentation to launch the presentation named Avnets Mining U. Sorry for repeating this, but I need another presentation. My dear colleagues upstairs in control center. Thank you so much, appreciate it. First of all, my name is Serge Chavanets, St. Petersburg Mining University. Unfortunately, it's slight changes to the program because our colleagues from St. Petersburg, which had to arrive at the session, their flights have been postponed and they are still on their way to Rabat. Let me express my deepest gratitude for the invitation and opportunity to participate in this key event in the sphere of higher education. Our conference is called Shaping the Future of Higher Education for Innovation and Sustainable Development of Africa, but actually it's much wider in my understanding. It's much wider thanks to the authority of the Association of African Universities, the broad representation of African and not only African universities, the leadership of AAU, as well as the fact that being outside the politics, the association is a recognized and leading voice in the field of higher education. And we can say that the topic is much broader because the future of higher education is the future of global world. And the future of global world, it's a future of the world itself, the future of our countries, the future of our children, and it's very important. Well, let me start with saying that Industrial Revolution of the 18th and subsequent century, they marked the beginning of era of advanced consumption of mineral resources and energy. Due to the large-scale improvements in production, the introduction of assembly lines, the sewing machine, the internal combustion engine, etc., those revolutions changed the whole world forever. They also changed the Africa, but in some peculiar way. Africa turned out to be the role of the supplier of the very resources that the Western world needed for the accelerated development. But Africa itself didn't get this development. Instead, Africa got colonialism. According to the United Nations, probably 17 million of Africans were taken into slavery, probably as much more have died on the way. Some researchers estimate that number like 50 million people. 50 million is the population of the Republic of Korea today, or Spain, or Argentina, so you imagine much better than me the amount of damage, if I may put it. The economic damage is not less, it's estimated like $777 trillion. And the African states de facto lack the sovereignty, didn't allow them to resist the colonial aspiration of the developed metropolis. Well, the year 1960 is supposed to mark the end of colonial era. In December this year, the United Nations General Assembly, on the initiative of the Soviet Union, adopt the Declaration 1415, Declaration of Granting of the Independence to Colonial Countries and People, and the colonial system as an event, as an epoch, as a culture, has been terminated. It is a national understanding. But as a matter of fact, even today, the colonialism in Africa has subsequences that still relevant. Africa is one of the most resource richest region in the world. Probably 1/3 of mineral resources isn't within Africa's subsoil. 8% of world's natural gas reserve, 20% of oil, 40% of gold, and etc. And it is not surprising that Africa remains an object of Western expansion even today. Colonial dependencies has transformed into neo-colonial, and it is probably increasing from year to year. This dependence is expressed in the fact that the continent doesn't set the rules in the most important and practically the unique market available to the export of mineral raw materials. The continent only accepts the rules set by others, the former metropolis. What sort of the rules? For example, in 2019, the European Investment Bank announced the stop on financing the use of fossil fuel by 2021. So definitely it is a ban on financing the use of fossil fuel. Several international financing institutions, including the World Bank, has joined the initiative. In 2025, African Development Bank, Africa, with record investment of $11 billion on the continent, allocated half of that sum to finance the climate change combat, not the development in a sense of development of soil. And it happens today that Africa, which is 125 billion barrels of proven oil reserve, 620 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, has more than 600 million inhabitants, which is more than half of population, people that do not have access to electricity. By the number 2020, that number probably will increase by 70 million more. More than 900 million people do not have access to environmental friendly fuel for cooking. And at the same time, European Union adopts European taxonomy for sustainable activities. That was in 2022. That regulation classifies natural gas as a transitional energy and allows their financing within its borders. Hence, in Berlin and Brussels, natural gas is considered essential for energy security, but it is prohibited in Lagos or Dakar or whatever, any place in Africa. Probably it a little bit looks like double standards. The important question is, who then manage the Africa resources? Today is 100 years ago. Of 101 key companies listed on the London Stock Exchange and mining operations doing in 37 sub-Saharan countries. The majority are British companies. I don't know whether there are Englishmen in the auditorium. If so, I beg your pardon. That's not my figures. That belongs to independent sources. Those companies collectively control more than $1 trillion in resources and extract like 200 billion in revenue. If you want a recent example, okay, just a few days ago in White House, President Donald Trump arranged a summit with Western African countries, and he told them that he sees a great economic potential in Africa, and these countries have very valuable land, rich minerals, and large oil deposits. As a matter of fact, these 5 invited West African countries, they represent only a small share of US-African trade, but correct, they do possess significant mineral resources, including rare earth metals, manganese, uranium, etc. Today, African natural resources are being exploited without proper planning and control by states. It's according to recent research by independent company. The institutions of technical and environmental supervision, anti-monopoly regulation, and financial monitoring are weak or even not exist. As a result, the continent lost about 200 billion annually due to illegal financing flows, illegal mining, lodging, wildfire trade, etc. Most of promising areas are considered to be unexplored. It's a UN data, and exploration is often carried out illegally. Governments and regulators do not have official information, not only about discoveries, but also about the production on their territory. That is the reason for astonishing disparities in today's world. The population of global north, which is only 16% of the global population of the world, consumes probably more than half of rare materials. And the population of global south, which is on the contrary, 52% of the world population, consumes only 1/5 of the amount. Unfortunately or luckily, but there is no alternative to the investment development of mineral resources in Africa, because natural capital underpins the continent's economy and accounts for a huge amount of national wealth in most African countries. Driver of the development of the 21st century will be definitely the extraction and processing of raw materials based on advanced technologies. According to the recent OPEC seminar in Vienna, the global economy demand for raw materials will only increase. 4.3 trillion is needed by the year 2030 to keep up with rapid growing demand for natural gas, for example. Entonces, hence, the overcoming loss for inefficient use of natural resources and illegal activities, replacing predatory concessional forms of mining with fair licensed ones, involving natural resources in economic turnover, monitoring their condition, and responsible conservation of resolving basic demographic imbalances and acute personnel problems. That is the success of Africa's development in the 21st century. How it happened, the lack of qualified personnel in Africa states. Not a difficult question. Colonialism, well known for its three noble goals: civilization, Christianity, commerce. As a matter of fact, the only real goal was always the commercial gain. The idea of whatever monopoly was to extract as much more income as possible and not to bring neither progress, nor knowledge, nor competence, nor technology to Africa. So there was actually no civilization in the sense of enlightenment or development or education. The training of local qualified personnel capable of independently developing their own resources was never in the plans of former metropolises. By the year 2050, as everybody heard several times today, the number of working-age people in Africa may double from current 850 million to 1.6 billion. It is the estimates of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. However, the quality and volume of national staff training in Africa remain pretty low. Why so? Global average of rate of higher education, you already heard these figures today, in general 35%. In Europe and United States, 79%. Most African countries do not achieve these figures, and in Sub-Sahara it's only 9%. The share of successfully completed their higher education students in Europe and the US increased during the last 20 years by 16 points to 45%. In Africa, also increased, but very little, only to 4%. African student could increase his income, every African student, by 11% for each additional year of study. It's the greatest return in the world from the education, but this is not happening yet. Many African graduates from the global North universities stay in their host countries because of the opportunities in the labor market as they see it. I'll try that. Training in Africa University doesn't provide the competencies required by the local economy. Additional programs are focused primarily on public sector needs, while knowledge and skill needed by the private sector are completely ignored. And African universities lack both in quantity and quality the competence necessary for mineral sector, that is UN data. Our proposal is the joint staff training on principles not warrantance but inviolability of human resources. We, St. Petersburg Mining University, is leader in Russia in the process of improving the training of engineering personnel. The outcome of that national experiment is a national experiment launched in 2023, will be replicated in all national universities in Russia. Our educational model is based on fundamental principles of UNESCO at national level, training in interests of priority sectors of economy, and in global world, internationally recognized professional certification and qualification. I will skip some extra slides, and I would like to say that today, industry needs a massive entry into labor market of young engineers with deep theoretical base and practical skills. Special will not only have a diploma, but also possess a certain set of competencies. That is our university offer to the universities of African countries, and I would like to say that we already have established close relations with many of them within the consortium subsoil of Africa. My colleagues will give you some more details about that. And finally, I would like to say, to draw your attention to the fact that our proposal have a very good correspondence with the strategical Africa document, Agenda 2063, which call for commit to speed up actions to transform, grow, industrialize our economy through beneficiation and value addition in natural resources, implementing Africa Industrial Development Action Plan, the Africa Mining Vision on country, regional, and continental level, in particular fast-tracking the establishment of Center for African Mineral Development. That is where the St. Petersburg Mining University can help colleagues. And I would like to let you know that several months ago, a monument has been unveiled in Moscow, very close to the place where I live. It's a monument to a great man, Nobel Prize winner, President of South Africa in 1999, Nelson Mandela. Just 3 days ago, the world celebrated Nelson Mandela United Nations Day. And, you know, during the whole his life, this gentleman is struggling to make the world better. He definitely knew what to do that. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. That are his words delivered in 2003, and I believe they are still relevant today. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for the presentation on Russia education system. And I think that is new to us. Many of us are just knowing about the system you operate there. This session from Russia presentation will be the last for today. The Science for Africa presentation will be shifted. We will be coming up tomorrow. But please, There is a second portion to this presentation that will just be for about 2 or 3 minutes before we round up.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, it's quite hard for me to be the last presenter because I'm standing between you and the end of the day, the hot day. But I'll try to be quite effective. My name is Evgeny Lyubin, and I'm the Vice Rector for International Activities of St. Petersburg Mining University. My colleague already mentioned what the university is, and well, it is my pleasure and my honor to be here. Thank you very much that you invited us and that you gave us an opportunity even at that time to make the presentation and to show you what we are doing in Russia, what we are doing in our mining university. In fact, our mining university is the oldest technical university in Russia. It was founded in 1773, and we have even a joke that we are older than the United States are. Well, this is not the joke, this is the fact, but the mining is nowadays is just the brand. We are dealing not with mining. We are fully polytechnical university. We train students for all range of specialities dedicated to mineral resources sector, from prospecting and exploration till, well, transportation, processing, and so on and so forth. And that's why, well, you see that we also have the uniform, but we are not military people, we are civil people. Yeah, this is just a tradition for our university, because 200 years ago, students wear the uniform and we decided to bring it back. That's why, well, I'd like to show you what we are doing in our university, and maybe it can be interesting also for your universities. As Sergey mentioned, we also organized the Subsoil of Africa consortium of universities. Unfortunately, Professor Amaji is delayed because of the cancelled flight, and he is on his way to Rabat. That's why tomorrow will be here, and I hope he will make his presentation regarding Subsoil of Africa. But at the beginning, I'd like to show you a small video regarding the university, just 2 minutes, because on my opinion, it's better to see instead of to hear several times. And Prof. Said, thank you very much that you participated in our previous event. He saw our university, and maybe he also can share his vision. That's why I'd like to show a small video and then few comments before the end of this day.
We understand the vital importance of cultivating skilled engineers for our country. We are eager to discuss the following topics: the integration of digital technologies into higher education, the strategies we employ to build and enhance our infrastructure, the educational, scientific, and social environments we have developed, our methods for training personnel for the real sector of the economy, the collaborative efforts between the university, companies, and educational institutions within academic partnerships, how we can unlock each individual's potential while fostering a highly moral and responsible character, the role of regular sports classes as a fundamental aspect of student life, the significant changes that have occurred among applicants, students, graduates, and faculty members. Thanks to our abilities, we attained our goal. We established a higher standard of engineering education for the 21st century by emphasizing foundational knowledge, essential for life. Our approach fosters a worldview and logical thinking grounded in professional skills and personal experience. The advancements in higher engineering education, spearheaded by Mining University, will cultivate and prepare Russia's future engineers, while facilitating a quantum leap in the mining sector and the processing of mineral resources. The Empress Catherine II Mining University. We cherish our traditions. We shape the future for the good of Russia.
Thank you so much. And we truly believe in Russia that our sovereignty of the country depends on the mineral resources sector, and on the specialists who deal with that mineral resources sector. As Dr. Ivanets mentioned in his presentation, we also truly believe that there are a lot of mineral resources in African countries, but unfortunately, there are no specialists who can, who can dig them, who can use them in the economy of the country, for the country. That's why our opinion is that our experience also can help to the African countries to grow up together. In fact, nowadays, higher education became the most important thing for the economic growth of every country. Well, if it is possible, I will not read the slide because I will go on. Yeah, well, to be shorter. In Russia, we decided to change our educational system. Well, this is the experiment. It doesn't mean that we will change everything, but we have today the experiment where we decided to cancel the bachelor and masters, and maybe not to cancel them, but to organize the educational process for 6 years. It means that we will have 4 years plus 2 years, like bachelor, additionally master's degree, and we call it a training of engineer or specialist, as it was in Soviet Union, but we use that Soviet Union system with the experience of the last 30 years, and we call it higher engineering education in our university. Of course, we also have PhD programs, like postgraduate programs, but we asked ourselves for what we should do to do them better, because we asked themselves, who are our colleagues in the university? Who are the lecturers? Who train the lecturers? Who teach the lecturers to teach? Yeah? And we answered that nobody before gave them that knowledge. That's why our PhD programs nowadays train for university lecture, because we give the special training for higher educational staff, and the second part, of course, science, like a research scientist. Well, what we do for higher engineering education? The first 2 years is the basic engineering education, where we give the basic knowledge, like physics, mathematics, chemistry, and so on and so forth. Then students go for introductory practice for companies, where they see if their specialty is really that they want to work in future. If everything is okay, they took the step 2, engineering major, where we gave them the general knowledge in their specialty. After that, they have the work experience internship for 4 months. And the last 2 years is specialization, the narrow specialization, after which they should take final year internship for 6 months, half a year, and then prepare the diploma thesis and defend it. It means that the total length of the educational process is 6 years, and among that 6 years, 1 year is, in fact, internships. Why we do that? Because we truly believe that the engineer should have practices. Yeah, I try to be fast. Should have practices. Of course, we try to give them the opportunity to get that practices in our university. How we try to give them that practices? First of all, we try to give them during the educational process. When we created 7 training grounds and research grounds in our university with the different subjects, and we gave that practical knowledge at the university. And after they get that practical knowledge at the university, they go to the companies, to our industrial partners, more than 100 industrial partners, and get the real experience. This is the example of our training and research ground, Sablina. I will not also explain you a lot about it, but well, I can just say that this is the unique place where we have, for example, it is specialized in drilling, where we have the full-size drilling rig that can drill the borehole up to 2,000 meters, and we have already 400-meter borehole drilled by students. It means that students drilled it by themselves and, well, get the practical skills. And the second step also, the science. We have separate research center where we give for students some research skills, because we also plan that some of them, let's say up to 15%, will be our colleagues, will be researchers. That's why we'd like to give them that skills, and we gave them in our scientific center that are a bit separated from educational process, but in fact, they work together closely with the educational process. Well, the conclusions. I can say that most of the states with weak economy possesses abundant natural resources, as I said at the beginning, but, well, have an efficient governmental regulation of subsoil use. And we try to give the understanding how that should work on the basis of Russian experience. That's why we also train students not just from Russia, but from outside, to give them that knowledge and that experience. And we also sure that the question of sovereignty should become one of the highest priority of UN and of UNESCO. And it is connected with, as I said, mineral resources sector, the first one, and the second step, it is connected with the education. And maybe the last one, I'd like just to announce that at the end of October, we will have the Russian-African raw materials dialogue. We are inviting you to participate in that dialogue, because most of the participants we are inviting will be the ministers relevant to the mineral resources sector, to the higher education, and of course, directors and vice chancellors of the university. We will host it in our university. That's why if you have an opportunity, we'll be glad to see you in St. Petersburg at the end of October, and we can provide some additional information regarding that. I tried to be short, but if you have additional questions, we will stay here till 25th, and we will be glad to answer all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you for this Russian experience that you exposed us to. Professor Maji, I guess that many of us know him, the former Vice Chancellor of Admiralty University in Nigeria. So, and he's now in Russia, working with the university there, I guess. So we want to appreciate you, and just for you to remember that you are one of our presenters.
How would you call that? Magnificent. Thank you so much. And that is how we crown the final session. There are some important announcements I have to make to you all, for you all to appreciate and keep. First of all, is that we're all to make sure we collect our personal belongings from the buses, either when you're embarking or disembarking. Please know that all hotels that are not on the list should contact Yvette Kwashi of the AAU for that verification. Also note that the buses will be ready at the hotels from 7 a.m. tomorrow in the morning, so all participants do well to make sure you join the buses. Again, all new hotels that were mentioned to UMCSP have been taken note of. Finally, souvenirs that you see today will be shared tomorrow in the morning, so when you come, please tender in your tag and you'll get your souvenirs. Again, somebody wishes to provide free tickets to the Morocco match versus Ghana tomorrow from 9 p.m. So if you're interested, see me. I'll get you one. And finally, there is an excursion planning going on. If you want to participate at the rate of 130 dirham, kindly go to the first floor where the secretariat for the AAU is based and let your name be noted. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. And also, we have a missing spectacle belonging to one of our high-profile guests today. Kindly, if you have this in your possession, tender it in. The AAU will be ready to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.